Hey everyone, good morning. Happy Thursday. How's everybody doing today? I wasn't sure if I would be going live, but here I am. We've been having a great time being offline. Let me fix this though, I forgot. How's everybody doing today? One's in the chat if you can even hear me. Oh, you can hear me. Good morning. Let me get kick up for us. There are lots of pretty bird sounds today, and guess what's back? Guess which bird is back, and I still have not been able to find. It's not the owl. It's the woodpecker. The woodpecker is back about, and I'm trying so hard to find him. They sound so pretty. Oh, there's always blue jays. You know what else I discovered that I don't like? I think it's called a catbird, and they're scary. They're big. They'll walk right up on you. You guys hear them all, though? Close your eyes for a moment and imagine you are in the Amazon. There's a waterfall. Oh, it's so pretty. I could do it all day. Love it. Good morning, Adas. Jason says, shut up. Take a moment to unwind. Close your eyes and hear the sounds of nature. Envision yourself. There's a waterfall nearby. You can smell it. You can feel it. I do love nature, though. Seriously, not kidding. Migsy with the 39 fucking months. Dude, that is insane. Good morning, Migsy. Good morning. Am I seeing Crocs? Shout out to Trisha. Thank you for the Crocs. One of these days, I'll learn how to do everything. I forgot. Let me pull kick up. Turn the volume down. The red squirrel noises are crazy. I swear you think you were in Amazon or something. Why are they red? The red squirrel noises are crazy. Oh. What makes them red? Is that what they're called? Never heard that. All right, there we go. WYS Mom says, good morning from Kick. Good morning. Thank you, Jennifer Lynn. Appreciate that. Spilled Tea. Good morning. Southern Side Eye. True Crime. Colleen. 112. Thank you for hitting that thumbs up. Twisted Branches. Witness Protection. Kicking it with Granny, not the cats. That's right. FSU. Good morning, Junebug. Miss Teak. Kimmy K. Melissa Reed. Do our Diddy. Diddy dum, diddy do. Melissa Inquisitive. Oh, it's getting breezy. Real life. Nikki. Face of America. Daria. Nana. Bernie. Bells. Agent. Laura. Lisa. I found out that using a browser for Kick is better than the app. Sunflower, am I crazy? Bitter Tea, Southern Side Eye, Hazel Eyes. Good morning, everyone. New account, who dis? Beth, Lar Lulu, Love, Alpha, Brenda. I hope you had a good birthday, Brenda. Coco, Granny, did you smell the fire in Allentown last night? No, I'm in Jersey, so you may not find a woodpecker fast. They're pecking at trees, can travel a long way. Oh, so it sounds like it's close, but it's not. I get it. I came over this child support over here low key, by the way. Hey, Tanker Time. Cat 63. Time flies. It's been a whole year. Thank you so much for being a member. Night Angel Sleuth. Night Owl says you can attract the woodpecker with a suit block. You'll need a cage to hold it and hang it where you can see it. Pudgy Penguin. What's happening? fantabulous people, Michigan wifey. I came over here to show support, not child support, Kels. I was wondering. I'm like, I mean, I am your baby mama after 9 months, but we don't know child support. Savannah, I'm the better mod and overall better person. You better stop that. Frenchie mom. Oh no, we froze. I'm so sorry if I miss anybody else. My screen froze. Dang, you guys are so fast in the chat, it just shut us down. Oh no, hold on. There we go. I think I'm caught up. Be nice, try it, Gary. Bat Brat. I'm listening to crows and blue jays while feeding the squirrels on my porch. I love it. Absolutely love it. I did just buffer for a minute, didn't I? Angelica, good morning. Back up, hipster. Brenda. I should be done buffering. Music City Mom. I heard about it, UA. What's funny is you were making a game plan and my stream was already set. I said, well, dang, I know they didn't get the alert. Thank you, what she said. I do appreciate that. Really a lot. You're not gray on my end, Chaos. I see you as a member. I seen a squirrel feeder that looks like a picnic table. It was so cute. Hey, Kelsey. But the squirrels around me down here, I don't want to feed them. They're too ballsy. I one time was stuck sitting on my swing because I was having a stare off with a squirrel. And I don't know why, but they terrify me. The thought of the squirrel like attacking terrifies me. So I was staring at him. He was staring at me. I'm like, why isn't this fucker leaving? Mr. Blues, good morning. It's Alyssa. I never seen a chipmunk. I would love to see a chipmunk. I'll tell you what I did see. Me and my son last night. We kept hearing like a crying noise, and we went and found a baby deer. He looked fine though. I don't know why he was crying, but he did look fine. So we just left them be. They are assholes. I mean, they're rats with tails, you know, and I have a huge fear of mice, rats, all the things. Denise, thank you for that. Jenny says, good morning, everyone. Chipmunk are cute, but they will bite. I don't want anything that bites. Fuck out squirrels and poor baby rabbits. Oh, yeah. Your cat does? Oh, no. My cat ran to catch a bunny, but did not catch him. I would have been so sad. I don't want no killer cat. What? Let me get these on. Hold on. Did I just see? I did. New account who this with the 10 added seeds for the felons. Thank you so much, new account. I gotta take these headphones off for a minute. I don't realize how loud I get sometimes. I talk loud to begin with. But when the headphones are on, I don't realize how loud I am. There's lady on YouTube feeds the squirrels from her windows. Up, hummingbirds. You guys, I got these two little cheapy dollar store from the from Family Dollar for $1 little hummingbird feeders. They just look like a tube. And sure enough, they're drinking out of them. Where's the other one though? Did it fall? Oh, it's up higher. That makes me so happy. Chipmunks are rats too, of course. Hey, Italy. Chipmunks eat my flower bulbs. I hate them. Aren't they cute? I thought. I was attacked by a red-winged blackbird last week while out for a walk. It was so scary. Oh my goodness. So I had like a good idea, and I think we should pray. One's in the chat if you think we should pray. It's not a good idea that I heard somebody else do. It's not. It is an idea all on my own. It's not something I heard T-Rev do or nobody does this but me. And I think we should do it before we start any stream, especially, you know, ones about missing kids or any tragedies. Do we agree? I think so. Okay, everybody agrees. All the animals need our prayers. And these prayers are legitimate. They are not fabricated. They come from the heart and only the heart. Gosh dang it. I hate this.
Causing harm towards my family. We pray, all of us, those of you that are believers, let's agree in Jesus' name. We pray that these people leave us alone and that they, God corrects them. They're attacking kids,
Now, I am so thoroughly confused. I mean, I didn't grow up religious, right? I'm not very religious. I don't know much about religion, but I never heard a prayer that was based around using God to attack others. Am I the one that's misunderstanding this, or okay. I mean, I don't know. Sounds kind of like a not very good prayer. I thought God loved all his children. Thank you. A new account with a rage quit too, girlfriend over here too. Thank you. Thank you so much, new account.
We pray that these people leave us alone and that they, so why not try praying? All of us, those.
No, if you guys are unaware, T-Rev is back. And T-Rev does a prayer. And he ends each stream with, lock your doors, blah, blah, blah. Of course, per usual, Brittany style, she copies others. So Brittany does a prayer and she ends her stream the same way Voices does with take your medicine. And adds a little bit of T-Rev with the check your windows. This girl has zero originality, but this is not, I don't think this is a correct prayer. I could be wrong. Somebody who's Christian, tell me, is this how you pray?
You that are believers, let's agree in Jesus' name. We pray that these people leave us alone and that they, God corrects them. They're attacking kids, they're doing things that are causing harm towards my family. They're falsely accusing me of.
Not Brittany doing what she always does, using a true crime case. Again, this is what she's always done. She gets people in there by acting like she cares about a true crime case, and then she presents to them her own fabricated, self-induced drama. It's not trauma, it's drama. This is right on par for what she has always done. It's deplorable. Like when Christ said we should pray, I don't think his prayer meant talk shit about people you dislike. No one's attacking her kids. I mean, if anything, she better hope God don't strike her down, because her prayer could go against herself. And by the way, Brittany always says chew, Jew, let me hold you.
Alone and that they, God corrects them. They're attacking kids, they're doing things that are causing harm towards my family. They're falsely accusing me of being on drugs. They falsely accuse me of, putting my daughter in the hospital and, making her be in ICU.
Again, let me go from the beginning, because maybe you'll understand. Craig was saying this is such a creepy case that we should probably pray before it. And again, her whole quote unquote prayer is based around fallacies around us. I don't appreciate her religion being used as a weapon. You don't think God knows the truth, Brittany? You don't think God knows how you abuse his name, abuse his prayers? Well, yeah, she's using this fake, voice and everything because she's thinking she's going to get a new audience with this new topic. And like I've always said, she has to use these cases to wrap in people who have hearts for things like this that are going on, and then act like she's a victim. This is her MO at full play. You're seeing it from the beginning. Okay? This is exactly what she does. As part of the con, as part of the manipulation, as part of everything she is, which is, in my opinion, unholy. I was sincerely bothered by this. It's deplorable. And you know what's ironic? She had the nerve. Thank you guys for hitting a thumbs up. Right. She said, she straight up says it. Hopefully we get some new people from this case, y'all. That's why she's doing this. And you know, she actually had the nerve. She had the nerve to accuse the woman of using a fake Southern accent. Isn't that ironic? See, the things that Brittany says about others are always projections. Yo, I think she's laying it on. I think she's making it heavier. Yeah, I bet you do. Because we can listen to you from 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. And your accent is different each and every year. Matter of fact, the way she spoke during that prayer is different than how she normally speaks. Kimmy Cash says, imagine spending months poking people, calling them names, questioning their character, falsely accusing in court, spreading lies, and then has audacity to bow head and pray, Lord, please make these evil people leave me alone. That's what I'm saying, Kimmy Cash. The Lord may strike her down. She was mimicking her. I sound like Taylor, y'all. This is a woman who has zero identity of her own and copies all the identity of those around her. It does make me wonder. Does she cover cases she can personally relate to in some format or fashion? Let's hear it from the beginning.
How are you? Hazel Eyes, Pink Life, Christina. Got a secret? Can you keep it? How's that one taking?
It's all right. It doesn't taste like watermelon, but it don't taste as bad as the other IPAs.
Yeah, IPAs usually taste like cough medicine.
Those voodoo ones.
Do you think that these two need to wait until she starts her stream to talk to each other? Because it's nightly. It's throughout every stream. They're having a conversation that could have taken place before they hit go live.
What you see, girl? I'm gonna go ahead and tell y'all now. I need to put this out before we even get started.
I'm going to go ahead and tell y'all now. We just gave her medicine, hoping, but she's awake.
This case is going to be a tough one for me. Okay. And it's probably going to be a tough one for you too. It's probably going to be a tough one for all of you and me. I was
say a prayer.
We probably do need to say a prayer before we do this because
Pray against others, hate-filled people too.
Yeah, and pray about.
Now, what's ironic is Craig actually gave her a whole, I'm proud of you for doing a case. I'm not, because I don't think you should touch any case. You're a disgrace, especially after you sit there and say Sebastian Rogers ruined your life. Disgraceful. But the audacity to say pray for those evil people too. You know who I find to be the most evil? Those who hide behind religion because they need the facade of it to paint themselves as a good person. I'm not a bad person, y'all. I believe in God. Really? You don't think there's people that pray before they rob a bank? Good people. Chaos says, I rebuke BJ evil prayers. Be gone, demon. She praying to the wrong God. Let's say it again. I rebuke BJ's evil prayers. Be gone, demon. She praying to the wrong God. Amen. Amen. Samuel? Samuel, anyone? Over there praying to a God she herself don't even believe in because she only uses him in a format of manipulation.
Craig gave me a good idea. I think we should do a prayer before we start streams, like especially if it's about a missing kid or any tragedy. Not only that, what if we did a prayer together before we start a stream? What if instead of like trying to fight back with these people, let's just say a prayer and let's pray that God corrects them and shows them how evil they're being. As hard as it.
Oh, fuck you. That's what I say to your prayer. Fuck you. You know what kills me? I would never think, you guys, let's say a prayer for them and make the whole prayer. Let's pray together and make the whole prayer about me. Who does that? That right there speaks volumes of the type of person she is. Could you fathom me saying, let's all pray together and then the whole prayer is based around myself? That's the evilness. That's the gluttony. That's the selfishness. Exactly. It's not like she's praying for the victims, for everybody that suffered through this tragedy. It's not like she's praying for the chat. No, she's praying about herself, and she's being deceitful during her prayer. She's being extremely deceitful. And by the sounds of it, I don't think she's ever prayed a day in her life.
It is for me. I try to give it to God. But it's just nonstop all the time. So why not try?
I try to give it to God. First off, if any of this was real, again, don't let it fool you. This is manipulation for the new people she's hoping are coming in, okay? Because this is what she does. She uses true crime cases to pull on the heartstrings of subscribers that are listening, and then she introduces them to her self-inflicted, fabricated, made up. She designs it as trauma. It is absolute drama that she participates in so that she can manipulate them into believing that she is a victim. And suddenly, the actual victim of the story she's covering is overshadowed by her own false victimhood. This is her. I'm so glad she did this, because put a 1 in the chat if you've heard me say before that is her MO. Hey Cam, thank you for hitting the thumbs up, girl. How many of you heard me say this is her MO before? This is exactly how she does it. And here we have a perfect example of it. Not only do we have her herself admitting that she's hoping this case brings in new people, but you're getting a firsthand witness to how she does it.
Praying, all of us, those of you that are believers, let's agree in Jesus' name. We pray that these people leave us alone and that they, God corrects them. They're attacking kids, they're doing things that are causing harm towards my family. They're falsely.
Chat, we pray that Brittany, well, and actually in this format, it'd be real. We pray that Brittany leave us alone. What? Right. Do you often pray right after dragging a bitch, or do you pray before or after you come on here and run your mouth? Are you Christian before or after you use racial slurs towards people? At what point does your Christianity come out? It's disgusting. We pray they leave us alone. There is no us. It's you and Craig alone in a roach-ridden home. I'm pretty sure Craig meant let's pray for the victims. I don't think God would appreciate this prayer. I'm sorry, but I'm going to keep it playing. I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep mute. I'm baffled at this.
Attacking kids, they're doing things that are causing harm towards my family. They're falsely accusing me of being on drugs. They falsely accuse me of, putting my daughter in the hospital and, making her be in ICU. I could go down the list. This isn't about the drama, but I do think it would be a good idea to say.
See, that's the semantics of it. They're accusing me of putting my daughter in the hospital. Your daughter was in the hospital, Brittany. Why are you in denial about the most basic thing? It's okay that your baby had to spend a couple weeks in a hospital. It happens many of times, especially with emergency C-sections. Why does she have to make it like that? You can't pray when you live in delusion. You can't pray when you live in lie. The only person you're praying to when you pray under the pretenses of lies is the devil. And as a Christian, you should know that. That prayer is not going up. It's going right on down, along with your pride. Law Nurse says faith and sincerity, according to God's will, through Jesus and the Spirit is a basic Google search. What she did was self-serving and manipulation. Amen. It was under the premises of lies. She knows the truth. She knows more than anybody. But the semantics is that she put her daughter in the ICU. No. The nurses kept your baby in the hospital. The doctors kept your baby in the hospital. I'm not personally religious, but I know enough about religion to know that what she's doing is sinful. When I was newly into recovery, I went to a church. I went for a year and a half. It was a church for people that don't necessarily believe, but they want to believe, and why you should believe. I know a little bit. What I don't know and will never pretend to know is her religion. Because I've never experienced anybody else who lives with it. I don't know anybody else who's part of that religion. And we have a right to believe that, FUBJ. We have a right to believe that you were on drugs when you're not and out. We have a right to believe it when you yourself drive up to the clinic door. We have a right to believe it when you turn the camera on and you're holding a drug in your hand. We have the right to believe it when you've personally told some of us. We have a right to believe what we want to believe about you. What you need to do is accept the truth about yourself, fix what you can, pray to your God for help in doing so, and stop projecting your shortcomings onto everybody else. Her religion is blasphemy. Yeah, what kind of, right? No prenatal care. Those are all decisions you made with your baby, not us.
Say a prayer every stream.
That's good advice.
Jiggy says, talk to us in a disabled nurse to do, Hey, built for the bullshit. Jiggy, talk to us in a disabled nurse to surgery screen up years ago. But if you need someone to talk to, I got you. Love and prayers. Okay, I think it's probably a typo. Hold on, guys. Let me help.
If you can't figure out a typo, then you certainly can't figure out what the hell's wrong with your life. Many a times people in my chat write something wrong, typo it, whatever. It doesn't take rocket science to figure it out, okay? But, I mean, I don't know. Some of your chatters, maybe it does. Never mind. Woo.
Hey, Ivy League. Y'all, this case is hard. Being that I have an infant myself, oh my gosh. Y'all
She's a newborn.
didn't give me a trigger warning. Give me just a second, y'all.
Yeah, it's so hot.
All right.
That's a light little book.
Yeah, she's got a whole pack of those. I need to pull them out. Y'all, those.
What did he just say is so hot?
All right. Oh my gosh. Y'all didn't give me a trigger warning. Give me just a second.
This is ridiculous. Y'all didn't give me a trigger warning, but she's the creator who's bringing forth the topic. But y'all didn't give her a trigger warning. I think people deserve a trigger warning before listening to Brittany. No, you're good, low-key. Say how you feel, girl.
Yeah,
it's so hot.
All right.
That's a light little book.
Yeah, she's got a whole pack of those. I need to pull them.
It's so hot, she needs a light little blanket. What happened to that air conditioner your subscriber just bought you? And of course, Brittany, she has a whole pack of those. I need to pull them out. I sincerely hope you're washing everything before you lay it on your newborn's bare skin. Imagine, again, getting so, here's the gluttony, receiving so many packages, you don't even have them all opened, organized, washed, and ready to go. Of course she hasn't. She just said she has a whole pack of them. She needs to pull them out. I know she's not pre-washing anything. People like Brittany are the reason why I wash everything before I wear it. Especially if I shop at Walmart. Imagine her nasty, crusty leg trying on a pair of jeans. I mean, although we're in like totally different size and sections, but you get the idea. Phoebe says, all 7 deadly sins are on display. Pride, wrath, greed, envy, lust, gluttony, and sloth. She does not represent Christianity. The only thing she's doing is pushing people away from Christianity. I've always said I've never met a Christian YouTuber that makes me want to run to join the church. And that is factual. Sorry to say, but it's the truth. Oh my gosh. I wish that this had a back camera so I can show you guys the hummingbird. He's going from each of my feeders. It's so cute. I love them. You're right. You need running water. You're right. You're right.
Now, y'all, those sleepers that y'all bought her, the swaddle blankets, one of y'all bought her some that have, it's like t-shirt material. It's cotton material. I don't know who bought those, but thank you to whoever did. They're very breathable and cool. They're not so, they don't, you know what I mean? They got airflow.
I don't know which one of you's bought them because I didn't care to look at the thank you note or keep list because I don't really care that you all spent your hard-earned money to clothe and comfort my baby. But whoever it was, 3 months later, thank you. Thank you. 3 months later, thank you. Again, what happens to that brand new air conditioner they just grifted?
What's up, Mama Dukes?
So everything you got for a newborn.
Oh my God. There he goes. Oh, she's outgrowing everything you all bought. Hey, Loki's mom. There you go, Brittany subscribers. The baby is outgrowing everything you spent your hard-earned money on because she was in a hospital for 5 weeks and they didn't give a shit to have everything opened and ready to go prior to her arrival or even after. How fucked up is it when thanking somebody that this man chimes in to tell everybody that she outgrew it? Couldn't just keep that one to yourself? Nothing says I appreciate your generosity more than telling people she outgrew and won't be able to wear anything y'all bought. Let's hear it again.
Flow.
She's so big.
What's up, Mama Dukes? So
Everything you got for a newborn already.
yes, she's growing out of everything. It sure is. Reality, I'm gonna drop this for you and then we're getting started. So we're gonna get right to it. I'm gonna go ahead and say thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for all your support.
Is anybody shocked that a 3-month-old baby's outgrowing newborn? I mean, maybe because Brittany never really cared for her others, she doesn't realize that that's how that goes. But there's a reason why newborn and baby and infant clothing says newborn 3 to 6, 6 to 9, 9 to 12, and then you jump into the 2T, 3T, 4T, and then, and so forth, 5T, and then you get small, then you get medium, and in certain stores, they'll have husky sizes, I mean, is she unaware, folks? Is she unaware? Since you've received so many things that your baby has not gotten a chance to use and has outgrown, how about you go to a secondary store and buy your own baby stuff going forward? Don't you think that's great? I agree, Straight Talker. Outgrew all of it before she even came home.
Mama Duke says, so I haven't seen much on here today. So what did Brittany do today, yesterday? Today, who knows? Let the poor woman breathe. Girl, we ain't worried about it. They can have...
Who said that? Ma'am.
You for all your support. Mama Duke says, so I haven't seen much.
Mama Dukes, if your friend wanted to quote unquote breathe, she could easily come online, not run her mouth, or better yet, she can decide not to come online. Now, I know Brittany does this really manipulative thing where she says, y'all, since I didn't stream yesterday, I really could use your support. So if you like to, you can become a member to the channel. You can send a super chat. You can Cash App, Venmo, Western Union, Zelle, PayPal, write a check. Because I missed a day. Brittany acts like she works and receives an hourly wage. That by missing one day, she's losing out on a day's pay, as if it's an actual 9 to 5 with an hourly rate. It is not. I can assure you, without super chats and memberships, we barely make anything with ad revenue. She is not over there missing out on a large sum of her paycheck by missing a day, okay? I'll take blood from your firstborn. There's many ways to pay. It's sickening that she does that. But anyway, Mama Dukes, I go to say all of that to say that if she truly needed a moment to breathe, she could easily just not come live, take a day off, or she could very easily come live and not run her mouth. Do you really think that by her coming on here and offering that sickening, self-righteous prayer where she calls us evil, lies about us, that we're just going to be like, oh yeah, no big deal? Or do you think it gives us a right, Mama Dukes? Because if I said that you were evil, that you're attacking my family, that you're attacking my kids, I think you'd be pretty offended by that too, especially if I did it in the guise of a prayer. Maybe not, though, because you sit in that chat. So maybe not.
On here today. So what did Brittany do today, yesterday, today? Who knows? Let the
Even reading that comment, she didn't have to read that comment. You know what? The other day, somebody asked Brittany, who is this woman? Me. And this is how I've received many of you as subscribers. So shout out to that. Shout out to all of you who kept hearing Brittany obsessively say my name. Come over and check out my channel and recognize that I'm not who she makes me out to be. I sincerely appreciate each and every one of you. But a chatter asked her. They said to her, "Who is this woman? Why does she dislike you so much?" Do you know what Brittany described me as? Are you ready to be gobsmacked by this pathological religion manipulating piece of shit? She told this chatter that I'm somebody who abuses the court system against her. Oh, Lord, if we were in the church, I'd fall over like the Holy Spirit himself just took a hold of me. Oh! What? What? I'm somebody who abuses the court system against you? What? You mean me, the person that had to file a response within 20 days after being slapped with a filing so fucking big that accused me of not just running a RICO, but 47 other, they called it counts, which is criminal. I'm the one that's abusing the court systems against you? The one that after winning our litigation, y'all go on to appeal, and then you send me another C&D so I respond accordingly? I'm the one abusing the court system against you? This is what I mean. God's not coming to do you right when you sit there and you lie like that. Anybody could Google our names. See who's abusing who via the court systems. But this is what she has done. Since the beginning of me starting my channel, this is what she has done. She has initiated, she has poked, she has gone after me, and then she somehow tries to convince people that I'm the aggressor, that I'm doing it to her. This woman sued me in a courtroom in my neighborhood and then sent me a C&D threatening another lawsuit in hers. And I'm the one abusing the courts against her? Regina, thank you so much, sweetheart. I know a lot of you tell me that's how you found me. Gamers cruising with the 6 months. Bless your heart, catching up on 2 time. That's where reality gets it from. Reality said the same thing. Reality actually defamed me by stating I put myself in a RICO. We all saw how I came to be the person named. We see at the end of Brittany's declaration, she signs under oath of perjury in 5 different states, all states of which creators live in. That's what my post was talking about the other day. While myself and Barbecue were actually named as like the top runners of the RICO, we weren't the only creators that were named. We were the ones that had to answer for it, but many creators were named. Don't ever forget they had 50 does. And a lot of them were creators, and a lot of them were subscribers. But yes, I utilized the court systems against her. She's such a victim of mine. Oh, we.
poor woman breathe. Girl, we ain't worried about it. They can have fun. If they want to clip us, they can clip us doing true crime. So I'm going to make this short and to the point. So I just want to say for our prayer.
Now, wait a minute. Are you not, you conniving little heifer? They can clip us doing true crime as you're saying a false prayer? Okay.
I'm just going to say, dear Heavenly Father, I ask that you touch each and every one of these people who continue to come against us. In the Bible, it says, no weapon shall.
Now, at this point, what Brittany did is she was smart enough that she either had a moderator send her or whatever, but she essentially just repeats her same fallacy of a prayer, just in different terms. I swear, you better hope. You better hope that God doesn't hear your prayer and strike those who have done wrong. Strike those who have attacked children like Clue's children and my children and Queen's children. Didn't you have subscribers that went after Nonsense's children? Those who speak evil, like calling other people, other men, pedophiles. Those who use a missing child's name to drag people wrongfully into a court system, tying up their resources and ruining public awareness for said child. You better hope your God doesn't hear your prayer.
Each and every one of these people who continue to come against us, in the Bible it says, no weapon formed against us shall prosper.
I'm not even religious, and I know that one. You couldn't even get it out.
And for that, I ask.
That's because she's going to start speaking in tongues because she's praying to the devil.
You, Lord, please correct all of these people who continue to attack us, who bear false witness against us every day, who continue to attack little children who are innocent.
Oh, you and your little children bullshit. I'm going to say something. First off, your children aren't little. Okay? I know you may emphasize them, you bathe them, you sleep with them. Hell, who knows at this point what else you're doing, but they're not little. Your son is the same damn near age as mine, and my boy is 5'8", towering over me. He is not little. They are not little. Nobody's attacking your little children. But do you know who has attacked children? Again, Brittany attacked Clue's daughter. Brittany asked a local man who went to jail for fabricating evidence against a probation officer, against the government, to look into my children. She asked these two creepy men who are just a drive away from us to look into us. Find out if I have custody of my kids. Why the fuck do you care? Do you know what these people did? They found the family that my daughter was working for. They stalked down her social media usage, found the app she was using for employment, found the people that retained her for employment, and reached out to those people. Do you know how difficult it was to explain to this family what these sociopaths are doing? Imagine any of you as witnesses to everything that has gone on having to explain it to people who are not involved, who are not aware, who don't understand. Not only that, but having to explain to my daughter why it happened. Having to show my children pictures of Nick, Hung, and Lesniak to ensure their safety while they're roaming around our neighborhoods where we should feel safe. You brought that to our doorstep, you evil demon. Nobody's attacking your children. We are discussing your lack of parenting. But you have directly attacked mine. You have attacked mine by attacking us financially, emotionally, and luckily for you, nothing physically. But it could have happened because you welcomed sociopaths into my life, into my path, because you were afraid that he would come on my panel. Again, I hope your God's listening, because may he strike you down right now.
And didn't ask to be a part of any of this. Heavenly Father, I ask that.
Do you think my children asked to be a part of any of this? Because you know what I can tell you? Brittany did ask to be a part of it with zero consideration for her own children. She asked to be part of the RICO. She asked to put in a declaration. She chose to sign her signature. My children who I've shielded from this, who I don't live stream around so they don't have to hear it, who I protect when they walk in a room by muting a mic, I can assure you, although I have never utilized them as a shield against me or to protect me, my children have suffered. Not by any choice of theirs, not by any choice of mine. Do you know how terrified my kids were that TMZ would cover this? And the neighborhood that we grew up in, that they grew up in, that I grew up in, that my entire family resides in, would all hear Dog the Bounty Hunter accusing me of operating a criminal enterprise and interfering in search efforts for a missing child, being an accomplice to those who have kidnapped him? And I couldn't even assure them that it wouldn't. I couldn't even comfort them that it would never happen, because there was a great chance that it would. Every time this woman sits there and acts like she has such horrible things happening to her. But wasn't it just 3 days ago she was giddy? Wasn't it just 3 days ago she was Billy Badass? Now she's hiding under these false prayers. Yeah, Michelle, a press conference where any news organization that came could have a one-on-one with Dog the Bounty Hunter. I'm so tired of her acting like her kids are being attacked or anything other when they're not. I'm so tired of her acting like her kids have to know what's going on because it's impacting her real life when it's not. But it has impacted the lives of my children. It has impacted the lives of my family. And she decided to do it. Imagine if roles were reversed. And I went into Brittany's neighborhood and I filed that she's operating a RICO to help criminals keep a missing child that they kidnapped from being found. And then I got a man, a local man, who has made headlines for how mentally unstable he is, who's on state parole, and said, hey, here, dig into her children. Make her a target of yours while you live 10 minutes away. Imagine if I did this shit to her. Then she would have something to fucking whine about. If I wanted to, and I never would, not until she's well older. But I can promise you, if I ever decided to allow my daughter to have a voice on here, first off, it'll be nothing like you heard between her with hers. It will be nothing like that. I don't ever have to ask my daughter if a man in my life ever touched her, okay? Because they always came first. But if I ever gave my daughter this microphone and asked her to give her testimony, I guarantee she wouldn't make it 5 minutes in without breaking down and crying. Because rather Brittany or those who hate me want to acknowledge it or not, this has impacted my entire family. Oh, I'm not going to cry. But especially my kids. Oh, her and her fake prayers.
You rebuke all of these people who continue to mock, ridicule, bully, harass, and just go around stirring hatred for no good reason. In the Bible, it says that there are 7 things that God hates and detests, and everything that he hates and detests applies to the character that each of these people are exhibiting.
Oh, really? What are they, Brittany? What are they, Brittany? Who wants... I'll tell you what they are. They're everything Brittany is. A lying tongue. Okay? Brittany is the most lying tongue person I've ever met. She lies to lie. God hated dishonesty and purposely speaking falsehoods to deceive. That's Brittany. Hands that shed innocent blood. Is she calling us murderers? Are we murderers now? Because you murdered awareness for a missing child. Are we murderers? A heart that devises wicked schemes. Y'all, it's so hot in here. Oh my God, it's so hot in here. There's an air conditioner for sale at Lowe's, but I can't afford it. Arrogant, haughty eyes, pride, looking down on others. How many times have you mocked God's child when you made fun of the way people look? Feet that rush into evil, eagerness, lack of restraint, and swiftness to participate in sin. Signing your name to a RICO? That's sinful. A false witness, perjury, bearing false testimony, or slandering others. She spent a whole entire weekend slandering me. Actual slander. Recognized and documented by a lawyer. Actual slander. Not, she called me a fat, wasteful piece of shit. No, actual slander. One who sows discord, stirring up conflict, gossip, and division among families, communities, or believers. Like you did in the Sebastian Rogers case. Like you did when you and your friends are digging in to people's families behind the scenes. You, my friend, are the 7 things that God despises.
Are in hatred for no good reason. In the Bible, it says that there are 7 things that God hates and detests, and everything that he hates and detests applies to the character that each of these people are exhibiting. So for that, Lord, I just ask that you correct them, work on their heart, show them the error of their ways, show them that what they're doing to others is bringing real pain and real trauma into people.
Did she just say, again, she's calling us murderers? Did she just say that God hated us?
There are 7 things that God hates and detests, and everything that he hates and detests applies to the character that each of these people are exhibiting. So
is this the way God meant for these things to be used? Lynn Love, thank you so much. Thank you for becoming a member.
for that, Lord, I just ask that you correct them, work on their heart, show them the error of their ways, show them that what they're doing to others is bringing real pain and real trauma into people's lives. It's not deserving. I ask.
You don't deserve what you're getting? I beg to differ. Do you think you brought real pain and real trauma into the lives of the Proudfoots? Do you think you brought real pain and real trauma to Kylie Rodney's mother? Do you think you brought real pain and real trauma to Seth Rogers when he had to hear your man say that Sebastian ruined your lives? I know you brought real pain and real trauma to mine. Brittany doesn't have any empathy. She doesn't have any moral compass. She doesn't care that she hurts others, but she wants everybody to care that she supposedly hurt. She wants the whole world to stop when she is spoken upon, but she wants to sit over there comfortable and confidently speaking about others and not have any pushback for it. She thinks everybody should take a stand when it comes to any slight she feels have come her way, but she doesn't take a stand for anybody else. You, Brittany, non-Black Jackson, are a selfish, self-centered, unaware, arrogant, evil, gluttonous poser of Christianity. I can imagine the reason you mimic everybody around you is because you suffer from imposter syndrome. Because you know you don't fit in. Because you know you don't have the same values or integrity of anybody in the same arena online as you. So you take bits and pieces of everybody you idolize to try to format who you think the people want to see. And every now and then, the real you comes crumbling through. And it usually comes crumbling through when you have somebody as vile, as nasty, as disgusting as you are sitting beside you. The difference being they allow that part of them to be seen. You hide yours behind theirs. You can false pray. You can use your religious manipulation all day long to try to sin us or make us look some type of way. But at the end of the day, you have to answer for your sins. And your sins are blatantly clear, whether you acknowledge them or not. Your God does. It's only a matter of time.
Lord, that your will be done. Vengeance is yours. And I'm going to put my faith in you, Lord, that you will bring this to an end. Thank you in your holy, wonderful, amazing name. Amen.
That was so fake. So fake. Do you think it is I mean, I'm not Christian, so y'all tell me, but is it normal to ask God to seek vengeance? Isn't that wouldn't that be considered vindictive punishment, which God is against? Shouldn't you be praying to God for the anger you hold in your heart instead of projecting it into his? Isn't one of the reasons you pray to God is to let go of all of that? I've never heard anybody pray for God's vengeance on those they dislike. Matter of fact, I thought the Bible preaches against that. I thought the whole point of it is to leave it to God. I mean, again, I don't know. That's because you're not supposed to pray for vengeance, right? I would have thought so. I would have thought not. I mean, Regina says, "Beloved, let us love one another, for love is of God." I guess it's convenient to forget the love part outside of herself is lost on her hate. Yeah. As I've always said, she at this point is driven by her own insecurities and envy and everything in between. Hartley says that prayer was so self-serving and sickening. I can't believe she actually said those words for everyone to hear. I agree. It's baffling. And the people in the chat giving the fake prayer hands, it's like a prayer being led by a demon. But as stated earlier, we rebuke you and your fallacies of prayer. I don't accept any of what she just said. And luckily, I have faith in my higher power that they can see through her lying tongue, which is something your God stood against, Brittany. A lying tongue. You just spoke unbelievable falsehoods to deceive in a prayer. I have never heard nothing like it. Purple Haze, thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Usually you pray in silence, right, Lynn Love? Not Brittany. Not Brittany, who wants the people she's hoping this case brings in to believe that she is a victim. How better way can this woman try to convince anybody she prays comes upon her that she is just a sweet, wholesome Christian woman who's being attacked by evil entities? And wasn't it weird how she spoke throughout that all? I mean, let me do it without muting, but listen to this again. Jiggy says, "Talk to us disabled." Whatever that means. She does one prayer, stops it, and goes on to do another. She sat there and said that the woman she was talking about is faking her Southern accent. Well, you listen here, folks.
How evil they're being. As hard as it is for me, I try to give it to God. But it's just nonstop all the time. So why not try praying? All of us, those of you that are believers, let's agree In Jesus' name, we pray that these people leave us alone and that they, God corrects them. They're attacking kids, they're doing things that are causing harm towards my family. They're falsely accusing me of being on drugs. They falsely accuse me of, putting my daughter in the hospital and, making her.
Do you all hear how she's trying to talk like she's innocent? They're falsely accusing me of being on drugs. That's a way different tone than the tone she had over the weekend as she's speaking about me. She sure didn't sound like that then. Okay. Y'all tell me, what do you think? Does this sound like a whole different person?
Your support. Southern sassy, but vaginitis on camera while eating a healthy breakfast. breakfast.
Does that sound like somebody who goes to church on Sundays and prays to God before every meal and before laying their head at night? Sounds a lot different than the Brittany we just heard, doesn't it?
Breakfast. She does say that, doesn't she? Vaginitis on camera while eating a healthy breakfast. I have lost. No, you didn't.
She's giddy as hell talking like that. Having a grand old time participating in that type of behaviors, but has the nerve to pray on behalf of us? Has the nerve to project her shortcomings onto us? Oh, I don't think so. No, you would pray for people to be guided by God's wisdom and forgiveness. Oh, not his vengeance, right? Okay. Right, we're the evil ones.
Oh my God. That one's hilarious. For Cooter. Oh my God.
I want you all to take a moment and look at what is tagged here. Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, Hendersonville. Identify, this is about the green hoodie person. Green hoodie, a female? Are we getting a break in the case? She is saying all of this while speaking about Sebastian Rogers, a missing child. This is her content while speaking about Sebastian Rogers. Everyone's auntie, I'm telling you, stay right here. You'll find out more than enough about her. She is deplorable. Yep. In case any of you also didn't notice that, her thumbnail and her title is Green Hoodie, a female? Are we getting a break in the case? Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, Hendersonville, Sebastian Rogers.
No, you didn't. Oh my God. That one's hilarious. For Cooter. Oh my God. For Cooter, vaginitis. Oh my God. When she said vaginitis, I couldn't hold it. I could not hold it. Vaginitis. Dirk saying, good to see you. Member for 6 months. Been watching since Thanksgiving. McKees. There's something going on there. Glad.
Nobody's there anymore. None of these people are there anymore. Amos Liz left. A lot of these people have left, which is why Brittany has now resorted to exploiting the fact that she has a newborn to get money. This is the woman that couldn't afford diapers or formula for a baby. She admittedly planned, but she can order fast food via DoorDash nightly. Sound like the same woman that just offered that fake prayer? Covering a true crime case where she hopes she will bring new people in? Sure doesn't to me. Sure sounds different to me. Man, I got this one fly. I'm outside, obviously, and this one fly keeps biting me. Yes, because vengeance is the Lord's. He will show her the error of her ways in his timing. Well, I often say, Lady Reb, because I do agree with you, And I often say Brittany talks a lot about karma and this and that, but she never accepts that perhaps what is happening is her own karma. To me, it's very obvious that this is karma and or simply just the choice, the actions to her choices. You know, every action has a reaction. Brittany wants to give the action, but she never wants to accept the reaction. She's a victim when the reaction happens. It was crazy. I DoorDashed last night and was $30 for just me. How can she afford that with all of her kids? It would easily cost $80 a night. Don't I know it, Maddie? She's able to afford it because she can come on this internet and convince the 2-3 generous people in her chat that she needs their financial help, and they'll give it. You got one woman who was using her hard-earned money to send groceries to Brittany's door. This is why, Brittany, you fall under the category of the things God did not like. You said he hated. I didn't know God had hate. Again, I don't recognize your God at all. But one of the things God did not like is a heart that devises wicked schemes. And that is you. You secretly plot and conceive evil plans to con people out of their money. Gluttony, greed. Well, she said her God hates. I keep saying her God because, again, I don't know. I've never heard of the God she pretends to pray to. Never heard of them. Don't recognize them. Michaela says, I'm a DoorDash driver and I refuse to order at DoorDash. The menu prices are higher. The fees and the tips is insane. I agree. How nice is it, though, to be able to sit on a live stream because you don't have to go out and food shop for the ground beef and the things to cook dinner 10 p.m. at night because you have DoorDash bringing it. That's a luxury that most people can't afford. But the woman who can't afford an air conditioner, knowing summer's coming, who can't afford diapers and formula for the baby she planned and knows is coming, can afford that. I've never seen nothing she prays to. What kind of person prays to God and all that and then ends the stream with, don't forget to take your medicine? Something you stole from Voices, you weirdo. You just became friendly with her and you're already mimicking her. But that's not very Christian-like. Don't forget to take your medicine. I have never. I don't know. If any of you would like to come up and share your perspective on this sweet Christian woman's evil prayer, you're more than welcome to. Some Christians are more fire and brimstone, but even those, I don't think they would even pray for someone's downfall. Well, yeah. And Brittany does. Nightly. Why do people keep supporting her? Don't they know Craig is capable of working? Instead, y'all buy his beer. Sweetie Cake says, I used to DoorDash get out of the house during the shutdown. You want to be shocked at how many scammed the F out of it. DoorDash, etc. I believe it. July says she is no Christian. That prayer last night, I would have been scared to speak those self-serving words. I thought when they said they were going to pray, I thought they were going to pray for the victims of the story she was getting ready to tell, of the case she was going to speak upon. Who would have thought her prayer was going to be all about her and her fallacies? It's deplorable. Honestly, deplorable. Not adorable, Brittany, like you think you heard the CPS worker say. Deplorable. I usually pay $25 for DoorDash and can eat for 2 days. And that's for one person, Gare. Imagine a grown man, 2 growing boys. A singer who says two of the terms. Well, that's two of the terms that Voices says as well. Go take your medicine and twat waffle. That's how Voices speaks. Just like she's, now says, my name's Bennett and I'm not in it. What? I'd be embarrassed if I mimicked the people that I claim to despise. Like if I accidentally slipped up and let people know that I actually watched the people that I claim to be so terrified of and despise so much that I'm now stealing sayings from them, I'd be mortified. Just like she says, and if you haven't, would you please consider hitting a thumbs up? Where'd you get that from? She didn't pray for health on her little ones or anything. No, we were her prayer. There was another clip of it. And it's her and Craig talking beforehand. And, again, you go live and these two talk like they don't live together and they haven't spoken at all. But I also heard that Brittany was once again lying. She was lying that I played the entire call with the tip line that Seth Rogers made. It's not true. And you know why I never played the entire call? So for those who don't know, the missing child, Sebastian Rogers, his father had a tip line set up that you could call. We thought that the tip line was being run by his then girlfriend, Michaela, and they had broken up. So we were curious if the tip line was still operating. So I called it and I told them who I was. I was a YouTuber and that I was just calling to see if the tip line was still operating. And a woman tells me it was. And then she goes on to tell me things that I did not need to know. And the only reason I never played the entire phone call of the tip line that was associated and run by his father, Seth, and his team is because they told me things about that child that I did not need to know, that the world does not need to know. And I'm sure I'm not the only person they told these things to. But so what if I do play it, Brittany? So what if I decide now, after everything, the only reason I won't is for the integrity of Sebastian. Instead of lying on me that I played that recording, why don't you ask his father why his tip line lady was giving out that type of information? That was his daddy's tip line. Why don't you ask them why they were giving out disparaging information about Sebastian via tip line to what they knew was a YouTuber? Because believe me, I told the lady who I was. I told her I was a YouTuber. I could have very easily taken that phone call and repeated all of the information that I was given, especially when I have documented proof that I was given it via that tip line. And then you wouldn't be able to take any of it out on me. You'd have to question the father and the one he hired for the tip line. It's not on me. Anyway, she went on to say more things to deflect from what Craig said. What about when Granny said this? And what about when QB said that? I was sued, Brittany. What about it? I was sued. Are you saying that Seth Rogers should sue you for what Craig said about his son? Because your whataboutisms are as tiring as your fake prayers. What about this? What about that? I can't stand adults that do whataboutisms. It's something I taught my kids early on. If I'm talking to you about something you did, I don't want to hear, what about when he did this? What about when she did that? We're talking about you. Clearly, Brittany has never had anybody teach her the same. Because as a grown woman, she does a whole lot of whataboutisms. Good morning, Regina.
Good morning, Granny. So you asked a question from the Christian side of things, and I thought I would answer that question for you, um, about BJ praying bad things on her enemies. Let me let me just give you one quote real quick, and that's all I wanted to do was give you one quote real quick, and let people take away their own uh conclusions about what the Bible says about your enemies and how you should treat them. This
Absolutely.
comes from the book of Matthew, okay, chapter 5, verse
Is
44.
is that a Christian book? The Book of
Uh,
Matthew?
that's the Bible. That is a book from the Bible, the Holy
Oh, okay.
Bible, the New
Sorry. I I
Testament to
I
be
know a little
exact.
bit, but not enough. So thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, you're
All right.
fine. It says, love your enemies, bless those who curse you, do good to those who hate you, and pray for those who spitefully use you and persecute you. That is everything the opposite, BJ, of you sitting there claiming to be a Christian and what your whole prayer is. I just want to point that out. And I just hope that you really do take into account, BJ, what you're doing to other people that don't know God and don't know anything about Him, because the Bible is very clear what happens to people that turn hearts to stone against the Lord. I'm leaving that out there.
Oh, what's it say about that? Do you know? I'm sure I
Uh,
can Google really quick. Hearts to stone against the Lord. Let's see.
you're look.
I know. I know it.
Hold on a
So, hearts
second.
to stone refers to the spiritual condition of stubbornness, pride, and deliberate rebellion against God. It means a person becomes unresponsive to God's guidance and remains unrepentant despite his grace and warnings. Ooh, rejection of truth, self preservation, spiritual deadness. Yeah, everything of which Brittany is. Amen to that.
Yeah, your hypocrisy turning people away from God, you're damned. You're like
Mm-hmm.
doomed. Like that is blasphemy. You're denying the spirit. Whenever you turn people away from God with hypocrisy, like you're better off being the Bible says a pharaoh in prophecies than to be a hypocrite. If you're a hypocrite, you're no better than the pharaohs in prophecy, something like that. I don't remember the exact verse. But
Well, she
everyone in here
named.
that
Sorry, go ahead. I
no, go ahead.
apologize.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, she tried naming the seven abominations as seven things that God hated and despised. And my understanding of the God that I've always heard about is one that's full of love and forgiveness. So I don't think there's anything that he hated and despised, but I could be wrong. I'm not religious, right? But I do know that she referred to the seven abominations as that and then projected them onto us. And I don't think that, I just think that's crazy. Like, again, if you look at what they are, they're more fitting to Brittany than to any of us. A lying tongue, hands that a heart that devises wicked schemes, feet that rushed into evil, arrogant,
Yes.
haughty eyes, a false witness, one who sows discord. They're more fitting to Brittany. But she said that they are things that he hated and despised.
Yeah.
Well, that's projection.
Yeah, that is projection. Not only that, but honestly, if you have love in your heart, okay, Granny, I cannot stand the things that Brittany does. I
Right.
cannot stand the way that she treats other people. And I am not happy with the way she is, okay? I still don't pray for bad things to happen to her. I pray for good things to happen to her that enlighten her and help her progress as a better human so she stops hurting other people. That's
Mm-hmm.
what she should be praying for. If you're praying for your enemies, you're praying that they become better so that they aren't the way that they are that hurts people and you and others. You see what I'm saying? And that's
Right.
what real love is about. And her sitting there saying she wants all these evil things and death and this, that, or the other, just like says Samael prayer. That's that's not what Christ teaches us about love.
Right.
It's
Well,
not.
that's why I said she may present it as if she's praying to God, but those words aren't going to God. You're praying, but it ain't going to God.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
I know Tara says, but God does do vengeance, the floods. Right. We understand that. But you're not supposed to pray to God for vengeance. That's on your enemies. That's wild. Again,
No, we pray for justice. We pray for what is just, what is right, what is holy, what is good. And we don't pray for vengeance because vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. I mean, that's
right.
not for us to judge. We just ask for justice and, the truth. That's all
I
we
mean,
can ask for.
I'm personally tired of her because she'll say like, y'all, they're evil entities talking about us. And then when she's covering a case, a murderer or somebody who abused children or whatever, she'll say, y'all, they're evil entities. I'm tired of her putting us on the same level. I mean, again, she waters down everything, right? Oh, somebody came in her chime wrote, OMG. And she's like, oh, what happened? I got PTSD. She's saying she has PTSD from YouTube drama as she's covering a case where a 3-year-old laid in a bedroom under a blanket while her mother was brutally murdered and her sister was cut out of the mother's stomach, where a woman had to come into the home and couldn't even step over her own daughter's body to go help her grandchild. And this bitch is talking about PTSD from YouTube drama?
Yeah, no.
She waters down the severity and then the sincerity behind words. So when you're calling people evil entities, you sound like one yourself. I'm not evil. I don't have an evil spirit in me, but I certainly have a revengeful one. And I will do everything through the guidance of a lawyer to seek revenge on what you have put me and my family through. But to compare me or to compare my actions to that of a woman who would do that in front of a 3-year-old baby to a mother and a newborn, shame on you. Even given that prayer before covering that story, shame on you. Her hardships are fabricated. Her victimhood is a fallacy. Everything about her is self-induced and self-inflicted, yet she projects it onto everybody else. If
Absolutely.
anybody here is evil or demonic or anything in between, it is Brittany Nicole Jackson. And that's on God.
Anyone sitting there having that depth of hate in their heart, praying for bad things to happen to people, that's not of God. That is literally not of God, to pray for bad things to happen to people. Now, is it just to pray to God for him to deal with your enemies? Absolutely.
Yeah, but
That's
you don't
just,
do
but you
that
don't
on
sit
a
there and no.
you don't do that on a fucking live stream. You don't sit there on a live stream before talking about a serious, heavy topic and say, we're going to pray, and then make the entire prayer about your fallacies and wishing harm on others.
Yeah,
okay?
no.
That's not what you do. That is a fake prayer. It is fake Christianity. It is religious manipulation and everything in between. It's deplorable, it's disgusting, it's egregious. And most importantly, it is not religious. She just makes me so angry. Well, this is true, right, Regina? They're the ones that talk about demonic spirits all the time. Isn't this the same woman and man that said that a succubus came in their home?
Yeah.
The same ones
Yeah.
that said
Funny
they
thing
had
about demons, though, if you really believe in God and you really believe in Christianity and what the good book says, it takes sin to invite that into your home. So I wouldn't be telling people on the internet there's demons in my home, because you got to invite them suckers in. I mean,
Well, she
your
has.
sin,
She's invited them in via her sins. She's a sinful person. She's a fake.
and ergo, that's how demons,
Right.
that's how they attach
I
themselves
mean,
to you, your own sin. So yeah, Grady, you're right.
I mean, this is a man, a father who looked at his young child who was up in the middle of the night, allegedly suffering from nightmares, and asked him why the devil's been after him since birth. Why's the devil been after you since birth, son? What?
You're yeah, I know. Never.
I mean, I have never.
never had my children say anything like that. As someone that, you know, I believe in God. I don't think there's a God. I know there's a God. My own reasons. Okay, you know, I'm not trying to beat people over the head with Jesus here, but I've never had my child or never said to my child anything about demons chasing them. My son, whenever he went to school, he used to ask all the teachers, "Do you know Jesus?" "I know Jesus." That's what a healthy uh Christian home is going to produce from children. It's what they're living. Um, and I think that, you know, some of the behaviors and things that go on are a production of what's going on in that household whenever it
Well,
comes
yeah,
to,
of course.
you know, everyone in that house and children and adults. So, yeah.
I appreciate you coming up and sharing that with us. Yeah, this is aggravating. I imagine as an actual Christian, it is very aggravating to hear somebody just so grossly misrepresent, you know, the religion and God and use it for personal vindictiveness. I've never experienced anything like it.
Yeah, no, and it's not a good look because I don't think what people realize is whenever they do that kind of fake hypocrisy, just trying to shove
Sanctimonious
Jesus
bullshit.
in your face to act like they're better than you, that's not what real Christianity is about. And it makes people that actually do have faith and do believe in God and do try to be better people, you know,
Yeah.
through Christianity, I think it hurts them. And I think that's what's going to turn around to bite BJ in the butt in the long run. But that's between her and God. You know what I mean? She's got to deal with that. I'm just saying, I'm glad I'm not her. Praise God. Okay.
Amen.
Okay.
Thank you, Regina.
Thank you, Granny. You have a blessed day, hon. I'm going to get
You
off
as
here.
well. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
And Craig's the one talking about demons sucking his juices. Yes, he did. He did say that. This man said that a demon sucked his juices, that a demon wanted to, what was the word he used? I'll kick Regina down. I forget what the word was that he used, but probe him? Was it probe him? Exactly, skies. And then on top of that, the sweet Christian family goes and admittedly names their newborn after a possession. He wanted to either name her Emily Rose or Damien if it was a boy. The devil may be closer than you think, Brittany. It certainly ain't over here. You got succubus, you got your waka baka thingies, whatever they're called. You're sitting there saying your son's bringing evil spirits with him to his grandmother's house and to this house and that house, asking him why the devil's been after him since birth. All these things in between. You know, there's one place I always felt safe as a child, and it was next to my parents. Okay. And I remember I used to wake up with nightmares and I'd go lay in bed with them and I felt safe. It breaks my heart to think that the one man that's supposed to make them feel safe, supposed to protect them, supposed to cover them, and nothing but good vibes, instead looked at him and said, "Why's the devil been after you since birth, son?" That is the ultimate disgrace. And I sincerely hope those children didn't hear your fake prayers last night. And instead of coming live on a Sunday talking trash, Brittany, you should consider going to church because I'm not sure you even know who you're praying to anymore. Let me fix this. Mm-mm-mm. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why she's constantly talking about karma, karma, karma for everybody else, but never accepts that she's living in hers. The idea of covering And she only covered the story she covered because of the Netflix series, hoping it would bring in new people. She said it herself. She herself stated she hopes this brings in new people. That is why she covered the topic. She didn't even know the topic. Most of her facts or details had to come from the channel guest. But the idea of covering a horrific tragedy, one that is incomprehensible for most of us, one of an innocent woman who one day hired a photographer for her wedding, befriended and trusted, to then lay on the ground, what was it, 5 stab wounds and 98 incisions, where a toddler was in a bedroom hiding underneath a blanket. A mother had to stumble upon her daughter in that condition. And instead of offering prayers to the family, to the loved ones that were impacted by that tragedy, her prayers were based around evilness, self-centeredness. Not very godly. That's who I thought those prayers would have gone to. It's weird to me as well, the cases she chooses to go over. I agree with that. The way they were hysterical laughing during that as well. She stole Annie Elise's channel under fair use. I hope I don't get struck. She deserves to get struck. Struck by her God for her sins and struck by any creator whose content she steals. We're YouTubers wanting new people, but she probably didn't know anything about what she was talking about. I'll be honest with you. When something touches my heart, when something I truly want to talk about because it means something to me, the last thing in my mind is getting in new subscribers. But you can tell that Brittany's not really passionate about anything she speaks on, aside from drama. Because, well, if the snoring and nodding didn't give it away, the fact that she doesn't care to study anything she speaks about before speaking about it should certainly give it away. Oh my goodness, 2 retirees. How horrific. The only reason she covered it was because of trending, and she didn't even listen or comprehend the complete Annie E stream. Because she doesn't care to. She has no care for the cases she covers. It's nothing but content. Yep. That's exactly right. And I think I did, Angel. Angel said, Words of God by Brittany Faye Faker. Yep. I did hear some, but was grossed out of her happiness at the horror. Did you hear when her and reality were literally hysterical laughing? And how Brittany kept saying things like the woman's faking her accent. Oh, and then Brittany went on to say how she had 2 other kids that she didn't even care for. Huh. Wow, you don't say. Yep, she did the same thing with the Shirley case. Jumped on the bandwagon after the Netflix stock took off. And Craigie said, yeah, the devil's been after you since the day you were born. Why has the devil been after you since birth, son? It always is, though, isn't it, Polly? It always is. I've heard of Tammy Faye Baker. These hummingbirds are so cute. It doesn't matter if I see 50 a day. I still just stare in awe. They're so cool. Right, the case has to be bumping. Now, I did hear she gave excuses for what Craig said about Sebastian. She gave excuses and she gave whataboutisms. Let's take a listen to that. I want to see how she can explain away the fact that her boyfriend said a missing child's case destroyed their lives. Well, was she accused of operating a RICO for covering it? Was she accused of 47 other claims in a legal document with a celebrity attached?
All right. So as I expected, and I knew it was going to happen. These people have taken Craig's words and just completely flip, twist, and distorted everything he said.
It was 2 whole sentences. How did we flip, twist, and distort it? How did we do that with 2 whole sentences? Nobody cares anymore. A lying tongue. Amen. You're right.
I sent Seth Rogers a text message, so I made sure to send it, directly to him first before I came on and addressed this. But in case those of you that don't know, Queen Bee, I think Gammy Num Nums, and Gammy, you got a whole lot of nerve to talk on anything that involves Sebastian Rogers after you've accused the boy of essaying his little sister. You have
first off, how dare you? Keep defaming me, Brittany. How dare you? You go on and continue to defame me and say what you say, and we'll see how far it gets you.
Accused him of being a bully. You told the whole world what
I accused Sebastian of being a bully? Okay.
That hotline lady told you. That you have accused him of being a bully. You told the whole world what that hotline lady told you that was embarrassing about Sebastian.
I told the whole world what the hotline lady told me that was embarrassing about Sebastian? Do you think that, Brittany? Or did the hotline lady tell a YouTuber embarrassing things about Sebastian? Because I'll tell you what, if I decided to actually play that audio, you should all take it out on his father. Because everything that was stated came from his father. And I most certainly did not tell everybody anything of what she told me. Steph's hotline. Right. Steph's hotline. And to say I have nerve, I was fucking sued. You have nerve trying to clean up your boyfriend's words with whataboutisms. Absolute whataboutisms. You used Sebastian's name. You ruined the awareness for it. Your boyfriend admittedly said nobody cares about him. And now you're deflecting onto what other people have said or done? Are you kidding me?
You have absolutely you're in no position to say anything about me regarding Sebastian's case.
I'm in every position to say all the things about you regarding Sebastian's case. I'm in every position to say everything about you regarding Sebastian's case. You took that boy's name, you took his attention, and you rode your revengeful fucking jealous, envious ass into the courtroom on it, and then dropped him. And then stopped speaking on him. We were silenced. They weren't. We were told we couldn't speak anymore by her and her friends, and they stopped speaking. You participated in the cover-up, Brittany. You participated in that boy's name no longer being on the Vinnypolitans or the News Nations or any of the organizations that mattered. You participated in that. You stopped the awareness. If anybody at all interfered with the search efforts for Sebastian, it was you and your cronies that used his name to file a ridiculous injunction on. Tell me what I have room to speak on.
Oh, period. None of y'all do. When y'all have been sitting over there in the graces and defending Christopher Proudfoot the whole time. So
now wait a minute. Because we're what, 2 years in? Has Christopher Proudfoot been arrested? Has Katie Proudfoot been arrested? Who the fuck are you to wave your finger at us that we should be ashamed? Because we're not putting down 2 parents who have not been prosecuted for a crime. Who are you? The only difference between Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, and you, Brittany, is 1 CPS visit and a child missing. You have taken the same very things that you and your family have experienced and projected it onto the Proudfoots. You have judged them for having 5 CPS visits while you've had 6 or 7. You have shamed them for not having any outdoor toy equipment for a 15-year-old boy while you admittedly lock yours in a house all day over your own fucking paranoia. You have judged Katie for not getting up when she heard a sound in the room that night as you sat your fat ass on the computer and asked Craig if he'd go check after hearing a loud noise that night, and he said no because he was playing video games. You are no better of a mother than Katie Proudfoot, and I don't care how much you want to pretend otherwise. Katie did things with Sebastian. Katie didn't promise to take Sebastian to the movies for his birthday. She went. Katie can produce 50 million videos of Sebastian today, and not one of them will be him twerking naked on the internet. You have no room to judge parents. You have no room to judge anybody whatsoever. But you sit over there and you're absolute squalor where roaches fly amongst you and you run your mouth as if you have any position to do so. Fuck you and your whataboutisms. Craig said the truth of what you say when that computer is off, and you know it. And Seth Rogers knows it. And Seth Rogers said it right when he said, how many times did you use his son to pay your bills and make money? You didn't even cover Sebastian's birthday like you promised his father, the father that you were friends with. How dare you sit over there and project anything on Christopher Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot? Miss, I'm facing truancy because I'm too lazy to get my fucking kids to school.
I don't know how this new little connection's going to work out, but I have a live scheduled for later where I have a list of questions to ask Justin. Just curious about.
I don't know how this new little connection's going to work out. You're so insecure that people are going to see who you really are on such massive levels that you'll go to any lengths to try to prevent it.
Things that involve, the honorable Justin. So anyway.
Hey, you guys, could you imagine if we found out that Chris and Katie Proudfoot were facing criminal charges for not getting Sebastian to school? What do you think the topics would look like? What do you think the people that were judging the fuck out of them would say about that? And you canceled that one, Brittany, to talk about Granny some more. The woman you sued because you're terrified of, right? The woman that gives you cold sweats and makes you not be able to sleep, eat, or shit. The one who made you miss important outings, right? If we just discovered that Chris and Katie were facing criminal charges because they didn't get Sebastian to school, what do you think the likes of Brittany would have said about it? Mr. Tomato Heads, you're on fire today, nailing it. I am angry today. I am admittedly angry today. When I heard she told that chatter who wanted to know what I've done to her, that I have abused the court systems against her, I'll tell you what, it shot a fire of anger through my soul. I pray that Justin stops writing in back chat and starts saying it out loud. That's my prayer of the day. Tell everybody all the things.
Yes, they did, just Nicole. They did. And in case you guys haven't forgotten, the bulk of these people that are coming at me saying that I said or that we said.
Hey, in case you guys haven't forgotten, I have never once accused Sebastian of essaying of anybody. I have never done that. You know what I've done? I put together the words of his own father and of his stepfather and made conclusions based off them. Logical conclusions. If somebody tells you that, listen, it's a heavy topic. People don't like it. But let's be honest here. I'm not gonna tiptoe around it when his own father didn't, okay? Seth Rogers told everybody that Sebastian was the victim of another child, right? Once in the chat, we heard Seth Rogers say that. That Sebastian was the victim of another child, that he himself was abused by another child. We're going to step by step go through it because I'm not going to be made out to be this bad person when I've shown more respect and more concern for that missing child's name than the heifer talking shit right now, okay? 2 in the chat, we've heard Seth Rogers say that Sebastian never received proper therapy for what he went through. If you've heard Seth Rogers say that Sebastian never received the proper therapy for what he experienced, put a 2 in the chat. You may bury your head in the sand, but I won't, especially after being sued. Lots of 1s, lots of 2s. 3 in the chat if you've heard Seth Rogers state that Christopher Proudfoot didn't want Sebastian around his daughter. 3 in the chat if you've heard Seth Rogers state that that Chris Proudfoot did not want Sebastian around his daughter. And for the final one, for all of you that want to pretend I'm some big, horrible person for saying what the fuck you won't, 4 in the chat if you've heard Seth Rogers state that Chris Proudfoot told him if the word got out there, people will stop looking. 4 in the chat if you've heard Seth Rogers state that Chris Proudfoot said if the word gets out there, people will stop looking for him. 5, come up with your own conclusion. What I said is there's a possibility that that's what happened. I don't have to go around little coded words and da-da-da-da-da. I'm not stupid. I'm not ignorant. And I'm very well versed. And you know what's funny? Brittany tried to shame me for saying that oftentimes children that suffer through that did not receive proper therapy will go on to mimic it. What did Brittany say when covering her last case? The same exact fucking statement. A fact that is written on documents. Everything I know is because of Seth Rogers himself and or his team, like the tip line lady. If you don't like it, there's a reason they didn't file it in the injunction. Okay? There's a reason not one bit of that was written in the injunction. It wasn't written as defamation. It wasn't written as anything. Why? If you think it was such a big deal and it's the reason I was sued, why wasn't it highlighted? Why wasn't it written under defamation? Because Seth Rogers said it, and he said it with a reason. Marina girl, thank you so much for the gifted. Listen, I'm sorry. I don't like it any more than any of you. Cheese Brown, thank you for being a member. It's not like I came out here one day and said, you know what? I'm going to put horrible accusations on a 15-year-old innocent missing child. No, I didn't do that. You know who did? His own fucking father. You may not like it. I don't like it. But when it comes to things like true crime, there are ugly aspects to it. It is not rainbows and butterflies, okay? Don't sit over there and keep defaming me that I defamed a missing child when you don't fucking know if it's defamatory or not. It would suck if I had to sue Brittany for this. It really fucking would. And if I do, Seth Rogers, you can thank her for it. You better give your friend a call and tell her to shut the fuck up. I'm tired of her trying to beat me over the head for your words. How wrong would I be if I played the audio from Seth Rogers' tip line? You let me know. Would I be responsible for playing the words of his own tip line? Would the onus on that fall on me? Or should it fall on the person that said the shit? I told that lady straight from the bat that I was a YouTuber. There's a reason she told me what she did. There's a reason all of these parents put the things they did in our heads. All of them. I don't want to know this shit. I didn't need to know this shit. It wasn't fair to put this on us. It wasn't fair to lay this type of stuff at our feet. But once again, like I've done many times for your children, Brittany, I will spare their integrity and step up where you didn't. And I keep doing the same for Sebastian. but you're not going to sit here and keep using that as a knocking point against me when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Said Sebastian ruined our life. Are you fucking kidding me? That Sebastian caused drama? He
He did. That's exactly what he said. Precisely what he said. Yes, he absolutely did.
never said that. Those were not his words. That is not what Craig said. Yeah, I don't know why the fuck y'all. First of all, why are you coming at me for the words of someone else, for one? Why are you coming at me for anything that anybody else says besides myself? That's number one. And number two,
why are we coming at her for anything anybody says besides herself? I've heard Brittany go at me for things my moderators have said. I've heard Brittany go at me for things many people have said that I've never said. You shouldn't be held responsible for your man and the words coming through your mic. Once in the chat, if you think Brittany is absolutely responsible for the words that come through her mic, this mic right here, if somebody next to me right now spoke through my mic, I'm responsible for what was said. It's the mic in front of me. I have the mute button. You're absolutely responsible for what that drunken fool said. Absolutely you are. Most importantly, because you've been dishonest with him. Because instead of admitting to him that you raised your hand and ran to Tony's phone line to get in on the injunction because you were afraid that Nick would come on my panel, you allowed him to believe that all of this happened because you tried to do something good, because you tried to give awareness for a missing child. You didn't tell your man that your intent was evil, that you jumped in bed with these men with evil intentions. What is it? What is it that you said God doesn't like? Well, you said it was hate, that God hated. Let me look again. A heart, wait, here it is. Feet that rushed into evil. You didn't admit to Craig that your feet rushed into evil. That you did this, not Sebastian, not Sebastian's case, not the coverage of Sebastian's case, the choices you made during it. But right on par for who Brittany non-Black Jackson is, she has to blame everybody around her. It is never Brittany's fault. It is never Brittany's actions. It is always somebody else to blame. I have never met a woman who has made it to damn near 40 years old without ever taking an ounce of accountability. Sebastian Rogers didn't do shit to you, nor did his case. Your choices during it did. Shame on you. Shame on you, you liar.
what y'all were trying to say that he heard, he never fucking said. He never said that. He never said Sebastian caused drama and that Sebastian's the reason for our problems.
This is the same woman that literally started off a live stream screaming how she's not pregnant and people need to stop fucking lying on her. And then turned around in the same live stream and admitted she was pregnant. This is the same woman who started with the live stream, how she's never talked to Nick, and 20 minutes later told everybody how she talked to Nick that day. Okay? This is the same woman who falls asleep on stream, has to suck up her own slobber that's coming out of her wide open mouth as she's snoring on the mic, and then tells everybody she wasn't sleeping. This is the same woman who said I defamed her when I said, you'll never catch me driving with my children unbuckled standing up. That later came on the internet and admitted that she got a ticket for her children standing unbuckled in the car while she was driving. I'm going to continue to dog the father of a missing child, Sarah Lynn, when he dragged me into frivolous litigation. Fuck off. You think I have to have respect for that man because his child's missing? A child who he said he wanted to take under his custody because he was going to give him a year to get his shit together. A child who he came on the internet and completely exploited and said the most about. You think I have to have respect for a man like that, a man who has a channel based off his son's disappearance but doesn't bother to post a fucking flyer about him? You really think I have to have respect for a man like that? The fuck out of here. Oh, now it's making me mad. Hi, Cheesy. Thank you for calming me down. Deep breaths.
Hi. Deep breaths. Breathe in. Breathe out.
Get it, though, Cheesy. I surely don't get it. Why do I have to have respect for Seth Rogers? Because his son is missing? The son he disparaged all over the internet? The son who, instead of bringing awareness to, he shit all over the ex he can't get over? Why do I have to have respect for a man who drugged me into a frivolous litigation, lied on it, signed under oath that he wasn't lying when he was lying, and most importantly, all the things I know came from Seth and his team, his tip line lady, him himself. Why do I have to have respect for him, Sarah Lynn? Please, if you'd like, click the link, come on up and tell me, or write it in the chat. You think every person that had a tragedy happen is a good person? Court is over, Sarah Lynn. I can't save it for court. If you don't want it spoken about, tell Brittany to shut her fucking mouth, because she knows the truth, but she doesn't have the balls to say it. I'm not going to keep being defamed because you all feel like I should keep things secret. His father said it, not me. You heard it too. If you want to bury your head in the sand as he said it, good on you. Some of us didn't. Please just unmute and shut me up, Cheesy.
It's just because you're better than them, you know. You're not out here to. I mean, obviously, everybody who's on YouTube is here to make money, but you know where it's not that YouTube. I've always said it's not that YouTubers are making money. It's how they're making their money, and you don't believe in making your money off of other people's downfalls.
Here's the thing, Cheesy. How many creators do you think would have had this conversation with the tip line and not played it? If it landed in Dolly
many.
or JLR or Justin's lap or any of those, or even Brittany's lap, you think she wouldn't have played that phone call? I could have easily played that phone call. I didn't.
Yes,
I did it for a reason. I'm so tired of being defamed and being stated that I've said and done things that did not originate from me. They didn't originate from me. And Sarah saying to save it for court is the dumbest thing I ever heard. Because if they didn't drag us into court, there would still be awareness for his missing child. Here's the thing, Sarah Lynn. Why didn't they sue me for defamation to begin with? If it's defamatory, you fucking idiot. You people don't use your common fucking sense. If I actually call Seth Rogers a pedo, which I never fucking did, but he said that I did. If I actually called him that, why wasn't it listed under defamation, Sarah Lynn? Why was it put under intentional infliction of emotional harm? If it's defamatory.
Right. They would have definitely used that against you in a heartbeat. Because that would have totally went against your character and everything.
And instead of thinking, well, why didn't they? She's right. Why was this alleged defamatory statement that Granny never actually made, but they wrote that she did? Why was it listed under intentional infliction of emotional harm instead of defamation? Because if somebody calls somebody the P word and they weren't the P word, surely that's defamation per se and an easy win. But yet it wasn't even listed under defamation. I wonder why. Fucking idiots. And these people claim to understand or know true crime. It's like, I'm not going to get further into it. I don't have to have respect, Sarah Lynn, for Seth Rogers, and I'm glad that you do. But not every person that goes through a tragedy is a victim, okay? Sometimes they're the perp. Sometimes they never had good intent. Just like not everybody who dies is actually a good person, okay? Suddenly dying doesn't make you a good person, and being a victim of a tragedy of a loved one does not make you a good person. But thank you for your comment, Sarah Lynn.
Right. We can feel for him as the father of a missing child. I feel for him. I can't even imagine what them people are going through having a missing child. I can't even imagine it. But we don't have to like him. That doesn't mean he's a good person.
Yeah. I've had my fair share of empathy for Seth Rogers, and it's run dry. That's just the God's honest truth. Because here we are, a year and a half later into this lawsuit that they appealed, and at any time, any of these people could have had their big woke up moment. Because I saw Seth saying to Nick, you know, I'm getting tired of you making excuses for not calling me, blah, blah, blah. At this point, Seth Rogers knows that Nick, at night, all of them are fraudsters, yet he's still involved in all of this. He could have very easily broken away from all of it, right? Unless he signed some type of weird thing. Oh, your audio's fine. One Shot says, whether you believe or not, since Seth Rogers called upon Samuel during the church whatever, he and his friends from YouTube have been silently imploding. Perhaps they should all learn their own actions and change their ways. I'm so angry. I'm like stuttering reading. Absolutely one shot. That's true. If what I said about if what Brittany claims I said was so horrific, why does the bitch repeat it every chance she gets? I've heard some really horrible shit said about Sebastian. I never repeated it. Why not? Out of respect for his name. Why does Brittany repeat that every chance she gets?
She doesn't have respect. And then that's another thing. I mean, like, you knew she believed what Craig was saying about them not making money anymore, because all of a sudden she's like, I think I'm going to start covering the Nancy Guthrie case. Well, what is there to cover on the Nancy Guthrie case? Nothing.
Right.
You know?
What do you mean you're going to start covering a case there's nothing moving in?
Right. But that's where the views are right now. You know? So she's out doing these cases for money.
Oh, absolutely. She, even while covering what she did last night, she said, I think at least twice, that she hopes it brings in new people. Twice.
And yeah, I mean, YouTubers do want new people brought in. They want, I mean, that's what they're up here for, you know. But like I said, it's how you do it. I mean, I don't know. You don't cover these cases just for the money. I mean, there's lots of cases that people cover that don't bring any views in, but they care about the case. You know, there is some care when you talk about these cases. You know, it's not what brings the people in. It's if you care for that person, you know, the victim.
Right. While absolutely we want our channels to grow, that's why we have channels and all of that. I talk about things because I care about it, because there's a passion behind it. Actually, one of the coolest things I talked about got the lowest views. It was the werewolf killer, I think his name was, and we ended up getting the guy who was the security guard at the prison that he was in, came on panel to speak with us. It was cool as shit. In that case, I studied the hell out of it. I had notes going and everything. Bernie doesn't do that. She hears a topic that's trending and she has to go live about it. And she learns about it as she's live, because she doesn't care to do the groundwork. She doesn't care to do any of the basic work. She'll just play other people's videos on it and go, oh, wow. Oh my God. Hold on, y'all. Thank you, Bobby Penn. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Right, but she doesn't do the research to make sure that the information she's bringing out. I mean, I have many times heard people that I align myself with, but I've heard them say wrong things. I've corrected it, whatever. But just because it's somebody that you normally agree with doesn't mean they're putting out all the factual information. You know what I mean? Because we all know it's like a game of telephone sometimes, and by the time it gets to us, sometimes the facts are skewed a little bit, you know. But no, she'll just go out there and just grab whatever she can off of YouTube and play it and believe it, you know, and try to put it out as fact.
Yep. Just like when she said that the hospital knew that she didn't give the birth to the baby because she had a hysterectomy. No, that's not how the hospital knew. They ran tests. They looked at her. They could see that obviously this is not a woman that just gave birth by doing a visual exam. It wasn't because they knew she had a hysterectomy. It's because they knew that there was no way she gave birth, because they could see that she didn't give birth. But she doesn't know what she's talking about half the time. She has no idea. Which is why she sits over there and she's bored with her own true crime and she can't wait to do the drama. She's excited and alert while doing drama. She's snoring and nodding when doing true crime. Can't stand it.
I don't know anything about the case she's covering right now. I haven't looked into it yet.
Oh yeah, there's a Netflix did a series on it. Not a series, like a movie type of thing on it, a documentary, and it's a horrific, horrible case.
And again,
we project.
We can't always believe what Netflix says either. Just because they did a documentary on it doesn't mean everything they say is factual.
Well, it's actually like no, it is. It's like the police footage, all of that. It's like, you know what I mean?
Okay, because well, I mean, they have to make it so that when people are making documentaries and movies and stuff like that, they have to make it so it catches people's eyes too and attention. So sometimes things can be skewed in those also. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying, you do have to do research and make sure that what Netflix is putting out there is completely correct.
Yeah, they did it. They did it like through the eyes of like the body cams and all of that. But I mean, I agree with you.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Brittany admitted she didn't even watch the Netflix.
No, I bet not. That would have taken, time out of
Yeah.
sleeping or whatever the hell she does.
Or watching everybody and talking drama on YouTube.
That too.
It's called Maternal Instinct on Netflix. And it is heartbreaking. It's truly heartbreaking. It is unfathomable that there are people just walking amongst us like that. I mean, it is terrifying. And she got a lot of the information incorrect. Absolutely. She's had people pay for premium for years now and yet never gets premium.
Yeah, Muscles said she gave her a gift card for a whole year of it and she never got it.
Wow. She probably sold the gift card for cash value.
No, I think Muscles said she took it back or whatever when she wasn't using it or something.
Oh, it's like one of those ones you can send through your email or whatever. Probably like
I'm
that.
assuming so. That's what it sounded like.
Yeah, when you watch it, it will upset you. It's horrifying. And it's honestly, truly horrifying. I'm interested if the empathy is universal. Well, she's an empath. Empath, y'all. Oh. Yeah, Froggy, show proof. Well, at least Froggy's acknowledging that it was stated, but show proof that it was stated. Because I can pull up clips of Seth Rogers saying it. Can you pull up proof that it came from Chris's mouth? I'm so tired of these people. Were you going to say something cheesy and I interrupted? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was. That's fine. Must not have been that important. I have a really bad cold, so I'm keeping myself on mute.
Oh, well, sorry to hear that. Now, you're Christian, right?
I am, yes. I'm Catholic.
Yeah. How did you feel about Brittany's prayer from your religious perspective?
No, I think it was terrible. I mean, you don't, like I said in chat, you don't wish for people's downfall when you're praying. You pray for God's forgiveness. You pray for God's guidance. You pray for. I mean, I could see praying for you. You pray for your enemies, but like I said, you pray for God's forgiveness and guidance that they'll find the right way. That kind of thing. I don't like to get too preachy, but yeah, I mean, it's just it's ridiculous. You don't. Yeah, they're way too fire and brimstone. And I think when I've listened to them and their so-called Christian talks, it really feels like they've taken, because they don't seem like real educated people, in my opinion. And I think they've just misunderstood the things, and they take out this and they take out that out of the different things in the Bible that kind of align with what they think, and they use it to, they kind of take it out of how they think, and then they leave the rest. They leave the rest behind. You know what I mean? They only take out the things that make them look better, that help them. You know what I mean? Instead of taking it all in.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely agree with that. They nitpick the parts of it that they feel benefits them the most through their interpretation, while not understanding at all the full interpretation. Just like when Brittany said that goofy thing about the beam in thy neighbor's eye. It's like, first off, you're not even saying it correctly. Secondly, you are the most envious person and judgmental person I've ever met. Like the projection using religion and the fact that it's all used under, you're not these great Christian people when you're living under the same roof, not married, when you're having children out of wedlock, when you've walked away from 3 children. Like, religion isn't something for you to shield yourself from criticism for, or to try to soften yourself to an audience with. It's gross.
Right. You can't just choose the commandments that you want to live by and leave the rest behind. There are 10 of them, you know.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, you just, yeah, it's, and then like reality sitting there talking about, oh, I need to burn sage. Now people might argue with me, but sage is not a Christian thing. It's indigenous people, and they don't align with everything that the Bible says. You know, they have their own, which I don't know what all that is. I don't understand it all. I've never delved into it, so I'm not going to talk about it. But like I said, you know, I mean, that's one of the commandments is you don't worship another god besides me, right? And if you're using sage, that's more like witchcraft, or indigenous is what they call it, and that's why it's against my religion to believe in fortune cookies. I mean, we read our fortune cookies for fun, you know,
right.
But I don't live my life by that fortune cookie, you know, is what I'm trying to say, you know.
No, I get it. Yeah, that's interesting. That's a good point. Sarah Lynn, I think comprehension may be an issue for you, and maybe I can help you understand it. See, when Brittany did that prayer had nothing to do with the true crime coverage, okay? So Sarah Lynn says, everyone complained that BJ needs to shut up about drama and do true crime. That's a lie. Nobody at all has recommended Brittany do true crime. Nobody says, Brittany, shut up about drama and do true crime. Nobody. What she's told is to stop engaging with us and then crying she's a victim. Stop poking, crying she's a victim. Those of us over here, we prefer she stays away from true crime altogether because she's a disgrace, okay? Then they wrote, she does a true crime case, admittedly a horrible coverage of the case. So now you're triggered over her coverage? No. Again, you're wrong. You're comprehend. Stick with me here. She gave a false prayer where she called us evil, said God hates us, and wished vengeance on us. That is not doing true crime. That is poking like she always does. I'm pissed. I'm triggered over the fact that she keeps defaming me using Sebastian's name to deflect from her own fuck shit. That's where I'm triggered. Which face, thank you so much for 15 months. She should be praying for pest control. Sorry, Cheesy.
Right. Real Christians leave it up to God, the vengeance up to God. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not, we're not triggered over her. Although some people probably are triggered over her true crime, to be honest. I wouldn't at all doubt that. As you said yourself, admittedly, it was horrible. True crime is not something, these people's tragedies, these real people's real life tragedies, their heartache, the pain, the suffering they have gone through is not something for Brittany to fall back on to try to act like she's above drama, okay? Imagine if it was your loved one's case she was talking about last night. Would you be happy with her?
I wouldn't.
No, who would, Cheesy? You know what I mean? Who would? She doesn't even take the time to learn the basics. And she sits there and once again projects her own shortcomings onto others. Oh, I think she's faking her which one? Southern accent. I think she's faking it. Why would you ever think that woman was faking her Southern accent? I don't go around accusing everybody of faking accents.
And you know, so a lot of people, I mean, that's why like the Tammy Faye Bakers and whatever her husband, Bob Baker, whatever the hell his name was, Jim or something, Jim Baker. The reason why, I mean, I don't know how to say this, but the people in her chat, I mean, there's some of them that I believe they probably are true Christians and they truly believe and want good for everybody and stuff. But it's easy to fall for the wrong type of the wrong people that a wolf in sheep's clothing, I guess I would say.
False prophets
And that's
too,
what
right?
I believe. Huh?
False prophets.
Right. And because I can't believe that her chat isn't calling her out for that prayer.
Especially the Christians. But then again, Cheesy, let's be honest. The same Christians sit in that chat are the same ones that claim to be nurses or doctors and nurses and never correct her false medical information either. Matter of fact, would you believe, Missy Lou, thank you so much for the gifted. Would you believe that she had a chatter of hers that said that I've had C. diff several times and that comes from uncleanliness? I never even knew C. diff existed until I was in the hospital, damn near dying from it, which is likely. It doesn't come from horrible conditions. You can get it from taking antibiotics. I got it from the gym, is what we're guessing.
Yeah, my mother-in-law used to get it because she was a real bad diabetic, and she was on the verge of having amputations, and they gave her really strong antibiotics. She ended up with C. diff because it took all the good bacteria out of her that's supposed to fight all that stuff off. I mean, I'm not a medical professional, so excuse the way I explain things, but it's not from cleanliness.
A lot of elderly people actually suffer from it, and a lot of people in Brittany's chat stated that they suffered from it. And Brittany goes and has a chatter making such a blatantly wrong statement about it, just to try to make Brittany feel better about herself. Now, Sarah Lynn, again, comprehension, sweetheart, keep up with us here. Brittany said it, Toots. Brittany said it after her boyfriend used her mic to say nobody cares about Sebastian and that the case caused nothing but drama and ruined their lives. Okay. Brittany then brings out those three things as talking points for whataboutisms as to why nobody should talk about what Craig did to try to deflect the attention back onto me. Brittany, who's friends with the father, used that as an argument, hence why he's of discussion here today. And if the narrative's nasty, why did his father put it out there? My God.
Okay, so I want to say,
yeah, go ahead, Cheesy. Thank you.
Sorry, I want to say, we have not had a nasty narrative about Seth. We've not said that he's guilty and stuff. They have said that Chris and Katie are guilty. There is no proof. If there was even a smidge of proof that they were guilty, don't you think they would have been in jail at least a little bit for a little bit of time? They have not been arrested. They have, and they've been. Brittany and her friends have been persecuting Chris and Katie this whole entire time. What about the narrative that they're passing against Seth? Chris and Katie. The only thing that we've talked about Seth is the stuff that he's been saying.
Right.
And we wanted him to not, the things that we said was, like when he brought out all that stuff about the sexual abuse and stuff, that was not for us to know. He should not have brought all that stuff out here. And you notice that when he did, Katie was quiet up until then. Then she came out and started talking, right? Mm-hmm. That's what a true mother does. Now she was guilty and didn't. Right. And if she really didn't care about Sebastian, like everybody is saying she doesn't, she wouldn't have been the mama bear that she is and come out and protected her son at that moment. Right. Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm saying. They just, they think Seth is just this great guy, and he's not. I like I said, I give him sympathy for what he's going through, but that doesn't mean he's a good person.
Before they threw me into this bullshit and cost me an ungodly amount of money, I never said that I thought Seth was guilty. Never. Those words never came out of my mouth. Never called him a pedo. Never said anything like that. Lee Simmerman, don't you dare come in my chat and tell me I've said nasty things about Seth when you sit in a chat of Brittany, who sat there and made the worst allegations against Chris and Katie that I've ever heard. Okay? I don't have to think Seth is a good person. And I don't. After being sued by the man, I don't think he's a good person. I don't think a man who ran around telling people that they don't have his permission to use his son's name to search in the town he's missing from is a good person. He should have welcomed all the professional help he was receiving. Instead, he chased them all away with C&Ds and hired a bunch of buffoons that were parading around as if they were a private intelligence group when they are not even intelligent enough to spell properly. Okay? When they're now asking for office equipment, yet they claim they were worth $1 million retainer. He decides to go this route. He's the reason people aren't speaking about his son anymore. Do you know after they filed this RICO that Vinnie Politan started off a show about what RICO actually is and about how how gangsters are why the RICO term came to be. And they were literally laughing at the fact that Seth Rogers, without directly laughing at him, had the sheer nerve to file a RICO against YouTube creators. And then guess what? Vinnie Politan never covered the case again. News Nation never covered the case again. Nobody wanted to cover the case because nobody wants to get tied up in the bullshit that his father was doing. He ruined the national awareness of his child so he could get attention for himself.
Hey, that's what it's always been. Poor Seth, and
Lee, go back to
Brittany and
your
all
own.
them.
Sorry,
Brittany and all them have come out with. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Brittany has come out with blatant, and them, not just Brittany, but all of them have come out with blatant lies about Chris and Katie. The only thing we talked about is what Seth was saying right from his mouth. We weren't coming up with lies. This is stuff that he was telling us.
Remember when Brittany was elated at the fact that it came out that there was 5 CPS calls on Sebastian's behalf, and Brittany cheerfully made a community post saying that she has now been cleared. I forget. She literally said the word ostracized is what she said, which is not the actual word. And I forget how she wrote it, but it was disgusting. She was happy to hear there were 5 CPS calls where most of us were devastated to know that information. She was happy to hear it because in her world, it vindicated her for how she felt about the Proudfoots. How many CPS calls have you had now, Brittany? You said CPS failed Sebastian. Do they fail every child or only the ones you deem?
Right.
I had that post somewhere. I'm going to find it. Because I remember she wrote like, oh my God, you guys. It came out. There were 5 CPS calls and blah, blah, blah. And she was like, woohoo. I never seen nothing like it. It was so disgusting that she was literally excited that took place. And Seth, you can keep lying that you were unaware of their CPS intervention. Pretty sure. Positive, you were fully aware. Positive, you co-signed for the Proudfoots.
But then we continuously heard Seth say that Sebastian would misconstrue what punishment was with abuse. Remember him trying to showing him on a game what a real beatdown was? But how do we know that? How do we know that those 5 CPS calls weren't Sebastian misconstruing what punishment was or what abuse was? The only reason why they think that, right. I mean, how many times have I used to have a niece, or I have a niece, when she was a kid, she would call, I raised her because her mom abandoned her, and she would call the police on me saying that I was abusing her. And I mean, the stupid stories that she would come up with, I mean, obviously it didn't make sense. Like one time she told me I pushed her down the stairs, and the stairs that I had at the time, you would go down 2 stairs, there was a big landing, you'd turn a complete different direction, go down like 5 or 6 stairs, and there was a landing, and then you'd have to completely turn around again to go down 2 more stairs. And she said I pushed her once, and she pushed her down all the stairs, right? And the police are looking at it going, she pushed you once? Yep, she pushed me once and pushed me all the way down the stairs. And she was really, she was a teenager at the time. Well, here, what she was trying to do was her friend told her what a great, all the stuff that she used to get, that she was getting from her foster parents. So what she was trying to get was to be able to go into a foster home because she thought she would be happier and get more things.
Oh,
And
yeah,
she was a different duck, you know, when she was little.
right.
She's grown into a wonderful, wonderful human being now as an adult, but as a child, because she's
Yeah,
a
they don't
child,
understand. They don't understand the
right?
severity of the remarks they're making. That's like we just played a clip of Brittany allegedly lying to the doctors during a CPS visit that her mother beat her or something like that. Remember, we just played the clip.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And you have the fact that Seth Rogers, like you were saying, when Sebastian was 5 years old, Sebastian allegedly went to school, according to Seth, allegedly went to school and told the teacher that daddy beats his ass. And because of that, Seth was angry that he told the teacher that when Sebastian came home from school, he sat him down and played a bloody scene from Mortal Kombat to show Sebastian what a real ass beating is. 5 years old.
Yep. Yeah, it's crazy. And by the way, for the people that are listening, my niece tells everybody that I was the best mom to her, and she loves me very much, and she celebrates Mother's Day with me and everything now. So
Oh, she
I wasn't
probably, I
the
mean, you
abusive
have,
person.
right. You have a young girl who is not with her biological mother. She's being raised by her aunt. Her friends in foster care, bragging about all the nice stuff she's getting. And she wanted what she thought was a better world. But as a kid, they don't get it. It's easily understandable.
Right. Teenagers,
Lee,
they
the
don't
only thing you
understand all
twist
that.
is Brittany's calendars every day. Okay, Lee? You sit there and you twist a woman nodding out on camera to being, oh, well, no, she wasn't. She's fine. Shut up, Lee. Why are you even here? You amaze me the way you come in this chat and you comment. But if anybody from over here comments, we turn around and say, oh my God, Granny's people are harassing her. Shut up, Lee. Lee twists his reality every night so he can sit over in Brittany's chat and pretend that he doesn't see everything that we see. I'm not even going to say it. Shut up, Lee. Cash says Detective Ken did not take the case due to the circus created by many. That was sad to hear. Until an indictment on the exploitation of case. Yep. Nobody wanted to get involved after they opened up a whole fucking lawsuit and sent out CMDs and had Dog the Bounty Hunter threatening people. Come on now.
Well, and another point I was trying to get to with my niece story is that now I lost it again. God dang it.
Is that just because the Proudfoots had 5 CPS cases they're claiming, and it wasn't the Proudfoots that had 5 CPS cases. Sebastian had 5 interactions with CPS. They weren't all based on what was going on in the Proudfoot home. Ain't that right, Seth? And that is where you were headed with it.
Right. Thank you. Well, the thing is that the point I was trying to make was when my niece was growing up, she had no rules. Her mom was a druggie and everything else, and she could just do whatever she wanted and stuff like that. Her and her brother. But when she came to my house, there were rules. You know, bedtimes. You know, we had structure. I had children of my own. We had to. You know, dinner was around this time. You know, we went to school every day. We were on time to school. We didn't just take days off just because we didn't feel like going to school, things like that. And that was another reason why, you know, like the time she called the police on me, I told her she couldn't go to a dance because she wasn't doing what she was supposed to do as far as school goes and her grades. She wasn't behaving. So she was mad at me, and that's why one reason why she called them, because I wouldn't let her go to this thing that night for her with her friends. And so she was angry at me, and that's why she called them, right? So how do we know that wasn't happening? I mean, because when Sebastian was at Seth's house, it sounds like there wasn't any rules. He could just sit there and play video games and eat candy and all kinds of crap and do whatever he wanted. Whereas when he was with Chris and Katie, they had structure, which you're supposed to have with kids.
I mean, I'll forget.
That was the point I was trying to get to.
And you're right about that. I remember one time my daughter was like, I'm calling the cops on you. I'm calling she didn't say CPS, but she said she was calling the cops on me. I said, here, take the phone. That would be the biggest
Right.
mistake you ever make, girlfriend. But kids say things out of anger and hurt, and they do make dumb decisions thinking life's greener on the other side. There's greener grass. Now, we do know that there were times Sebastian must have felt that Steph's house was greener because he was unattended for up to 16 hours a day. That's right, folks. This highly autistic and capable picture of a child they painted was capable enough to stay unattended for up to 16 hours. Matter of fact, he was so capable that he knew exactly what time daddy would be home, and he'd wait in the driveway with a fresh cup of coffee for him. Fuck off.
Right. I mean, yeah, but see, people don't think about this stuff. They don't. It's common sense, but they don't think about it because a lot of these people don't have common sense.
Because it doesn't fit their narratives. It doesn't fit their narratives of this poor, incapable, severely autistic child that can't take care of himself, and he's fully dependent on his parents to love and nurture. And well, that Chris and Katie, they weren't nurturing. They didn't love him. Blah blah blah. I heard Brittany say that not too long ago. I believe it was Brittany made a statement that Sebastian didn't want to go back home because he felt like Chris and Katie didn't like him. It's funny she said that. It's funny you said that. After your daughter admits on your panel that your oldest boys go to her because they don't go to you for anything. But it's funny to hear her say that when the Proudfoots asked Seth to step up and help them and to take Sebastian. And what was Seth's response? Nah, I'll give him another year to get his shit together at school.
Right. What kind of father says that, And that's what another point I was getting to was this is what Seth has put out here for us to analyze. Right.
Yes.
So, I mean, but like I said, they have actually said blatant lies about Chris and Katie. They have created things about Chris and Katie,
They have. They absolutely have. They have fabricated the most about them, and that's what's aggravating. And then if you repeat Seth's words or you talk about Seth's words, they go on the defense like you're making shit up, and it's like, no, he said it, but you're actually making things off. But go off.
Right, exactly. And if these 5 CPS calls or how many ever CPS calls there were, if they were that bad or there was really something to look into, don't you think cops would have looked into those? And if there was really anything that bad, that they would have brought some, like if they thought Chris and Katie actually did something to Sebastian, don't you think that they would have used those CPS calls to at least hold them or something? You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, that's all
right.
proof of them mistreating their kid, right? If they
think.
were.
Yeah.
You
would think
if they
if there
were
was
that
documented
bad.
proof, there was documented proof of abuse, yeah, that would be a huge reason for the cops to I agree. I absolutely agree. But I wonder now, Brittany, having gone through so many CPS visits, as she claims, allegedly, how do you feel now about that statement you made? Are the amount of times CPS came to somebody's home a actual indicator of abuse and neglectful parenting, or is it not? Do you still feel that CPS failed Sebastian, or do you feel differently having experienced it? I'd love to know. And Lee, like the real Samantha said, stop acting like you don't sit in Brittany's chat night after night, turning a blind eye to her fuck shit. You can't honestly say you support someone who is so irresponsible. Check back into reality. Not the panel guest reality, but actual real life reality. You're sitting in delusions.
Right. And if everybody thinks that the decisions that BJ makes in her parenting, I question your parenting also if you think it's okay. I mean, there were times when my kids would stay home just because or whatever. I mean, we all do stuff like that, dumb stuff, right?
Right.
But I mean, this is a continuous thing,
Now, like, could you imagine if either Queen or I were live and it's 10, 11 p.m. and we are door dashing ground beef to make dinner that night? People would be like, what? You didn't make dinner for your kids yet? You're on YouTube? You're on YouTube for 4 hours. You still haven't made dinner and it's going on midnight? Can you imagine if our kids were in the background all the time until 3, 4 a.m., participating in adult bullshit and all the things in between? These same people that turn a blind eye to Britney, allowing all of that and doing all of that, are the same ones that would be highlighting it about us. Period.
Right. Oh God, you guys would be prosecuted on here, for God's sakes. Or
Absolutely.
persecuted, I mean.
I agree, my dad's fave, and it shouldn't be the normal. And it's not normal. It is very much, in my opinion, neglectful.
And we're not all perfect parents. I mean, there were times when my kids would stay up late. We all would be playing Guitar Hero or something. We were wee people. And we'd be staying up way too late playing Guitar Hero, where we were all like in the morning dragging our ass when we had to get up for work in school. And that was on occasion. It wasn't all the time, right? But this is every night,
We do that.
every single night on a school night. You know,
During school season, off season, Brittany, admittedly, the one time last summer had to wake. Never mind. I'll just say this: up all night, sleeping all day. Do you know how unhealthy that is, especially during the summertime? No fresh air, no, socialization, interactions, no nothing. Just up all night, sleep all day. Up all night, sleep all day. And then, of course, when the school time comes, that's a hard habit to break. But, like Ganzo said, BJ actually says CPS calls prove they are great parents because their kids weren't removed in over 7 visits. How many true crime cases have we spoken of where the child was actually failed by CPS? CPS is not a perfect organization. They get things right. They get things wrong. It is not a testament to what a good parent you are. A good parent wouldn't need 7 calls. Nobody expects, it takes a lot for CPS to actually remove children from the home. A lot. As many of us are aware of because we actually follow true crime.
well, I have to say, with my niece, the way she acted, never once did I ever have CPS in my home, ever. Not once. Never been investigated by CPS because there was nothing to look at, right?
Yeah. I can't wait to see the Toy Story Never Say Never. I bet it's adorable. Thank you, Lady Luckin. I know several CPS workers because of my job. They don't remove children very often at all. No, of course not. It's like the last thing they want to do. They give you so many chances, which is why in a lot of these cases, we hear CPS was involved, but they missed this sign, or they didn't see the child in 6 months, although they were supposed to, and blah, blah, blah. We hear of it all the time.
Right, every parent ain't perfect. They're naive. They're uneducated. They don't know certain things or whatever. So it's CPS job to work with them and make them better parents. That's all. Most times.
Right.
I mean, unless it's just downright blatant abuse. But yeah, normally it's just hey, we need to help you out because you're misguided or whatever, and they're just helping them out to get them on the right path. That's usually what CPS does.
Right, like telling them they have to clean up the home, they have to make a bedroom, they have to give them beds, they go through a lot of steps to help keep the children in the home because, let's face it, even, uncleanly homes or whatever, unless a parent is very physically abusive, it's best for kids to stay with their parents.
And really and truly, if a parent does have a CPS worker come into their home, I'm not automatically going to hold it against them because, like I said,
No.
we're all not perfect parents, and
Right.
we're all we all know what we know from the way we were raised, right? And not everybody was raised in a good home. Not everybody was raised with cupboards packed with food, and
Right.
making sure the bills were paid. Parents that were making sure the bills were paid and everything. Not everybody had those childhoods. So I understand, we're a product of the way we're raised, right? And so, like I said, I wouldn't hold it against anybody who has a CPS call. It's what you do after that. Are you taking the guidance? Are you doing what you're supposed to do with the education that they're giving you, right?
No. Yeah. I know. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I do. I don't think bragging about how many CPS visits you had and use that as a indicator of being a good parent. I think that's so goofy. I mean, whatever. I can go into 50 million reasons why I think Brittany is a horrible mother, and that's just that. That's my opinion, and that's not going to change.
Well, and that just goes to show what kind of parent you are, because CPS has had to be called that many times. They've had to come to your home that many times and do programs with you that many times. That's terrible. You know, I mean, that's what I'm saying. You obviously didn't learn anything from the first time that you had CPS. Like I said, I don't hold it against somebody who has CPS in their home one time, as long as you're following what they're saying, right? Then if you're following what they're saying, you don't need to have CPS in your life the rest, more times, right?
Right. You do it right the first time. Yeah, absolutely agree.
I'm sorry, I'm stuttering on my words. I have a really bad head cold, and my brain is just not functioning correctly right now.
That's horrible, especially during the summertime. I'm sorry to hear that. It sucks. I'm forever grateful CPS took my mom from her awful bio parents when she was 3. She was raised in a safe and loving home by amazing foster parents. Yeah, there so many people have a bad stigma on CPS, and it's all based on experiences. Like I said, they're not all bad, they're not all good. And people are right. Shani and Rev absolutely had tons of CPS visits before those children were actually removed. That's what I said, Michelle. It's the fact that she uses these CPS visits as a weapon, as a tool, as a shield, instead of ever having self-awareness that, there's a reason these things are happening, and it's not because of everybody else. Stupid.
And yeah, I'm definitely not saying the CPS system is perfect by any means. No, they definitely do fail children every day. I mean, look at poor little Harmony Montgomery,
Mm-hmm. There are so many well-known cases where it feels like CPS absolutely failed. Right. That's the whole point, right? That's how we got into this discussion. Before, she says CPS coming means you are bad parents, and that Chris, Seth, and Katie had been rumored to have had 5 between the 3 parents' 2 homes. She literally stated that CPS failed Sebastian because there were so many calls and they didn't intercept. Now, because of her own life experience, she says differently, that it shows that she's a good mom. So I'm just curious if her thoughts on the Proudfoots as far as the CPS visits go has changed.
Right.
Was it an unfair statement to make about the Proudfoots? But she'll never admit that. She always does whataboutisms. I know, because it was the first time she ever got dressed. You're so right. Like you are dressed up and your brand new skirt and shirt and makeup and all of that because you're going to truancy court. Because despite several attempts to communicate with you about why your child was missing school, you ignored all of them to the point where they had to bring you to court to face criminal charges for child truancy. And you are uploading selfies, feeling yourself to social media.
Right.
Unbelievable. Right. Like no humiliation. No, she always says, I would be ashamed. I don't even think she ever felt shame a day in her life because she doesn't have the self-awareness to recognize when she should.
Anybody that can sit and grift all that stuff, she has no shame. None.
And then come and admit that most of it has not gotten any use because she outgrew it. Because they said that like a week or 2 back that, they didn't even get to use most of it because the baby outgrew it. Well, of course, because she wasn't home for the first 5 weeks. Cash, Cheesy's head cold. I rebuke you. Thank you, Cash.
Thank you.
Yeah, she never even opened it. I mean, again, I've said this before too, but I couldn't fathom getting all these gifts. I'm having this baby that I planned. I'm so excited, and yet not opening a singular box and having like everything set up and washed and ready to go and ready for use. No, because she's too busy online and all this drama to do any of that.
Right. That's the fun part of having a baby, getting all that new stuff, putting it all together. And but to have stuff still in the boxes, I can't even believe it.
I know. I mean, just looking over, oh my gosh, look how cute this is. And maybe, saying thank you to the people who purchased it. She also lied to them all and said that she was going to do it all on camera, that she was going to have like a baby shower, virtual baby shower. So they flood her with all these gifts and then she doesn't even bother to open them, let alone open them on a
Right.
live stream.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
one of the best things about buying a gift for somebody is seeing them opening it and seeing their excitement to see what they got, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, the baby shower she never had. Oh, bless their hearts, Laura. 89 and 87. You're right, day by day. Mountains of shit. You're right. That's what they called it. Piles of shit. Mountains of shit. It's a shame. So many people wasted so much money.
Right. All the thousands of dollars that were just wasted. What did they say? It was like it added up to be like $5,000 that was on her wish list. And then that's not to mention all the extra stuff that people just bought that they thought she might need. I mean, just thousands of dollars just wasted.
And then you have the moderator, PJ, after Brittany's lying that they don't even have a swing for the baby. Because remember, despite all the stuff they received, she made sure to let everybody know that they didn't get everything they needed. They still needed a swing, a high chair, and a baby carrier. Because God forbid she had to purchase those items herself, right? Okay. But anyway,
Right.
she comes on here and lies that after we already know she has a baby swing, is on the list. We saw it was purchased. We heard them setting it up. She comes on here and lies that the baby was never sleeping the way she said the baby was sleeping because they don't even have a swing. And then her mod PJ is in the chat like, I bought you the swing, Brittany. What do you mean you don't have a swing? I bought you the swing. Oh, we must not have opened it. I don't know. You're missing a giant box that contains a baby swing? Oh, okay.
Right. That's not something that just goes in the corner and you don't notice it. I mean, it wasn't like it was a burp cloth or something.
Right? Right. It's not like it's a banky. Holy shit. July, thank you so much. Being a member 14 months. She didn't even bother to do thank you cards. No, she just said it in the clip we played. Whoever bought these. Oh, so thankful you are. She is a bitch. No, she never had intentions, Pete Squeak. She does this all the time. She told everybody she was going to do a gender reveal. She was going to, mind you, she lied about being pregnant. Okay. 7 months pregnant. She's lying about being pregnant. Starts the live stream off with telling people to stop fucking lying on her, how she's not pregnant. And then 30 minutes into it, admits, oh, well, actually, I am pregnant. I'm 7 months pregnant. Holy shit. But I'm going to have a gender reveal and we're going to do a virtual baby shower. And, oh, here's my baby registry. Amazing. If she was going to tell the internet she was pregnant, Cheesy, who would have bought all these baby things?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
She can't even afford diapers and formula. Don't forget that. Oh my gosh. For a baby, they planned.
Right. Craig's like, hey, they bought plenty for us. And she's like, well, we still need diapers. What? You can't buy your kid a...
Right. But before that, while she was pregnant, she said from the moment she found out she was pregnant, she was buying and stacking up on diapers. Then all of a sudden, they only had one small pack. She's very, very greedy. She's the type that you lend her 20, she's coming back to you next week. You lend her 20, she'll tell you she'll pay you back next week. When she reaches out next week, now she wants 40. And you're not getting that 20 back. I mean, that's just, she's just very, I never met somebody like her, just constant greed.
Yeah, she's a gluttonous pig. It's crazy.
Yep, gluttony. Yeah, she said give cash for the diapers.
And, I probably would have thought less negativity on her if she would have, opened up a diaper fund or a formula fund. Because that stuff is expensive. I mean, it gets pretty costly, the amount of formula and diapers that a mother goes through, But
then don't
so
blame
I
the
probably would have
baby.
thought, well, yeah, exactly. If you can't afford
Can't
it,
afford
don't
it.
have a baby.
Right.
But like I said, I mean, and WIC, what is it called? WIC? I mean, that's for middle class families. So why couldn't she have got on something like that, right?
I'm sure if she was granted a public defender, I guarantee she fits the guidelines for WIC.
Right. Right, because like I said, like WIC is not like welfare. I mean, it's actually for middle class families too. You know, you can have a little higher of
Yeah.
a income than you can like for something like welfare. I don't know all the programs, but anyways, I think you can have uh, more income for WIC. You know, and yeah, I mean, these days, babies, mothers of babies, they get a whole lot more offered to them. You know, especially if she's in the
Or
CPS system and stuff.
Paula, there's no reason why she has to ask the internet for formula or diapers for a baby she planned. If you can't afford the baby, don't plan a baby. That's stupid. I think it's
Right.
part of her grift. I think her boys are getting too old, and I think it's all part of the grift for her. And like my daddy's face said, who the fuck asks for money for her kids to get McDonald's? If you can't afford McDonald's, you teach your kids they can't get it. You don't go and ask a stranger
Right.
for money to get them McDonald's. That's ridiculous. You don't have any money for McDonald's. That means you don't have money for gas or things you need or anything. But oh, let me ask for money for McDonald's. She just knows what she's doing. They got money. They have money. I assure you all. Dixie, it's so good to see you. I hope you're doing well. It's all a part of the grift, cheesy. It really is.
It is. It is. And I coined that right when she said when she came out that she was pregnant, that this was going to be the new grift. Yeah, that's the reason why I believe that's the reason why she had the baby, because yeah, the boys are getting too old. They're not at the cutesy little age. So yeah, it's not going to
Yep.
be as easy to get things from people.
Right. Right. That's why, like, in her prayer, they're attacking my little children. They're not little. Nobody's attacking them. That's ridiculous. That's an absolute stupid statement. But the way she always says little children, little, is that a real name? What? Oh, Dixie Normus. Yes, it is a real name. Yeah, they've been a member for a long time. Yes. They've been here for a while. That's so funny. Her
I
kid
love their
looks
name.
hers up. I know. I didn't even realize until they said, is that a real name?
That's like Hugh Janus. I love that one too.
Yeah. But I mean, she wouldn't have accused me of hacking Craig's bank account if Craig didn't say he had 25,000 in the bank, and if Brittany didn't know he actually has 25,000 in the bank. Because otherwise, why would you think I hacked it? And she literally said I had to hack it to know how much money he has, because she didn't realize that he said it. He said it. So instead, I'm a hacker. Ultimately admitting that he does in fact have that money. How many of you have 25,000 sitting in a bank account? Why are you giving this man diaper money and formula money as he's sitting on, I'm sure, well over 25,000 at this point? Little Red, thank you. I listen to Bushes all the time. I'm shocked to see how many people continue to pay these people to watch them live a lie online. Yeah. Yep.
And let's talk about the Christian thing again. The lies that come out of her mouth. I mean, everything that she says is a lie. I'm just astonished at all the lies that come out of her mouth. How is a Christian woman lying like that? I mean, sure, I mean, a Christian lies, but come on.
Well, that's why I say, and I've often said, she's not Christian. It's another part of her manipulation tactic, right? To present herself as just a sweet Southern Christian mother. And it's a tactic. It's just like these other creators, right? Like, I'll just go ahead and say, like T-Rev. T-Rev came on here and he'll cover all these missing cases of children, all that. And he's, we're praying for the kids and God this and God that and prayer this and prayer that. And then you find out he has his own children who he's not involved with, who he literally denies being the father to because he wants a DNA test because he doesn't want to pay child support. I mean, how, you know what I mean? Like, how many true crime creators have children that they're not even in their lives, but we're supposed to pretend they care about these kids that they never met?
Exactly.
It's just part of the facade. It's part of the fake image. Part
the
of
manipulation.
Yes, it's part of the con. Yep. Religious manipulation. Brittany's really high on the list with that one. Right. Meanwhile, he's having friends pretend to be part of true crime cases so he can get more clicks and views. That's what that Christian's doing. Or I don't know if he's Christian or Catholic, whatever, but that's what that religious person's doing. Do you hear that hummingbird? He's rapidly flying back and forth going.
I couldn't hear him, but
I think he was marking his food territory. I don't know. T-Rev is back. He's back. Oh, you guys couldn't hear it? They kind of sound like frogs a little bit. I know, Sky's like buying this guy a robe. We're buying him a robe? How's that robe going to help him take better care of this baby? He always said he wants a Hugh Hefner robe. See, Craig has learned via Brittany that if he says into the mic something that he wants, that the audience will buy it. The same way she told Mal to go ahead and add anything to her Amazon wish list because the people will buy it. Matter of fact, when Brittany was making her second wish list, or baby registry, because the first was all purchased up, she straight up said, oh, just add it to it. Somebody will buy it. That's her thought process.
I can't even imagine saying that.
No, but that's how she, and I think that Craig knows that. That's why he'll come up and say, you know what I want? I want those new AI glasses. You know, they look so cool and you get them here, you get them there. Just like her with, I want to get my nails done, but it's $50, but I'm going to save it up. Why the fuck does that have to come out of your mouth? Why does your audience know that you want to get your nails done and how much it's going to cost and that you're saving for it? Oh, so they send you money.
Well, and I mean, I can see a normal conversation between a couple of friends going, you know, I want this. I'm going to save up for it. I mean, you know, obviously, you know, all of us don't have like buttloads of money to just go out and buy shit, right? And there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, I want to get this and I'm going to save up with it. But I mean, it's a continuous thing with her, you know?
And not only
I mean,
that,
it's just
but
constant, everything, you know?
not only that, but her chat's not her friend, okay? And that's the way Brittany wants the chat to be her parasocial friends so she can manipulate them into, you know, supplying for her and her family. But she doesn't want the negative of that aspect. So she wants to be able to come on the internet and tell everybody how she wants to get her nails done. It's $50, but she's saving for it, which is just simply dry begging. But then when those of us hear it as well, like she acts like she's just speaking on a private phone call and she's not. And she gets mad when it's thrown back in her face that we can all hear. That's what infuriates me about her. Like, yeah, if I was on the phone with a friend, a real life friend, I'm like, bitch, I saw this new, you know, this new whatever, and I want to get it so bad. I'm saving up for it. That's one thing. But to come on the internet and tell your subs that you're saving up $50 to get your nails done, no, that's in hopes that they send you fucking money.
Right, right.
That's not a casual conversation between friends, you know? And that's what drives me nuts about her. Like, she doesn't understand that there is the World Wide Web, www.youtube.com. You're an open door to everybody. And when we do hear things she doesn't want us to hear, they'll say things like, you're listening too close. Yeah, I want to know because I know one of the mods, one of the people gave her money for that air conditioner. Why is it still so hot in there? That's why you don't give people like her cash.
And why is she swaddling her baby if it's so hot? I mean, she said something about, oh, I like this new blanket that somebody got because when I swaddle her, she's not as hot. Well, if it's hotter than the hubs of hell in your house, why are you swaddling your baby? Hold your baby, right. And you don't need to swaddle it, right?
Right. Exactly.
Swaddling is for the times when you can't hold your baby, like when they're sleeping. You know, that's what swaddling is.
Exactly. That's exactly what it's for. It's meant to give the comfort of being held. When everyone or anyone can't stand listener, then why do they? Because they'll keep going on and on. Because she's the content that keeps giving built for the bullshit. You want to know the truth? Because her words are so shocking. There's a shock value to it that while we can't stand her, we will listen to it because she just never stops. She just never stops. She never stops running her mouth. She never stops giving away clues. She never stops, you know. That's why. I've been following you guys about Brit for 2 years now. I still don't know why she can't get a job, like, off the internet. Especially if her bills aren't getting paid, right? Hypo
Well, and I
Christian.
can see
ahead.
one parent not getting a job, but the other parent should have a job.
Right.
You know, and I can see, you know, her being on here, you know, being a YouTuber. Lots of people do it as an income. I don't have a problem with that. But when you have to continuously every single day beg for McDonald's, beg for gas, beg for your electric bill to be paid, beg for this, beg for that, yeah, it's time to do something else.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to say. If you're making enough to sustain via YouTube, then of course you're making enough. You don't need to go elsewhere. You don't need to do something differently. But if you got to come on and you got to ask your moderators for gas money or ask for money for McDonald's or, you know, dry grift for $50 to get your nails done. Because the truth is, Brittany can. Oh, there's a big ass dog loose. Brittany can afford these things. She doesn't want to afford them. She knows that if she says it out loud, somebody else will pay for it. So they get to keep their money, buy all the fun stuff they want, and the audience will pay for the needs, like the formula, the diapers, while they buy the latest electronics. Brittany's not as broke as she projects herself to be. That's why they don't have to get a job, because they fucking got money. Stephanie says a hypo-Christian is a slang term used to describe someone who claims to follow the Christian faith but behaves contrary to its core values and teachings. Well, there it is. Hypo-Christian. Right, forever teenagers. But when you've gone your whole adult life not having to pay for adult living, you know what I mean? Like, that's just what we're experiencing. This is the same person that claimed they needed $10,000 a month to stop the harassment on YouTube when they could have shut up for free, okay? But gets that going, gets $7,000 from mods, gets $4,000 on the GoFund, whatever, and now they're on a shopping spree. Hasn't went on a shopping spree since or before, only Doran.
Who the hell needs $10,000 a month to live? I mean, come on, let's be real.
No, that was $10,000 a month to stop. That was to stop online harassment, silly. She couldn't just stop responding. You know, that would have been free. That would have taken accountability and self-awareness.
I'm not poor, but damn, I wish I had $10,000 a month to live on.
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Holy shit, I'd have the finest of all things.
I'll be able to DoorDash nightly. Fun times. With no rent or mortgage to pay. Right. Has a whole secondary building that they can clean up and rent out. And you just got to love it. Like the press she was talking about last night, instead of a hand one, she wanted a different one. Also gave the price and location to get it. No shit. How, like, here's my thing. She just got a $400 or $500 circuit, whatever they're called, cricket, right? And a press machine to make t-shirts, which I look forward to owning one day. But now she doesn't want the one that came with the set. She wants a hand one. And of course tells people where they can buy it and exactly how much it will cost. You know, wow.
Yeah, don't tell people to buy it for me, but tell them exactly how much it costs, where they can buy it. But I'm not telling people to buy it for me.
Just like the air conditioner. Oh, they have one on sale at Lowe's, y'all. There's one on sale at Lowe's near me. The Lowe's, it's on sale. I'm gonna try it. Hold on. I saw this really cool boat, like 10 minutes from me, at a store called Boat R Us. And it's on sale right now. And I really want that type of boat. It's the type of boat you don't have to use your hand. It just goes, that type of boat. And I really want that type of boat. Down the street at Boat R Us. It's on sale right now. It's on sale at Boat R Us. The boat that I want. It's on sale for like a couple grand at Boat R Us. Down the street from me. Oh, and I could use the dually to pick it up. Boat R Us down the street. Right, why not just drop the link at this point? Drop the link, drop the Cash App, drop the Venmo, drop it all. Get you that hand press for the shirts you want them to buy. She wants these people to buy the equipment and then buy the merch. What do they get out of it?
Right.
It's crazy.
Yeah, there's stupid people born every day, I guess.
Meanwhile, she's out buying these little Jesus figurines. Why the fuck did you need little Jesus figurines if you can't afford diapers or formula? If you can't afford, I mean, oh my golly. Kashtasha says, good to see you, girl. As I've said, I've been in the merchandising and t-shirt biz nearly my whole life. She cannot do it. She won't do it. She's the biggest, messiest disaster. I know. And I'll tell you how I know. Because I still have to ship out sand from last year. It's like, you got to be motivated. She's not going to be motivated to make the shirts, package them up, print the labeling, or get the labeling made, go to the post office, ship it out, pay the shipment. She'll never do it. She never even did the giveaway she promised before. No, they come with a free roach, silly.
Oh, gross. Oh, God. Oh,
yeah.
That just creeps me out.
I know. I wouldn't buy anything from there. Ugh. And if you're lucky, you'll end up getting ringworm as a free bonus add-on. That's right, folks. Order today.
Or maybe a little bed bugs and lice to boot.
If your box comes with mouse droppings, you're our special winner. You get to buy me dinner. I can see her saying some shit like that. Oh my golly. My God, she wants her audience to do everything for her. It's unfathomable. Truly, it's crazy.
Well, somebody said in a chat, I don't remember whose chat it was, but they said it the other day, and it kind of grossed me out because I'm like, well, I'm glad I'm not buying baby stuff right now, because they were talking about if she's returning those boxes.
Yeah.
Cockroaches love cardboard. She's returning it back to Amazon. There's going to be roaches. I mean, there could be roaches in the Amazon warehouse.
Oh,
so who cares if we're not buying baby items? They could be in the Amazon warehouse.
You're right.
Getting in all
You're
our
absolutely
stuff.
Right. Especially when they
and
had
I'm
it piled.
A huge Amazon person.
Especially when they admittedly had it piled like sky high of shit. Shit pile sky high. Yeah, that rodents love that. I mean, hell, her cat admittedly gave birth on a pizza box. How sad is that? Remember when they had to look around the house to find a kitten? So bad. It's so sad. It's so.
It is.
Did you buy anything on Amazon? Okay. I was about to ask did anybody buy anything during the Amazon sale day or whatever? She will need gas money to mail it. You're right. Don't forget to pay for your own postage and gas money to get to the post office. I never met an adult who claims that they don't have money for gas, but they're able to have scratch-offs sitting that have sat for months. Or unused Christmas and birthday gifts. Then sell them. Or how about, well, they want the latest Switch. They want the Switch too. Then sell the old one. Whatever happened to, I know when I was younger, that's how it was for me. Oh, you want the upgrade of something? Then we trade this in, or you sell this one. You don't get both. No, I think the sale's still going on. I did, but not for beach. Everybody's saying no, they didn't get anything. I got a box of potato chips for the kids. Their favorite chips. They were it was like 40 of them for $10. You can't beat it. I had a boyfriend like BJ Roaches, and all her home had to be tenant and see. Oh, yay, bio. Where we headed? Clue just broke out in a cold sweat. I bet Clue bought some good stuff.
I'm back. Yeah, I didn't buy anything. I haven't really looked. I've been staying away from it. But they did say that the Nintendo Switch 2s are kind of on sale now through Amazon Prime Days because they're supposed to. If anybody's looking for a Switch 2, they say you want to buy it now because Switch 2s are actually going up in price in the coming weeks. So they say buy them now, but I don't know if that's true, but that's what Google told me, because I have a Switch 1 and Burnt Toast was playing what's that called? Resident Evil, the newest one. Can't remember what the name of it is. And I was like, oh, I used to love playing Resident Evil. So I went on my Switch. I have a Switch 1 and that my husband bought me a couple years ago for my birthday. And I was like, oh, I want to play that. So I went on my Switch 1 and it's only made for Switch 2. So I was like, son of a bitch. And I was telling my husband about it. He's like, well, because my birthday's on Saturday. He's like, well, why don't I buy you a Switch 2 for your birthday? And I was like, have you seen how much those things cost? No, my Switch works
They're
just
not on
fine.
sale,
Don't worry about
cheesy.
it. Oh, they're not?
They're not on sale. Mm-mm. It's
Oh,
still
they said they
500
were.
for the bundle. 500 for the bundle and 450 for just the system.
Oh, well, I guess I was wrong. Google was telling me that, so Google was wrong.
Maybe it's going to be on and off during Prime Days. Maybe today is not, but it will be tomorrow.
Maybe,
yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know.
But I
Yeah,
told my
no.
husband, I said, don't you dare buy me a Switch for that kind of money. I was like,
The games are on sale. Like the this Mario and Rabbids Kingdom is normally $30. It's on sale for $10, but not the systems, not yet. That's the other thing with the Switch. Like, all right, you got your audience to buy your kids each a brand new Switch 2. Great, fantastic. How do you afford the fucking games? They're pricey.
oh, they are. Yeah.
Just Dance
Yeah,
is on
if
they
you
have
want-
a lot of games on sale, but yeah.
If you want a good game, I mean, a normal game, which I'm sure the kids want, they're at least $50.
Yeah, easily. I'm looking at them right now. This is crazy. I mean, they have a lot of good sales on games, I guess, because of
Right. You know what I do when I want a game? And I'm not, it's just me and my husband. So I'm not like hurting, for money. But what I do to get a game is I have a receipt thing that I do, and I scan my receipts, and then I get like $10 off or $20 off of games you get a Nintendo gift card, right? From your receipts, and that's what I use it for. So I can buy a game.
Oh,
so it's not
that's clever.
$60. Yeah.
We one of a subscriber generously sent my son a Switch, which was amazing. Switch 1 because he really wanted one, and they offered out of nowhere. It was so fantastic. But you can borrow them from the library for free, and then if they're still playing, you can just extend the the rental time.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So if you have kids that have a Switch, you can always check that out and rent them for free. Honeybee, thank you for becoming a member and gifting a member. Thank you so much. Brutally Honest wrote this a little bit ago. What happened to the 3 air conditioners she got last summer from her subscribers? Right. What happened to those?
That's another question. Why does she need so many damn air conditioning units?
For such a small place. And did you know,
Yeah.
Cheesy?
And
After
with such bad electricity.
Well, girl, after telling everybody that she needed air conditioner, she got up and was walking, and there was a brand new air conditioner in the window. While telling everybody she
Really?
needed an air conditioner. That's what the people told me.
Years ago, I bought a used air conditioner, a big, huge unit that would do my whole entire downstairs, right? And we bought it used off of Facebook. And my niece still uses that air conditioner. And I bought it probably, it's got to be, I bet about 15 years ago.
Yeah, they last long enough. If you just got brand new ones last summer, hey, Joe, you certainly don't need a new one this summer. People are saying, yup, they got screenshots of it in the window unit in the living room. They saw it. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
again,
I mean,
she
normally
knew summer was
air
coming.
conditioning, an air conditioner doesn't normally last that long, but we take it out every winter and we're really careful with it and everything else we did. And now my niece takes it and she takes really good care of it. My husband knows how to do whatever with it because he's an air conditioning guy also. But what I'm saying is they're not throwaway items. They're not like every year you need a new one is what I'm trying to say. They should at least last at least 5 to 10 years, I would think.
Exactly. Especially if you're, again, if they're not the ones buying them, they're not taking care of them, blah, 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 whatever. But there's no way you get 3 brand new units and the next summer you need another. And again, she knew she was planning this baby They planned this baby. Guess what you can get pretty rather cheap during the winter? Air conditioners.
Right.
Start being
And
responsible,
what?
and instead of planning a baby, plan ahead. Plan ahead for Christmas. We all know Christmas, December 25th, every year.
Yeah, it never changes. Well, what I'm thinking is that as filthy as their house might be, or that we suspect it is, I imagine maybe the air conditioner isn't working very good because they haven't cleaned it. Maybe that's why they need new air
Clean the filter.
conditioners. But
I
just
was thinking
clean
the
it.
same thing. Clean the filter out.
It's not that hard. They slide right out, easy to wash off.
Booberry, that's so kind of you. They said they have Switch games that they're not using, that if we're interested in them. You can you message me on YouTube or email me and I'll give you the address? That is so kind of you. You'll make
That
him
is
so
very
excited.
kind.
Very kind. Just comes down to lying about things she needs. Right. I just think it was easy to act like, I mean, she was amping it up before actually saying she wanted one. The whole, oh my God, it's so hot in here. The baby's laying there naked. So hot. Excuse me. I got the hiccups. So hot in here. Oh, I know, watermelon head. It's so hot. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. It's so hot. And then gets into, y'all, there's an air conditioner on sale at Lowe's. She knows what she's fucking doing. That's why she had the baby, in
Right.
my opinion, Cheesy. You know, nobody's
She
going to
is the
buy an air
biggest
conditioner.
manipulator.
Yes. Yes. Always a con.
But the thing is okay, so the people that watch us are usually probably 50 and above, right? Is that what the analytics say? So
Oh,
you're
yeah,
thinking,
absolutely.
okay, 50. You're thinking 50 and above. Okay, so chances are they're in the retirement age or whatever, and
There's not many
maybe on
20-year-olds
Social
like me.
Security.
Mhm.
Right. It's not like they can just go out and get another job to pay for everything. And right. And I mean, all these people, I mean, like when my mother-in-law was on Social Security, she was by herself, but a lot of times she would have to choose whether she was going to eat or take her medicine some months because she couldn't afford it all. And there was many times that
Yeah.
me and my husband had to buy her food or buy her medicines that month because she
Right.
couldn't afford it. And it's like,
And that's the
now
audience.
I think about that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I think about that because, I mean, if you look at her chat and you see all these ailments in her chat, all these people that are saying, you know, they've got cancer, they've got this, they've got that. I mean, so you got to believe that there's a lot of them that are on Social Security, right? Because of all these ailments you see in the chat, and bless them and bless their heart, you know. But so yeah, you got to think that a lot of her chat is probably Social Security receivers, and so they can't afford all this stuff that she is begging them. But they're the okay. So then, and that goes to say they're like Christian people that are in her chat, right? And the
Yeah.
Bible tells you, you know, it's better to give than to receive, you know, and blah blah. You whatever you give, you'll get back tenfold, blah blah blah. You know, so a lot of these people will take their bill money and buy somebody something because they believe it will come back to them. Well, it's just the right thing to do too. But
Right.
we're taught that it'll come back to you tenfold. You know,
Plus, there's a
in other
suffering
things.
newborn. There's a suffering newborn, Cheesy. The
Right.
newborn's so
Right.
hot. She can't even put clothing on her. It's so hot. And she knows
Right.
what she's doing.
And there's women who are thinking that they can live on ramen noodles and hot dogs just so that poor little defenseless little baby can have air conditioning. You know,
Right.
I mean, it's
Well, I
sad.
mean,
It's very sad.
you know, Brenda Stapleton is a good example of that. Brenda Stapleton gave Brittany $1,500 because she truly believed that Brittany wanted to do everything she could to make the quote unquote harassment stop. Because at that time, Brenda believed that Brittany was an unwilling participant, that she didn't recognize it for what it is. So Brenda Stapleton gives Brittany $1,500 out of, if I'm remembering correctly, a disability check, you know, something she's dependent upon. And Brittany doesn't even recognize the $1,500 went to her bank account because she has so much money. She doesn't notice $1,500 appearing and doesn't even use the money for what she told her it would be for.
Right. It's crazy. she's got to be feel guilty for that. I mean, but she doesn't. She has no shame.
Right. Now, respectfully, Bill, don't tell me that she apologized. Don't tell me she apologized for the RICO when she sat over there just the other night and gave some ridiculous reason. See, and this is why I signed the RICO. This is why. She didn't fucking apologize. She tried to feed the crowd of people that said she should apologize and offered a half-ass apology. Oh, should I forgive her? Should I tell my lawyer, stop the billing? Should I call my lawyer right now and say, stop the billing because Brittany apologized? I'm so sick of people saying that to me.
The only thing I've ever heard her say was she wished she didn't get into it, and that was when she lost.
Right. She never says she's sorry for what she put me and my family through, what she put Barbecue and I through, and Barbecue's family through. No, she regrets signing it because she fucking lost, and now she's going to end up signing a check to us every month. That's the only thing she's apologetic for. But so what if she did apologize? So fucking what? Should I call my lawyer and tell him, hey, the billing can stop. Brittany apologized. Hey, no more court appearances. Brittany apologized. That's so stupid. So what if she fucking apologized? What does that do? Doesn't undo the articles with my name on it saying I'm hindering the search for a missing child. Doesn't take back the news presentations Dog did saying that we're running a RICO. Doesn't take my name off the filing with the accusations on it. What does it do? Make her feel better about herself and all her fake self-righteous Christianity? It does nothing. Take that apology, shove it up the ass, and send it with a check that I can take to the bank every month to recoup what you've taken from me and mine. Actually,
right, and even if you do get money,
in that house.
Even if you do get money from these people, it's not like it's a big corporation or something, and they're just going to write you a big old check. Most of them you're going to have to go after to get a piddly, $50, $100, a couple $100 a month, maybe, if that.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's going to be time of them paying you, if they even do.
I know. There's people out there acting like, oh, well, Granny Subs helped her pay for it, but she's going to walk away with a whole bunch of money. No, the fuck I'm not. What do you think? The gavel comes down, I walk out with 2 bags full of money over my shoulders that day? What are you talking about?
Right. That's only happens if you're like suing a big corporation or something that can write a big old check. I mean, if you stop and think about it, these people are not going to be writing you a big old check.
And
if anything.
At Nice, not really a private intelligence agency that's worth $1 million. Okay? They're just not. Sorry to break it to everybody. But they're not. Exactly, Saudi mamas. An apology. She very measly one day said she is sorry for doing it. Yeah, because you fucking lost and because you got backlash from the internet. Because when you put up the lies you did in the declaration and all the facade faded through and everybody could see the wizard behind the fucking panel, they realized you and your cronies were full of shit. And one by one, they started paying attention to you and your walls of lies died and you fell, Humpty Dumpty. That's why you're apologizing. Exactly, to retirees. Exactly. These people don't think about that. Yet Brittany wants you all to believe, despite raising over at least $13,000, she had to pay Rancher more than that. And all he sent out was 4 measly misquoted C&Ds. But she wants you to believe she paid out of pocket for that. Bullshit. And give Brenda Stapleton back her $1,500. So do I, Michelle Dean. It's not cruel. You know, people work an actual job every day. She absolutely should have to. So stupid.
Yeah, they're definitely different ducks, boy. I just can't get over how she just has no shame. I was telling my daughter about her a little bit one day, and yeah, the first thing my daughter's 33, and the first thing she said was, does that woman not have any shame?
Nope.
I mean, she just, yeah. My daughter don't even know that woman, and just me telling her, and she's like, she has no shame, does she?
No, she has none, which is why she's always projecting, I would be ashamed. Really? Because I see many times you should be ashamed and you weren't. Like, pointed out when you put a selfie up if you all dressed up to go to truancy court. Duh. Oh my God, you look so cute to go face criminal charges for neglecting your kids' educational needs. Oh, like what?
Right. I just think about, yeah, I can't even sit there taking selfies when you, oh God, that's just
Right.
ridiculous. I just,
That was
yeah, and she was
that was a
really
great
feeling herself
shade.
that day.
Right. Like that was a great shade of eyeshadow to wear to hide the shame of being a neglectful mother. Looks great on you. I mean, the fuck? It's unbelievable. She certainly doesn't have an ounce of shame, ounce of self-awareness, ounce of self-credibility. She doesn't nothing. Nothing's ever her fault. Nothing's ever because of her. It's always everybody else's fault. Everybody else is doing. Remember, Sebastian's fault that their lives were ruined. Not that Brittany signed on to a ridiculous lawsuit and went at the parents, Chris and Katie, for fucking months on end being heartless. No. It's the fact that Sebastian disappeared. How dare he? I mean, that's ultimately what they're saying at the end of that statement. And Brittany can make all the excuses in the world for what Christ said. We heard it loud and clear. You did too, which is why you muted him. And then he came back and said that's some gay, what did she say? He said that's some gay liberal shit. Oh, is it holding you accountable for your words? Is some gay liberal shit? The back and forth leads to money in my pocket, Bill, for the bullshit. If you want me to be honest, Brittany every single day gives more and more content because she doesn't know how to be an adult and take accountability. And instead, she makes a prayer where she calls us evil and everything in between. You know what that did? That gave me content for today. You know what content is? Content is how I make my money. So if you want the truth of why I talk about Brittany, it's because I got to pay. I got to pay a lot, and not just one lawyer bills, but two. Okay. And a lot of people dislike Brittany, and a lot of people like to hear others see and hear the same shit they see and hear. So here we are. I will talk about Brittany every single day until I'm full and I make back what she's made me spend, or until my audience gets tired of it. I'm not going to candy coat it for you. I'll tell you the straight up truth. She cost me money, and then she's going to make me money. Matter of fact, she's lucky I'm not live every day restreaming her ass too. I heard she was really bothered by me going live at night. Yeah, afraid all your hate viewers will disappear? Sure are.
Yeah. Yeah, because we actually like watching you.
Thank you. Thank you, Cheesy.
I'd much rather watch you than her.
I mean, Brittany doesn't know how to, entertain whatsoever. Thank you for doing that, Cheyenne. Cheyenne said, I just hove 3 children from CPS, 6, 4, and 1.5. They were left in a hot car at the mall. Cops waited 1 hour for mother came out. They're the sweetest. Oh, my goodness. I see so many of those videos on YouTube.
It's tragic. Bless you for taking them in. I have foster parents. Get a big kudos from me, to take somebody else's kid into your home and take care of them like they're your own. That's wonderful.
It does take a lot, especially like you build a bond and you don't know how long they'll be there. And I don't blame you at all if there's 6 crap if they're all the crap she's done. Right. I don't have to accept an apology. I don't believe it was faithfully made anyway. I believe it was self-serving like everything else she does in life. Sadly, she has personality traits of a sociopath. I agree. Which dinosaur named all the others? The Thesaurus. Oh. Yeah, he thinks that Brittany won the RICO, guys. Just so you're aware. Craig believes that Brittany is winning in PA. Brittany even lied to her lawyer, Rancher, that she was winning in PA. Okay? This girl does not, she's not honest with anybody, not even herself. Yeah, Cheesy, did you hear her? Why is Granny live on a Sunday night, on Father's Day? She's the mother and the father. Shouldn't she be spending it with her kids? Bitch, it was 9:45 p.m., Cheesy. I went fishing with my son that day. We went out to eat. 9:45 p.m. We're ready for settle down. Bed day is over.
That's when they start.
Right. That's when their day's just getting started. So why was she on YouTube instead of spending it with Craig? Or her other kid's father, or her own father at that. Last night, after BJ going nuts because someone asked Taylor's ex's boyfriend's wife if they're making money, Craig said they're just jealous. Craig, y'all, beg for money nightly, daily, during TC. That's effed up. No one is jealous.
No, nobody's jealous of you people. Not one of us is jealous of you at all. There is absolutely nothing that I've seen in her life that I would be jealous of. Not one thing.
Nothing. Not even like, oh, well, you know what? There's a few things, Cheesy. There are days where I don't want to clean. I don't want to cook. Hell, I don't even want to shower. But, the conscience inside me tells me I have to. So I am a little jealous that she doesn't have that same conscience. And Bill for the bullshit, Brittany speaks about us every day. Okay, so we respond. It's just, it is what it is. I don't know. They had the AC turned on. They just lied about not having one so that they could get money. And I doubt they even bought an AC with it, if the cash was given. I agree.
And like I said, why do they need so many air conditioning units? How are they running them if they can't run they can't run the microwave when they run how are they having all these air conditioning units running in their house if their electricity is so bad, their wiring is so bad? I'm not understanding.
I don't get it either. Right, when the police said they had a bunch of space heaters and Brittany was like, it's workout equipment. Like, they can't tell the difference? Oh, my golly. And Navigator, I know. She spent Christmas morning on YouTube. She spent Christmas Eve on YouTube. She spent Easter morning on YouTube. Yep. But yet, how dare I be live on Father's Day as a mother? Fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Thank you, Purple, for hitting that thumbs up. Quite a few of you forgot to smash that thumbs up. Please take a moment. We got a Purple Dragon sent a rage quit. Did you hear BJ say the word ectopic? Yes, she bugs you for an average New Jersey PA accent. Two huge differences you can read and understand. BJ, well, just like Brittany said the other day, she says a lot of people. She shouldn't really make fun of other people. She's an empath.
What did she call them? Filipino tubes or something?
Filipino tubes? You're kidding. Ectopic, she called it. Oh, ectopic from the Philippine tubes. Ectopic, yeah. I don't think you get to make fun of anybody, Brittany. I've said this a million times over. Like, if you're going to make fun of the way that I say things wrong, at minimum, make sure you pronounce everything absolutely correctly. You know what I mean? Or you just look like an idiot.
Right. I was a terrible student, but I excelled in English. So I was in honors English, but I ended up getting kicked out because I was more interested in the guy next to me. But anyways, that's besides the point. But I tested to be able to be in the honors English. But and I even say things wrong. That doesn't mean you're uneducated or stupid.
Right. I'm not stupid by any means. I can certainly write everything out. I'm a good public speaker. I just mispronounce a few words. But she does it all the time as well. And she can't spell worth of shit, as Breaking Chains point out, maternal instinct. She can't even spell instinct. Her titles are always misspelled. They're always written out of place. You can tell when she copies and pastes a title. She's not very bright to be talking about me. I'll tell you that. Hell, she spells victims of crimes names wrong. She don't even take 2 seconds to make sure she has that correct.
Well, no, I used to be, before I had kids, I used to be very, very big about saying things the right way, proper English and everything else, right? But
yeah.
ever since I noticed, ever since I had kids, that's kind of dwindled over the years, right? And also, if you don't use it, you lose it, right? So, I mean, like if I'm in the setting where I absolutely have to speak proper, I do, but otherwise I just don't care, right? But that doesn't,
That's what I said. Like if I was in a courtroom, obviously I'm going to be more careful with my words and how I speak. When I'm on here, I just have a microphone. I'm not in a professional setting unless I'm covering something of professional, that requires professional integrity. Gladys said, remember when she thought Punta Cana was in South America? Is that when she said, oh, sorry, guys, I never been good with geography or geology? She said, I never been good with geology. Oh, you're studying rocks now, moron? Yeah, she just shouldn't be making fun of anybody. She doesn't even understand that,
Right.
like, there's different accents in different locations. She's so unworldly. Like, I don't think she's ever gone further than the gas station down the street. Yes, the geology. I knew it had to be that one. Mm-mm-mm. Right, and that's the other thing. You know what else Brittany does? She just copies the way others speak as well. Like, she tries to mimic, like, personalities and traits that she sees others. Like, even with, yeah. Or I'm gonna pray with you. I'm gonna pray with you. With you? You're gonna pray with a Jew? What do you mean you're gonna pray with you?
I laugh because I'll hear Queen Bee, she'll start you like that Bennett and not in it or whatever.
Yes. Yes.
She'll all of a sudden just start using it just heavily. That's the word game. Bird Toast used to also do it with Betty. You start using a certain word or a certain phrase and you continuously use it like over the top, all the time. And you're like, why is this person using this all of a sudden so much? And then all of a sudden that person starts using it,
That's so true. Like her now saying at the end of her stream, make sure you take your meds. That's something that Voices says. Or Twat Waffle, another thing Voices says. Or
Right.
when I say, if you haven't, please consider hitting the thumbs up. She says that now. She copies a lot of things from a lot of us all the time. Yeah, she has zero identity and idolizes everybody. That's why Brittany is in the position she is. She's so envious of all of us that they project it by saying they're just jealous. No, your jealousy is what's driving you literally mad. You are uncrumbling, and your uncrumbling has impacted everything, not just your personal health, but your family life as well. You are facing truancy charges because you're so addicted to the YouTube drama. You can't resist from responding to anything anybody says, even the most smallest of things. She has to make a big response out of. She's saying buffoon lately. You're kidding me. You know what else she stole from me? Cohorts and egregious. Both of those words she got from me and my lawyer's legal writings. Now she says them as well. She's saying buffoon lately. You're kidding me. She's going to start saying scum biscuit soon. Or gee golly. Hey, Lynn. Gee golly, this bitch is out here copying all of us.
Yes, so the technical, there's actually like a psych term for that, and it's mirroring.
Oh, mirroring. I thought it was imposter syndrome.
Well, that, there's different, there's
Several.
psych terms that apply for lots of different things, but and a lot of times it's done subconsciously, but it's really like, it's a way for that person to adopt, words and characteristics that the other person will like. They want to be liked by you,
right?
Yep. Or people,
yep.
Or people that like you. They want to be liked by you or people that like you.
Right. They're envious. They want what we have. Like people have said, like, oh my God, the way you speak, Granny's endearing. So now she's like intent. You know what I mean? Like she's just so pathetic.
Yeah.
I can't stand her.
I can't believe you're not showing my avatar.
I'm getting it up right now.
Read my
on
avatar.
a laptop. It's harder to do stuff. It don't have no dang words. What is that? Oh my God. It's the roach from Brittany's house. Look how gigantic it is.
I'm mirroring.
She's weird. She wants to be like you, Brittany. You should be flattered.
She's mirroring reality. Look at my avatar. Read my avatar. Hi, Linda.
I'm mirroring both reality and Brittany with the roach and saying, "Look at my avatar." Yeah,
they're such idolizing, idol worthy people.
But that's not a roach. That is not a roach. It's a really cute looking roach. It's a moth that looks like a roach.
It's a roth.
It's a roth, yes.
Yeah. You guys know when Brittany goes, "Oh, Lord." She stole that from me. I used to say that all the time. She stole that from me. And then because she started saying it, I stopped. And her, girl.
It's a huge compliment. It's a huge compliment.
Oh, she's so gross. Joe Maggio remembers. Petty said, "My 21-year-old daughter feels so bad for you and doesn't understand how a woman with 6 kids can grift every day when she's worked since before she left school." You know what? You tell your daughter that there's a lot of pride in working and working hard to earn what you have, and that she will appreciate what she has because she has earned it. Don't ever envy somebody that's had everything handed to them, because they'll never understand or appreciate the value of what they have.
Yeah.
Yes.
Boo thangs, my boo thangs.
Did she ever pick up like bless it?
Oh, probably. I wouldn't even doubt. Oh, yeah. She doesn't say it as much anymore, probably because I don't either. But yeah, bless it. Bless it be. I can't stand her.
I think she mispronounces words to be like you.
You know what? Some I would agree. But when she says dumb things like she was ovulating while giving birth, that's dumb. That's just her stupidity. Or when she just said, what did she say? Ecto? Philippine tubes or whatever she said. I don't know. She says maybe,
Filipino
but
tubes?
I don't. Yeah. So but she says things like instead of I saw, she'll be like I seen, we was. Like she doesn't.
Yeah.
Salty
Mamas is asking, Lynn, do you think BJ has dissociation disorder?
I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
IMO, she can say baby's name. I'm not exactly sure how you're connecting baby's name to dissociation disorder. I don't know. It's really hard to observe somebody whether they have dissociation when you don't see them very much. So I don't know. I really don't know. Probably in some way, shape, or form. I think a lot of people dissociate, mildly, but it's really when it becomes severe that it becomes, disruptive in your life. I definitely dissociate at points, when certain topics are brought up.
Yeah.
I think everybody does, but to a certain extent, but it's more about how much it comes in your regular life, but I can't, I still am not over this roach, you guys. I'm not over not only the roach, but the fact that she won't just fucking admit it was a roach.
Right. I can't. Yeah. And why is she not like saying, hey, I got to take a couple days off, people. I got to clean. What I mean? I saw her with that roach and I started like wiping my counters and stuff. And I live in Minnesota. I'm up north and we don't have roaches. I mean, I know in the South, it's common to have roaches, I think. But up here in the north, you don't have roaches unless you're like a bar or something where they're bringing in, like pallets of beer and stuff, or if you're a pig, or if you live like where there's steam lines or whatever, I guess some people could have roaches. But I mean, it's just not a normal thing unless you're a pig, And I know, like, I spend the winters down in the south, and the homes that I stayed in, they didn't have roaches, because there's a exterminator I don't know how often they come, but that keeps that stuff down,
But did they have bees in the wall?
No bees in the wall. That's
No bees in
crazy
the
too.
wall.
No.
Aries, actually, I really don't ever,
Oh, it's loud. Hold on.
especially since I'm not a psychologist, I don't diagnose people with, disorders. I will definitely label behaviors, but I won't label full on disorders or full on diagnoses.
I will. I think she's a covert narcissist. From my studies, my non-professional Google search studies, I believe she has all the signs of some sort of mental illness, rather it be covert narcissist, sociopathic. I don't know which. I think if she could hang us upside down, drain our blood, and skin us and wear our skin, she fucking would.
I agree that if there were to be a cluster of traits put together, those would be the ones that would I would agree. I would agree. Because but you typically don't. But when you put all of her traits together, that is the most likely grouping, is that kind of narcissism.
And the most unlikable.
Yeah.
Like personality ever. What'd you think of her prayer?
Oh my God.
I know.
Well, it's so ridiculous because the main thing about it is that prayer is not supposed to be so that you change other people, and that was the main function of her prayer. God, please make these other people be nicer to us. That when you pray for other people,
she literally cursed us. She said God hated us. She compared us to murderers.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's when you're not understanding Christianity, and you're not using the mantle of spirituality in a authentic, or what's the word I'm looking for? But it's just, it's phony. It's fucking phony. So,
yeah.
She's talking about doing these, opening her streams with prayers. And the prayers are literally directed at making other people do things that she will never ever have any control over, and God's not going to answer that prayer for her. I'm sorry. And another thing that tripped me out is she talks about the Old Testament Jesus. Actually, Craig said that, the Old Testament Jesus. I'm sorry, has anybody else heard of the Old Testament Jesus?
No.
Please, anybody in the chat, tell me that there's no, and as far as as I know, and I spent a lot of time in the church. Okay. I spent 2 years being converted to Catholicism. I had to take classes to do this. Okay. There is no Old Testament Jesus. Okay. When Jesus came along, he said, I am the new covenant. It's me. I am the New Testament. Me.
Oh.
So, yeah. So so that's why it's really weird for them to constantly rely on Old Testament bullshit like eye for an eye and, weapons against me, blah, 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 all the warring bullshit. That's the Christ Jesus was here to take all of that away and and die for our sins. Okay. So, and he was here to welcome us all and to walk with us all, not to slam us all down. And Craig keeps talking about this vengeful Jesus. No, that's not what Jesus was here for. So, okay, I'm done preaching. That's what I think about the prayer.
Well, that's why I said I don't think they're praying to the man above with that type of prayer. Because that's not what God preaches. It's not what he teaches.
And as a Catholic who had to go her whole entire life through catechism and all of the stuff, I agree with what Lynn is saying.
Right.
Isn't Samuel from the Old Testament?
Samuel, yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you
practically everything they preach is from the Old Testament. So that's not Christian. I'm sorry, it just isn't. But there's a whole group of evangelists that preach Christianity from the Old Testament. They're like Zionist Christians, I think they call themselves. I don't know. Don't come at me if I'm wrong about that. But it's like they want Jesus. I mean, sorry. Craig was even talking about this, that he struggles with the forgiving Jesus. He struggles with the forgiving Jesus.
Well, that's why he's having that's why he's having relations with succubus at night. What a weirdo.
Yeah. I still think that was BJ.
He struggles with forgiving Jesus.
Well, and I'm not directly quoting him, but what he was saying was, it's in the context of they're talking about Taylor Parker, right? Mm-hmm. And he's talking about they need to. First of all, he's a fucking idiot. He's like, man, is she going to be taken care of? Is she going to be taken care of? They don't ever talk about them taking care of the women in the prison. Well, because women are usually not in the prison with the men who usually do the killing of the people, after they've been convicted, right? So there's that. But what he's basically saying is that she needs to be taken care of. She needs to be murdered because of what she did. And that he has a problem with the forgiving part of Christianity because he thinks that we should be able to take matters into our own hands, Oh,
of course he would. I mean, those buzzards ain't flying around for nothing. He said those who have crossed us before, they've ended up dead.
Right.
Well, and that's what I was saying earlier, is they kind of take different parts of the Bible and what the parts that they want to take into their own life that they want to live by, instead of taking the whole entire thing and living by it, they just take the parts that they like out and want to live by that. And then they're so uneducated or whatever, they misconstrue what the whole point of it was.
Right.
Yeah, because they're listening to minute-long preaches on TikTok from false prophets instead of actually going to a church and hearing the word. That's why, because they're not actual church-going family. There's nothing Christian about them. I'm sorry, nothing.
Yeah. When you're an internet Christian, you're not a Christian. I'm sorry, you're not learning the real. You'll learn more about what it's like to be a Christian by watching The Chosen, okay, than by watching internet, Christianity. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. I'm not meaning to offend anybody who watches their services online. You can get it that way, but that's not the primary way. That's not where you should be learning your Christianity.
I mean, I give credit if you're even going to a virtual church like that. They're not even doing that. Craig just finds some preachy Bible sounding words on a video that matches his own anger inside him and acts like that's his word of the day. That's what he was doing on TikTok.
And he's a fucking puss because he doesn't like the hardest parts of what it is to be Christian. It is difficult. That probably one of the most difficult things you can do in life is forgive.
Yeah, it's true.
Right? Is forgive, is to have restraint, is to not lash out when you are angry. That is the most difficult thing. That takes the most control and the most power out of anything, right? But he can't handle that. He can't handle that. So he has to take that part away and say, I don't really necessarily agree with that part of the Jesus thing because it's too hard. It's too hard.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly
and that's why you pray for people's right. You pray for for God to guide them and the forgiveness and
Right. So you don't pray for God to change people so that your life is better. You pray for guidance in your own life so that you can manage through the storm, right? And you pray for you pray for peace in all people's lives, even your enemies. it helps you find humanity in your opponents. It helps you
Puh.
meet them where they are, you know.
She prayed for us to be condemned. But I really
Yeah.
quick, because I just turned on YouTube side and I see Up to Good, Emma, Sweet Jones, Witchy Woman, Lisa Durr, Shauna, Wild Horse, BJ's Abundance, Cursed with Curiosity, Ella Rose, Candace again. Thank you guys for sending the jewels. I am so sorry that they don't pop up on StreamYard so I can acknowledge them, but I do truly appreciate them. So thank you for sending them. And everybody I missed on Kick. I'm pulling Kick up now too. I'm sorry. I have it on my phone, but if I don't look over all the time, I don't see it. Like I did see that we were gifted subscribers over there. And I wrote in the chat, thank you, but it was it was later than it should have been. So thank you. No, I couldn't believe. Go ahead, Cheesy.
Sorry, I saw somebody in the chat say something about, and what does it matter whether you're Christian or not Christian, and that they say things about people that are not Christian. And that's the way I feel. That is totally up to the person. You know, I believe in God. I've read my Bible. I do that. I live my life that way, but I don't condemn anybody who doesn't. That's totally up to you. That's a personal thing, you know, and I don't hold anything against anybody that doesn't. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, I've told you all a million times, I'm not religious. I believe in a higher power. I do believe there's something, but I'm not sure what it is. I've like I said, I explored trying to learn about Christianity, and I went to a church and did the whole thing for well over a year, and I'm just not sure where I stand. So I don't judge anybody on your beliefs. If you believe or if you don't, I'm right there with you. I respect which avenue anybody chooses to believe. So I don't I'm with you, Cheesy. Thank you for saying that. I don't want to make anybody feel like we're dogging Christianity, because as I said earlier, I don't believe Brittany follows an actual religion. I think it is a self-serving, made-up religion that she is preaching upon.
Yes.
No, she's just using the pretty words to cloak herself in virtue that doesn't exist.
Right. Sanctimonious bullshit.
Life. And it's fucking phony, and that in and of itself is sacrilegious. To take the words and not keep them true, you know, to use them as a weapon and as a shield and not be true to them. That is fucking sacrilegious, BJ.
You know, it really
God
bothers
didn't put
me,
those
Lynn.
words. God didn't put those words out there for people to manipulate people with.
Yeah.
Right. And it really bothers me that she literally said there's 8 things. First off is 7 that God hated and despised. It's not about hate and despising. It's things he's against. And if you look at the list of them, she matches most of them besides the act that we're aware of, but taking people's lives. But you've taken people's livelihood without consideration. You know, and I've always said this about her. She expects the whole world to grandstand when she feels an injustice was done to her, but she never takes the same stand for anybody else. And she's a self-serving piece of shit. And when I'm tired of her saying we're evil entities, and then turns around and calls these murderers and these people that harm children evil entities. Don't you dare put us on the same level as them because we see your bullshit. How dare you minimize what an evil entity is, especially as a Christian woman? How dare you use these real life terms, the severity of the words that you are using and not even understand them? From her saying incitement to PTSD because somebody wrote OMG to everything in between. She waters down these real life terms because she lives in a virtual bubble of delusion. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this bitch using her religion to slap a Bible over my head that we all know she touched it would catch fire. Fuck you and your religious manipulation. We rebuke you with everything we have. And if anybody's an evil entity, it's the one that's using the Lord's name in vain and to berate people because you think you're sanctimoniously above everybody. That word almost didn't come out. Fuck her.
I made a video about a year ago showing BJ engaging in the 7 deadly sins. So
brilliant video. You sure did. Oh my God. I forgot.
She can fuck off with her 7 deadly sins. She lives the 7 deadly sins daily in plain sight on her channel.
Well, Lynn, it wasn't the it wasn't the 7 deadly sins. It was the 7 abominations. So arrogant, haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked schemes, feet that rush into evil, a false witness, and one who sows discord. That's what she was comparing us to.
Mm. Well,
she couldn't even name them.
Well, I named pride, greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, and sloth.
I remember that. It was a brilliant video. Because I always say Brittany is living the 7 deadly sins. And I remember you made that video.
Yeah.
I'm grabbing it now. That was so good. I'm like, yeah, this is right on par.
Because Brittany, I make videos.
She actually makes content.
I'll be right back.
Brittany's rules for me, not for thee. Oh, gosh. Where the hell is it?
Well, and somebody, I want to say, and somebody who believes that that they're so godly, why do they think that demons are in their home so much? You know, I mean,
that's what I was
if you
saying.
really, if you really believe that God is in your heart, I believe that God is in my heart and that he saves me from the demons. You know what I mean? I don't know. And I'm Catholic. I mean, you know, if anybody knows, you know, Catholicism is the, you know, they do, what do you call it? Gosh darn it, I can't think of what the name it is. Where they, I can't think of the word right now. But anyways, they're the ones who do the, God damn it, I can't think of it. Not just like, God damn it, thank you. But I'm really trying to think of this word. I just lost it. But anyways.
Maybe Len knows it. If
anybody should believe, you know, with Emily Rose and all them, what is that called? No, not possessions. Where they get rid of them. They get rid of them. Exorcism. Thank you. God, I couldn't think of that word.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm Catholic. I mean, they believe in the exorcisms, you know, and the old Catholics, you know, and so, I mean, I should believe that I could have demons in my home, but I don't, because I believe in God is in my heart, and so I don't believe that I have demons in my home. But they think they've got demons all over the place, right?
Yeah, and they think that their poor little boy's the one bringing them. How horrible is that?
Right.
Who says that to a child? Oh. Oh, here we go. I got it. All right.
Sorry, I was all messed up there. I couldn't think of the one word, and it kind of just screwed my whole thinking up. I'm sorry.
No. It's okay. I'm like, is anybody still with me? Really quick. I won't play all of it because I want you guys to go watch it. But this is the video Lynn did, and it's brilliant. What does it look like when people who constantly speak the name of Christ do it while openly indulging in the 7 deadly sins?
And many of y'all know. I mean, and that's all that matters to me. As long as you trust me and believe in me, I'm good. I'm good. End times. That's what it's about. Absolute end times.
I don't think he said, let he who is without sin cast the first stone.
My religion.
He said he will not be mocked.
I've
been just ignoring Christian God for so long.
You believe in God, you are good. The shit will go back to them. I know my God is stronger than any of that.
2 nights ago, remember I said, no weapon formed against us shall prosper?
Yeah.
Wait till it comes back to you.
You have the Lord Jesus Christ on your side. Amen. I rebuke it all in the name of Jesus Christ. I rebuke all evil.
But these other people, their reputation has been destroyed.
Oh, ours have been destroyed.
Their dirt has been brought forth into the light. We know what they are. We see how much hate they have every single day. They won't last forever. Whereas people see that we're decent. We allow people to come in even when we shouldn't. And we end up having to get rid of people. Or they try to stab you in the back.
Yep.
That's so
But we
true.
carry on because no weapon formed against us shall prosper. And we still fucking stand because God loves us too. We are the light.
You know what's funny about this is she's huffing with annoyance. Oh, you guys don't see the video. I'm so sorry. She's huffing with annoyance at what Craig is saying right now. Like,
Yeah.
all right, Craig, let me get back to it. Because remember, when Craig first came back on the mic, I don't know if you all know it. I don't know if it was like a psychosis or something, but he was heavily religious for a period of time.
Mm-hmm.
And now
she's
not
also-
so much.
And she's also like, yeah, like she's fucking high. Like she's like, in the name of Jesus Christ, my Savior. Give me another.
Oh, she's so gross.
Like, we're decent people. We're not out here trying to trash anybody else.
Oh,
We're legit, and they're not.
Messaged me today. They left me a message. They were like, "You are a covert narcissist," and I'm like,
yep.
"You literally are like the first person in my life to ever call
They're
me."
like that.
Let me just pause really quick because I've always said that about Brittany. The reason she's saying that is because I've said it about her and she clearly heard me say it. I doubt anybody messaged it to her. But nobody in her life would say that for obvious reasons. They don't have anybody in their real life. They isolate from everybody. So
Clearly,
that's just God is. Oh, Lynn. I'm not gonna read.
I'm sorry. They definitely don't have anyone that would know what a covert narcissist is or describe it to them for sure.
Unbelievable.
A narcissist. Like, I've never been called that ever.
You get the dual setup and at least pop on, show our faces for a little bit every day, and make them fucking jealous as hell.
Wow.
A lot of these jealous people, I told you this one already, they come in and try to be your friend, and they know they were jealous from the get-go. And they're just waiting for some dirt to get on you. They were jealous from you from the beginning.
Mm.
That's a narcissist. They know they're fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
I just cannot relate to the level of jealousy.
I can't either.
Jealousy is swallowing poison and hoping that your enemy dies. You're just killing yourself, man. You're jealous, and a lot of people are just turning on you. You know what I mean? They can't actually produce content. So anybody who comes along that they know, like, this person's better than me, they try to destroy them out of jealousy, knowing that they can't produce content. You know what I mean?
Yep.
They admire you. They see your talent.
She's
and they wanna
sleeping.
rip it down because they're afraid to rise above because they know you got what it takes. Everything.
Oh my gosh.
What they've ever done, and leave them in the fucking dust. And then with the non-content creator losers, I think it's jealousy too. It's just straight out envy. Either they're jealous or there's the sadism. They just like hurt.
Oh my God.
It's one of the two.
It's one of the two, right? The dramatics. You know, I
What
think
an
they say
idiot.
everyone's jealous. Yeah. Right? I think they say everyone's jealous because they live and envy themselves. They envy a group of people they wish they could be part of, but they would never be accepted by. Like,
Oh,
don't
I
know,
completely
white
agree.
naturalists.
Completely agree.
Yeah, they just, you know, they live in this world of delusion, of jealousy, of everything in between. Oh, here's where I do it. All right, I found how to do my
Or
emotes.
sometimes both. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, that's you
They're
laughing
either
then.
jealous of you, or they like to hurt you. Just gonna say, like,
Thank you to all the
Lynn, I didn't realize you were laughing in the video.
I do. Sometimes I laugh. I can't help but laugh while I'm screen recording.
Because it's so outrageous. It's like, what?
Funny. Yeah.
Right. What is one thing to be jealous of with them? I don't get it.
people that are emailing me so far too, by the way.
Who is this jealous? I know you're jealous whether you know you're jealous or not.
Should be
We have
compliment
a
people
real
impersonate
life.
the
Our
person.
life is
No.
hard, just like yours, and don't.
We have a real life. Our life is hard, just like yours. Remember when he said, you know, they're jealous of our relationship because they think we're so happy. I hate to break it to you, we're not. Right, Brittany? And Brittany's like, oh, Christian covert narcissist? Stop it. I didn't even know it existed. Describes her. I bet it does. Oh, I'm going to get it.
I feel sorry for you. I guess I just
Yeah, we
don't
don't.
understand jealousy. I've never really fucking been jealous of anybody.
Len laughing again.
Anytime that I could have been jealous of somebody, they were arrogant
Wait a minute.
assholes, and
What did
you know what I mean? That just kills me. Like, I can't be jealous.
Oh
of
my
anybody.
God, Master Cop.
She's not even listening to him. She doesn't even know where she's at. Oh my God.
Wow.
I've never heard somebody so like, yeah, this is just wild. Meanwhile, she
They're
has
like
text
they're like
on her screen.
they're like having two completely different experiences right now.
This is wild. I mean, the thing is about the Texas flooding at the camp where children were. He's talking
Right.
about people being jealous and using that as religious manipulation again. And she's like snoring. You can
Yeah.
hear her suck up her slobber. Yeah.
I remember
Yeah.
that because she was really heavily sleeping during that Texas flood coverage, and I was fucking appalled. I was so pissed, man, because
It was so bad.
and that was just, I know that was just a year ago because they just came out with a report about that Texas flooding and the damages and stuff. Anyway, that was horrible. Yeah.
Yeah, she says the same uses religious manipulation. She's incredibly disgusting person.
Your
And this
robot
goes
is
on.
Nope.
They don't know anything about
Yeah, I think it just broke up for me for a second. I seen it too.
Okay.
I said she uses true crime cases the same way she uses religion to shield the fact that she's actually an incredibly horrible person.
Yep.
Am I back, guys? I'm still a robot?
No, you're back. You're back.
Okay. Also, I seen the screen glitch. All right, let's see.
courts and
Finish
how it
right.
works. Real true crime people know that shit.
Real true crime, please.
You know more about the court system than I do.
Oh my God.
Because I think more people.
He did not just say she knows about the true crime, the court system.
Right.
Love us, and they want to see.
My golly. Cash says, considering her recent problematic birth, how was she able to cover the vile case she did? No emotions, dark, what is that, triad?
Triad.
Triad.
Dark triad. Yeah. That's a psychological.
That's how we all thought with her.
Yeah.
No, go ahead, Lynn. It's a psychological term.
Yeah, and I don't want to get it wrong. So if you want to look it up, there's 3 different traits in the dark triad that, and I don't want to get it wrong. So if you want to look it up, but there's a
Yeah, I got it coming up.
there's something called a dark triad that is really, I think it's look it up. If you want to get it.
Narcissism.
Yeah, the narcissism is part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Psychopathy. And what is this one? Machiavellism?
Machiavellianism. Machiavellianism. Sorry.
Oh, this one fits. Driven by strategic manipulation, cynicism, and a focus on self-interest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think you're right, Cash. I think you're right.
Machiavellianism. Yeah.
Machiavellism. What is she even telling this man for him to have such an ego? Literally, right? I don't know. I guess because every now and then he gets, a succubus trying to steal his juices. He just thinks he's, the best man ever. Weird guy. I'm sorry. I know I say this a lot. But if a man in my real life ever spoke to a cat in the sexual manner he did, they would not be part of my life anymore. It's
it was
weird. He's weird.
so fucking weird, man.
Oh, we're only at Pride, by the way,
Professional
folks.
shit.
It's absolutely terrible.
It's lonely at the top
Yeah.
because he ain't got no equal. You see?
Yep.
She's like, shut up, Craig.
And I feel so degraded being associated with these people. I don't know how it's not good.
How am I doing this wrong? Genuinely, I've not said one thing wrong. What have I said?
You didn't do anything. You're doing great. It's a great live tonight.
What did the comments say?
Not one thing have I said was wrong about this.
With all due respect, educated opinion.
I want to see what that commenter said.
Live tonight.
I've not said.
They said, when you cover serious, heavy topics like this, it is important to have your stuff in order and to fully understand what you're talking about. It's beyond disappointing. Yeah, that's true. That is some valid advice that an adult shouldn't need.
Yeah.
One thing wrong. What have I said?
You didn't do anything. You're doing great. It's a great live tonight.
Not one thing have I said was wrong about this.
With all due respect, educated opinion. There's no need for a comment like that, to be honest.
Oh, thank you, Retha.
Don't you think she's already going through enough? We're going to stay focused.
Aw.
Thank you very much for being here, but you can kick rocks.
Talking about Idaho 4 victims, and don't you think Brittany's already gone through enough, guys?
Brittany's been through
You got you 800 views.
drama. Brittany's
So
been
King
through
Rocks.
Yeah.
Ugh. Like, how can you even cover a topic like that and dare compare your hardships? They're even mentioned.
Exactly.
So deplorable. Part 2, he said, oh, I thought you would say because you knew I was good. So she wouldn't date if Craig left her because of 3 kids she has now, but not 3 others. Oh, I thought you would say because you knew I was good. So she wouldn't date Craig if he left her because she has 3 kids, right, instead of 6. I get it. Well, Craig said he could easily walk away.
They all know who you are now. Now they'll come and check out your channel, get more views, get more money. You're helping. Oh, thanks.
Weekly. Yeah.
There it is. Get more views, get money. Thanks. And what is she doing? That's me on the screen?
They all know who you are now. Now they'll come and check out your channel, get more views, get more money. You're helping. Oh, thanks.
Ah, Cletus.
Weekly. Yeah.
It'd be like Christmas Eve, and we'd be, or the day after Christmas sometimes. We'd be outside playing, and all of a sudden, old people would pull up, and I'd be like, who the hell is that? And they'd get out, and they'd give you like a fucking yo-yo or something.
Yeah.
And say, hey. They talk to your parents, and they leave. And then later, they'd be like, oh, that's your great, whatever, you know?
What?
Yeah.
And then I'd be like, they gave me a fucking yo-yo. But now looking at it, right?
So as a kid, he would say they gave me a fucking yo-yo.
Yep.
Wow.
When I was younger, my grandmom, she, bless her heart, man, she was hysterical. She'd gift us like, here, I adopted an animal at the zoo in your name, like in your honor, right? And it'd be just like a piece of paper. But it was something that we always cherish because we're like, oh, you know, that panda's being fed because of us or that whatever. And they're the best gifts you can give, the gifts that give to others.
Right.
I remember as a kid, every single little thing we opened, we would be like ecstatic because somebody gave us something. Oh my God,
Yes.
a box of stickers. Wow.
Right.
Thank you. Because it was
Right.
gifted to us, not for
Yep.
what it was, but it was gifted to us.
Well, that's like
Right.
when,
As a child,
Brittany-
I was taught that if somebody gave you a piece of corn, you appreciated it, you know?
Yeah.
Well, that's like when Brittany admitted that her kids don't even wake up early on Christmas because they're just not that excited. Well, I wonder why.
Greed.
Yep. Spoiledness.
And last time I was on your panel, I said something to the effect that if somebody gave me $1 on YouTube, I would,
Yes.
and I'm not asking for anything, but if somebody gave you $1 on YouTube, you're appreciative because they took that dollar out of whatever they need to give to you to share their wealth or whatever they have with you to help you out. I mean, that in itself is just, I mean, just the act of doing it. That's what you're appreciating, you know, that somebody's thinking of you. And yeah.
Right.
You
Especially on
greedy
a free
bastards.
platform. I've always said this platform is free. You don't have to buy a membership. You can watch for free. People buy memberships to support you. I mean, they don't have to. It's a free platform. So when somebody send you anything, a penny, I remember she snubbed her nose to the jewels that people can send. They're only like worth like a penny. They're like a penny each number. Like, so what? That's 50 cents they could have put in her pocket.
It all adds up.
Care. Right. All of it adds up. She doesn't care.
They didn't.
I mean, have you ever had a change jar?
2 days giving every.
Oh yeah, and at the end,
when you go. Yeah, has BJ ever had a change jar? I mean, we used to like save up. Me and my husband used to put all of our change in a jar, and like if we ever had like $1 or a $5 bill or even a $20 sitting in our pocket that wasn't with the rest of our money, we throw that in there, and that's how we paid for Christmas every year.
What a great idea! I remember being so excited, and then you go and you know put it into the machine, and next thing you know, you have like $100, and it's like, wow, money you didn't even realize you had because it was the change jar. Yeah, every penny adds up. K9 Charlie, thank you. Y'all are the bestest. Thank you. Look at that. Real life asshole said I paid for an entire week at Disney for my family of 5, flights included, with my change jar.
Nice.
She complained about the DoorDash order Diana sent her the other night. Just like she complained about the ex-mod sending her a whole meal after Craig's father passed. Never mind the fact she denied Craig's father living there until he passed, and she suddenly could use his death to get money. Then he admitted he lived there. Fucking sick. How do you complain about something that was gifted to you? A DoorDash order that was gifted to you. How do you even dare fix your mouth to complain?
What did she complain about? I mean,
yeah, good question. What was the complaint? When my kids were little, if we were out to eat, if we got like an ice cream cone or something, they dare fix their mouth to complain, I'd take the whole thing from them. Like, you appreciate what you have. She's unbelievable. Cash said, my grandma always told me, look after the pennies. The pounds will look after themselves. Oh, I like that. Hey, they stopped making pennies. Isn't that crazy? There's going to be a time where pennies are not like in existence. That would take a really long time, but you know what I mean. So, she complained that something didn't arrive. I don't like this DoorDash Instacart. Oh. All right.
They probably bought like 55 yo-yos.
Yeah. So it means more to you once you
yeah.
Yeah.
At least they thought of getting you a yo-yo.
Shitty yo-yo. Now I realize like he had so many grand. That's all he could afford was to give me a yo-yo.
Right.
This is also still gross, right? Because as an adult, he didn't realize it's the thought behind the gift that matters. No. It's the value still. He's still putting a value on it. Like, oh, well, because they had so many grandkids, all they could afford was to buy me a yo-yo. Not the fact that they cared enough to even get you anything. It still has a value. Ugh. Right, that's why they broke in several TVs and broke in game controllers and glasses and microphones and headphones. Yep.
Yeah, they don't care about nothing.
No. Well, yeah, like I've always said, Cheesy, when people don't earn what they have, they don't value it as much. Like, I'll give you a good example, right? My son was saying to me that he wants the Switch 2. And I said to him, okay, well, I'll tell you what, you have a couple dollars saved up. You have the Switch 1. Let's go ahead and trade that in and then use the money you have saved up, and we'll see what the difference is for you to get the Switch. All of a sudden, he's considering, does he really need the Switch 2? After all, he has a Switch 1.
Right.
Your kids ever do that? Your kids ever want something and you're like, all right, well, you have money, you buy it. Now they're like, well, I don't know if I really need it.
Yep, did that.
My kids actually, yes, but her kids, BJ's kids, no.
Right. Mm-mm.
But that shows your good parenting skill.
Well, it teaches
Yeah.
them, the value of money,
Right.
What's first
I used to be
needs.
impressed.
Right.
I used to be impressed one time. I have family in Michigan. One of my nieces is over. My brother's over there, and we went over to Michigan. And my dad doesn't send out gifts all the time and stuff for everything. So we were over there, and my dad says, "Okay, I'm going to take you girls to Walmart. You guys can buy whatever you want. This is kind of a way to give you the gifts that I've been missing, right?" And they went right to the clearance rack. My girls and her, they all went right to the clearance rack to find what they could find. I mean, that's, Grandpa
Oh,
was here
you
to
must
buy
have
them
been
whatever
so
they
proud.
wanted. Right.
Right.
And they went,
And they're
first
like,
thing they
okay,
went
we'll
to
go
was
to
the clearance
clearance.
rack. Right.
Well, I have a confession to make. I raised a
Oh,
little
no.
I raised a little juvenile delinquent, and when my son was 8 years old, he stole a nail file kit from a dry cleaning store, and then he went to
Oh.
school. And then he went to school and sold it to his friend for $20.
No way.
Oh, no.
You raised
Yeah.
a hustler is what you raised. That's a
Yeah.
hustler.
And we found out about it. We were so pissed, and we made him go give the money back to his friend and get the thing back and give it back to the dry cleaner.
Oh my goodness. That is hysterical.
That's one of the ways that he learned the value of money. Because that thing was worth like, I don't know, like $2 or something,
Right. He's selling it for 20.
But do you,
Yeah.
okay, well, I mean, he's smart, but good thing, but you taught him right. Do you think BJ and Craig would have done that with their kids? No.
No. They would have been like, good job, son. What a hustler.
Yeah, give me 10 because I drove you to the dry cleaner.
My son and I were just talking about that the other day. It was so funny because he was like, I remember when you brought me over to his house to give him the 20 back. Oh, man.
That's actually great.
Oh, it's so funny.
That's like,
And,
I saw a
and
video on here.
he'll always remember that,
Oh,
you know.
Right. That was a pivotal point for him, that because he had to face humiliation for what he did. And
Yeah.
that's how you teach them that these things, that's how people grow up having shame. And then you have the people like Brittany that grow up having no shame. That's the difference.
Yep.
I seen a video where I guess a group of girls, they all had the same hoodie, and the little girl, one girl in the group wasn't able to get the hoodie. So her friends all came together and gave her money to get the hoodie. And of course, she was telling her mom about it, and the girl like has tears in her eyes, like, aren't they such great friends? And the mom's like, they're fantastic friends, whatever. But we're going to give the money back because, I'll get you the hoodie. So the mom didn't realize how important it was for the friend to have the same hoodie, whatever. But like, they're good kids. They're kids that came together and gave their money to help a friend fit in with them. That's good value. And then the mother taught good value by saying, well, we'll give their money back and I'll get you the hoodie.
Right.
You're right,
no,
Laura
Brandy.
Lulu.
No, Brandy, he did not steal again that I know of. that I know of.
But also in your mind, you're thinking, man, he's gonna be able to take care of himself later.
Yeah.
You're a hustler.
Got that hustle. The hustle mentality. A toy car was at the playground. My kid loves cars, but I told him he could play with it, but not keep it while we were at the park. I told him some kid was probably missing it. Yeah. My kid works part-time and helps our neighbor and still in school. She saves everything, but for vacation, she allotted money for extra clothes she wanted and balances her bank account. Yeah, you have to. You have to teach them, or you end up with the Britneys and the Craigs. 2 homes given to them, falling apart. It's just, yeah.
that was something I drilled into my kids because I wasn't taught well how to manage my money. I wasn't taught well that it was a hard lesson that I learned. So I've been making sure that they actually get taught, not just by, by example, by watching me and my ex, but by actually taking classes and being shown, learning by real legitimate sources how to manage your money and how to balance your checkbook and how to save for the future and stuff like that. It's so imperative, especially now,
Oh, absolutely. Times are harder than ever.
than ever.
And
They're
Nee,
both
thank you
like
so much for the gifted. Sorry, Lynn.
No, it's okay.
Jeff, thank you for the full send. And Nee, thank you for the gifted. And went to no one you know. Yeah, and that's the other part. Like, when you hear Brittany over there complaining about a DoorDash order that was sent from Diana, who's also sending in monthly groceries along with Warschmiegel, apparently, and you hear her have the nerve to even fix her lips to complain about it. It's like, do you know how many people are going to sleep on a peanut butter and jelly because they're working 2 jobs and still can't make ends meet because they weren't gifted a home or a secondary home? They weren't, blessed to be able to come on YouTube and just run their mouth a few hours and make it work. Like, they actually are struggling. And it's just, who complains about, I mean, even if somebody sent me a fucking pizza and it ended up with sausage or pepperoni on it and I didn't want it, I would still be grateful for the fucking pizza. Like, I would never come on here and be like, well, I didn't, I've even had people say to me, like, did you like it? And I'm like, yeah. Well, you never complain about a gift. That's fucking greed.
Jen Sparky, you're so immature. That's not a roach. It's a moth. It's a very pretty brown moth that looks like a roach. It's a
that also crawls like a roach. See, when a moth is frightened, they fly away. They don't crawl away. When a roach is frightened, it crawls away. That thing that landed on her crawled away when it was frightened. But Ohana, you stop it right now. Ohana's the one that sent us the switch. You dare. Ohana, he is very grateful for it. He would have never had it without you. He really appreciates it. It's just everybody has the newer one. And he had the choice. And he decided to stick with the one you gave him. So don't you dare. Don't say that. Don't you dare apologize. You better be kidding with me. She wrote, I'm feeling so guilty. I will start saving for the newer model. I apologize. I did not mean to make you feel guilty. I honestly shouldn't even said it out loud. I'm sorry. But no, he's very thankful, as am I. So please. Now I feel like shit. Now I feel like Brittany complaining about DoorDash. I wasn't complaining. I promise.
Do you all agree that the Roach, but the Brittany Roach story is one of those I remember where I was when stories?
Because, yeah, I remember. I was laying in bed.
Yeah.
Dozing off when my phone rings.
Yeah.
And Clue nobody called, like, no, I don't ever get calls that late, right? So I'm thinking, oh, it has to be something going on. Because I have my phone on, like, do not disturb. The only thing that comes through is phone calls because obviously it's important if it's a call. Yeah. I was not able to sleep that night, Lynn. It fucked up my whole entire weekend. Yeah. What was yours?
Well, I was actually sitting there listening to Brittany's stream. I was not watching, right? So she said something about a moth. And I just took it at face value. I was like, oh, she got a moth. Okay, well, it's going to make her go off the stream again. It's going to make her hold on again. There's a moth. Okay. See how nice I am that I took her at her word, benefit of the doubt. But then somebody texted me and said, oh my God, did you see what happened? There was a roach on Brittany. I was like, and I think I said to them, no, it was a moth. And they said,
oh
look,
my gosh.
And they said, look again. And I looked and literally, I was like, you cannot mistake that for a moth. That was not a fucking moth. That was a massive roach. I was fucking shocked.
You know damn well she didn't believe it was a moth because of how many times she said the word moth after it happened.
Oh no. When you go back and look at it, you could see that she is absolutely fucking petrified that people saw that she had roach crawling all over her. She was like, get that camera. Oh my God, get that camera. That camera. I got to turn off that camera. Oh my God. I'm like, a moth, a moth, a moth. And if it really was a moth, I don't know if, for anybody who actually listened to the stream, she was like, no, 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 no. Like, I was like, well, you're being very reactive about a moth.
Right.
You know?
Right.
You know, like that's really, really, but she hyper reacts about everything. Right. So now looking back on it, she wasn't as reactive as you should be. For
that's what I was about to say. I agree.
Yeah.
Because when you first said she was like, you know, pretty reactive for it being, I'm thinking she wasn't reactive much at all, almost like she's used to it. Thank you so much, BJ. Oh, I mean, hi, Stormy, if you're fucking serious, that would be insane. Insane. The way she reacted was, first off, it seems like it was normal, right?
Yeah.
BJ's emotional support, Roach Ama sent 5 gifted. Thank you, BJ's emotional support. The way she reacted seemed like it was something that occurs often. But did you see? She lies about getting rid of it, first off, comes back.
Yes.
Did you see it hit her hand? There was 3 appearances by this roach, okay? But when it crawled across her fucking chest, she didn't even know it was there, Lynn. Cheesy.
Yep.
She did not even know there was a roach crawling across her fucking chest.
Yep.
Yeah, that just grossed me.
I did a really quick stream the other day where I just played it going back and forth across her chest and had people write captions for it, like, you know, caption this, but only wrong things, because that's how it feels to gaslight. So only write the wrong answer. You can't say this is a roach crawling across the chest, because that's how it feels to fucking be a gaslighter, you know?
It's an apple grown from a tree. I mean, absolutely, that's what she did. And the worst part was, again, the way she sat there and acted like she got rid of it. Like, all right, we're good, y'all. We're safe. We're good. And then it reappeared. Oh, it's fucking back. And then I'm sorry, but the way it crawled across her chest, went to her armpit, and then just dropped.
Yeah.
How bad was the odor that it killed Bennett the roach? Rico the roach.
And big roaches like that. Big roaches like that, they smell. They do. They smell.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
Doing my research, I found out roaches can get odor.
Yeah. I'm not going to tell you how, but I've been around roaches. It wasn't my living space. I'm not going to divulge how.
All right. I'll share my story. It was a big roach. It was a small guy. And I'm in a campground. And sometimes the kids, when they come out this door, it doesn't shut all the way. So the one night I realized the door's cracked or whatever, and you know bugs are attracted to light. So I'm like, you're going to let all the bugs in here. And my son goes, it's too late. And it's like a drama movie, right? Like, it's too late. I'm like, what do you mean it's too late? What's here? And he's like, look at the TV. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, I think that's a fucking roach, right? Now I'm like, I'm disgusted. I'm like, I'm going to kill you. So I go near it and this thing flies. And I'm like, it looks like a roach, but it flies. And he's only like a centimeter or 2 big. Long story short, we're chasing this motherfucker, blah, blah, blah. Open the door. I'm using my cell phone flashlight, try to get it out. It ends up leaving. So now my daughter's like, that was a moth. I'm like, that's not a moth. That was a roach, but I don't understand because it has wings. Here, I Google, and that's how I found out. In hot climates, roaches will grow wings.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
I do know some of them. So smell like what? They smell like damp dirt, like musty.
Yeah, this one I didn't smell him. He was too small, in and out, didn't smell him. But yeah, and same with the moths. We get a lot of moths around here, especially. I'm in the pine woods of New Jersey. There's moth galore. We went to a thing at the local wildlife here that did a whole study on moths, and you got to like paint the moths and all of that. I've never seen a moth that looks like what she claimed to be a moth.
Oh, I was just living in Mexico for 3 years. I had moths every single day. Okay. Moths, every different kind of moth. I know how moths work. They're much different than a roach.
So different. Pet My Peace said, have to
Oh.
mama brag. My 23-year-old son just called. He got a promotion with a 20K pay raise. That's amazing, Pet My
Wow,
Peace.
nice.
Oh my goodness. Good for
Awesome.
him.
Very cool.
Wow. That's a hell of a
Also,
promotion.
Congratulations.
just a few days before Roachgate on Brittany, I was at a pet store. I was at this pet store and I saw a roach in the bathroom. And I was like, oh fuck. And I told them at the front desk. But so I had just recently seen a roach up close in real time, right? So I know what a fucking roach looks like.
Yeah, that wasn't a roach.
I know they fly because when I was a when I was a truck driver, I was down in Texas, and yeah, we were at the terminal, and I was sitting there bullshitting with some other drivers, and all of a sudden it was at nighttime, and all of a sudden something hits me on the chest, and I was like, "What the hell was that?" And somebody says, "Oh, it was a roach," and I was like, "Did they fly here?" And they were like, "Yeah, they fly down here in Texas." And I was like, "Oh my God." And I was so grossed out. And then not that much later that night, I had to go to Tyler, Texas to pick up a load at a Target distribution center. And I am not exaggerating when I tell you there were so many roaches there that night. My white truck was now black because of all the roaches that were crawling around on the outside of it. I didn't want to get out to even drop my trailer. It was so gross. And I really quickly got out of the door as fast as I could. And it was as little space as I could to get out. And I hopped out. I hurried up and dropped the trailer, and I got the hell out of there. I didn't even pick up a new trailer, and because I was supposed to drop a full trailer and pick up an empty one. And the next morning, my driver manager, he says, "Why didn't you get a new trailer?" And I was like, "Oh, they didn't have any." Any empty ones. I completely lied because I didn't want to tell him I was afraid of bugs. But anyways, luckily I didn't need a new trailer for where I was going. But yeah, I was like, oh, there was none. I couldn't find one. But yeah, I didn't want to bring those damn roaches home with me to Minnesota. Ugh.
Oh man. Texas Blue Bonnet. I lived in Rosarito Beach. Right on the beach. It was nice.
Just rub it in all our faces, huh?
Hey, you give up a standard of living to live at the beach in Mexico, but it was nice. It was really nice.
I bet it was, to be honest.
Yeah.
A dream come true. My aunt had roaches, tried to sue the neighbors. Oh.
Give me just a second. Hold on 1 minute. Yeah, hold on.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you guys to hear it.
Did Brittany come over?
Yeah, she's evaded me like roaches. Help. No, but honestly, I want, because at the time a lot of us thought, oh, that has to be like a mouse or something. A mouse wouldn't stay on one's foot. So when Brittany sits there and wants to convince everybody, oh, it was a moth, y'all, it was a moth. Explain that clip.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll play it in just a few seconds when it comes up. But yeah, it was clearly something that Brittany's used to too, because the non-urgency and getting up. If my child ever spoke to me in that format of a scared format, saying something like that, I would have literally ran. Not, oh, hold on, y'all, give me a moment. It's like she knew what the answer was going to be.
Texas Bluebonnet, it sounds beautiful there, but I think practically every place there now is taken over by the cartel, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, were you scared? Living in gangster's paradise?
No, not at all. You know why?
Because you're a bad bitch.
I'm a bad bitch, and also
a bad bitch.
They target each other. Not civilians.
Not really. Civilians. Yeah.
No,
well,
they're
good.
going after.
That's great. I'm really glad to hear that.
And you don't go out at night, and that's the quality of life type of thing. It's also like the infrastructure is like 30 years behind. That's what I. Really? That's the thing. Yes, absolutely. It's like it's a third world country. I mean, the people are fucking amazing. I love the people.
Love, love, love them.
But you don't bother the cartel, they won't bother you. Don't get involved in their shit and they won't bother you. Just don't go out.
How's the weed? How's the weed there? Is it killer weed?
It's better here.
Is it really?
Yes.
Oh. Yeah. All right, here's this clip. Trigger warning, but it's time to revisit because Brittany's such a liar.
That's right, Salty. Don't grab
give
it.
me just a
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. No, go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just saying that's right. The avocado business is what's been taken over now. Yeah.
Oh my God, the price of avocados, I don't even like them. There, I went to this little like coffee shop or whatever, and they had avocado on a toast or whatever it was, and I'm like, oh, that sounds healthy. Maybe we'll try that. It was like, yeah, $15 for avocado on toast. The fuck out of here. They made it so fancy.
Hatter's Madness. I just hope that she doesn't go alone backpacking in Mexico. That's all. Especially if she's young.
I miss just dirt weed. I miss the days where weed was just dirt weed. I feel lost with weed, which is fine because I don't want to smoke it anyway. But all right, here's the clip, guys, just to revisit because she's a liar.
I really feel something on my foot. Oh, give me just a second. Hold on 1 minute. Y'all, hold on.
Is it just me, or was she not very urgent for what she's hearing?
Right.
I mean,
I don't even think I would have said, hold on a minute. I would have just left.
No. Right. You hear that? I'm just gone. You guys can, you know what I mean? You can hear, hold on a second, y'all. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. As he's panicking.
I really feel something on my foot. Oh, give me just a second. Hold on 1 minute. Y'all, hold on.
What I hear is her playing more to the audience than to anything. It's like she's like, hold on. And then you get the sense that she's doing something completely different once she mutes,
Right. Oh, my Amazon box of chips just came. I used to not be able to order Amazon here. I don't know why, but now you can. So it's the first time I ever had Amazon delivered to me here. This is exciting. But yeah, there's no urgency. It's more like, oh, hold on, Chad, hold on. Like she's annoyed by it or something.
Yeah.
It feels weird. All of it feels weird.
She's annoyed that
that's fine. Thank you.
She's annoyed that he's alerting her audience to something wrong. That's what it sounds like.
Oh, you're right. I didn't
I
think of
agree.
it from that perspective.
Yeah.
Like, great. Now the people heard it. Way to go.
In all honesty, I had never heard this clip.
No?
So fucking sad. I knew it existed. I just never heard it myself. It's so fucking sad.
Yeah, because we get shamed for playing it, right? You get that whole like, oh, you're playing her. But no, you allowed this to be heard on the mic. And I'm sorry, but a mouse isn't going to stay on a child's foot. A roach will crawl and stay on a foot. He was scared to move. I would have been scared to move too. Did she ever come back and say like what she thought it was? Or like, oh, sorry, guys, it was, or she just act like we didn't hear what we just heard? She was getting closer to the mic. Listen again, guys. She does get closer to the mic like she's trying to overspeak him.
Yeah.
I really feel something on my foot. Oh, give me just a second. Hold on 1 minute. Y'all, hold on.
See?
Like, y'all, hold on. Closer.
She's trying to drown him out. See?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Why don't it doesn't seem like anybody else in her household really has an accent.
I've heard a little accent come out of one of I never know which kid is talking when, but I've heard a little accent come out here and there.
Yeah, the guys on Honest Truth, Lynn, up until very recently, I didn't even know her kids' names. Brittany claims that I stalk her and her family and I'm obsessed with her kids and I attack them and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know her kids' names. She gives out their full first, middle, and last.
All of them.
Yeah, all of them. Thank you, Island Princess. She sure does, doesn't she? Or she'll be like, y'all, so-and-so told me. Like, she tells you too much. June bugs. A June bug is different than a palmetto and a roach, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought so. Just like whatchamacallit. Somebody try saying palmettos aren't roaches. Yes, they are. It's a fancier name for an American roach.
That's what
Yeah,
I
June
read.
bugs, they only June bugs, I mean, why they're called June bugs, they only come out in the spring, or early summer, and then they go away. So if
June.
this, depending on what time of year that was, I wouldn't think that's a June bug. Because I've heard people say that it was later in the year, so it wouldn't have been a June bug. But I don't know when it was done, so I'm not sure what the date on that was. So
Yeah, I'm not too sure of the date on it either. But
June bugs are so gross. I hate them. Ugh.
Oh, it was May 11th. That wasn't that long ago. Wait, was it this year?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, then it could have been a June bug in May.
Well, then again, that's not that long ago. So that's like you probably had an infestation since then or something. Holy shit. Spilled Tea says, "Hi, Granny. She dared to delete this live, then cried about Laura's post calling her out about it. Called her a liar, etc. Hi, Lynn. Hi, Cheesy. Oh, well, here it is, Brittany. Here it is. Who's lying
I
now?
do remember her. I do remember her getting defensive about it after Laura called it out. I remember that. I had just never heard the clip, and then it wasn't that long before that, and I do have that clip where he says, "Mom, there's roaches."
That's right. That's right. And she tried to tell him it wasn't a roach.
Yep, that's not a roach.
So tell us do we need any more signs that was a roach that crawled across her? I mean, anybody still want to argue it was a moth? We have 3 separate instances of roaches. Yeah, we're going to call it a moth still. That's just like with the fucking Suboxone. At this point, you showed it on screen. You drove to the clinic and you admitted that you used to take them. What more proof do we need? And the nods. I'm tired of people gaslighting all the time. That's the problem, though. Brittany does that. She lies and lies and lies until we have to debunk it. And that's what keeps the shit going. And she doesn't recognize that. Would anybody really judge so much if she was like, holy shit, guys, that was so fucking gross. There was just a roach on me. Like, yeah, we still mock you, but there wouldn't be stream after stream and people pulling up the differences between roaches and moths if you had been honest.
She keeps it escalated with all of her defense and denials and everything. Yep.
Oh, that's right. Phoebe's right. I remember this. There's 2 clips. This one, and then the one last fall when the kid said there's roaches, and she said they're June bugs.
Yep, that's right. Yep.
June bugs aren't out in the fall. So stupid. What flies at you, Forever Beach? The June bugs?
Yeah, June bugs will fly at you. Oh, I hate June bugs.
I don't think I know of a June bug, but I grew up with water bugs. And they're like cement roaches, in my opinion. They're gross. Let me look up a June bug.
June bugs are big beetles that have big, hard skin.
Oh, yeah, we get these all the time down here. They're so disgusting. They do fly right at you, and you're like, they're hard. Yeah, I know what you guys are talking about now. I've seen June bugs.
And then
they'll get in your hair and
Yeah. Especially when we're like crabbing and shit. I know what you guys are talking about now. Okay.
And speaking of proof and stuff, then there's the pictures you were showing from a few years ago, right? Of the cabinet, right? And then there were the strips.
Yep, the fly strips. Yep. Well, and then you got to admit that she has bees in the wall, which is such a weird statement. But honestly, the cabinet pictures, I just thought that was like grease and shit. I didn't know that cockroaches leave that type of matter and like
I didn't either. Yeah.
shit behind.
Yeah. Or that they could do it on walls. Like I didn't know that they could climb on walls like Spider-Man and leave marks like that.
No, me neither. Love my KC Chiefs. Thank you so much for the jewels. I appreciate it. They're jewels that you sent. Although I do love the Eagles. But go Chiefs. Raha.
That's right, Mike Pegasus, the frog in the shower.
Well, that she stole from Jay. Jay told a QC story about she hates frogs, and one was in her shower one day, and Jay's actually entertaining and telling stories. So not only, but a couple days later, Brittany claims there was a frog in her shower, and she had to get, I had to get Neil to come get it and whatever. I think she made that one up.
Maybe.
Where would a frog come from to be near her? There's no like creek waterway or anything. Do they live in places where there's no waterway like that?
I think they can.
Well, frogs are.
sure
That
they
doesn't
could.
mean that you don't have to have like water next to you. They're in damp areas or whatever, swampy areas, and if they have like woods next to them or
Oh,
whatever, yeah, they could have frogs.
like the whole pond she has underneath her kitchen.
Yeah.
That's what's attracting all these critters, if you ask me.
She called it a tree frog.
Well, North Carolina does have a thriving population of frogs and toads, boasting over 25 native species. So, yeah, maybe. I love frogs. Do you guys remember? I'm going to look it up. Like, when I was younger, I loved, and the like 90s and stuff, they had like those like shirts that would have like all different like species of frogs on them and stuff. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Like the
Yeah, and they were bright colored or whatever.
Yes. I used to love those type of shirts. Like you would see like through like Animal Kingdom or something. I don't know. Or like I had this one shirt that the front of it had 3 cats, and the cats like had like a 3D necklace. So it was like an actual little chain hanging, and then the back of it was the back end of the cats. I used to love that shirt too. But I love those. I don't know. Is that what they're called?
I'm kidding.
That was the name of the paper plates. I was gonna say, what the hell?
Garanimals was like a kid's clothing where you can mix and match.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think did they have that when I was little. I know they have that now. Yeah. Walmart's great for that. Here's one. Here's exactly what I'm talking about. I used to love these type of shirts and stuff, like these. I was such a tomboy though.
Those are cool shirts. Yeah, those are cool shirts.
The back of the shirt was the cat's butts, pretty much, but the front of it actually had like the one cat was wearing a necklace, so there was like a tiny necklace on it. I don't know how to explain it. So cute. Miss those days.
We used to catch tiny little frogs, like little ones, like little. They were the size of dimes.
Oh yeah, we get baby frogs here.
Yeah.
A lot of times I'll find them in the pool if like I'm the first one over there. But I actually have a picture of me holding one. He's literally a size smaller than my pinky nail.
Yeah.
No one, you know.
I
Yes,
like frogs.
you do.
I used to catch frogs, but I do not like bugs.
No? Man, I remember when I discovered salamanders, and we used to go to the creek and we look under every single rock and stone to try to find a salamander. Oh, such good days.
Yeah, things like salamanders or whatever, I don't mind that kind of thing. But like spiders, roaches, beetles, centipedes. Oh my God! One time when we first moved into our old, I have like a over 100-year-old farmhouse I live in. I love it. Anyways, when we first moved in there, yeah, I love it. Anyways, it's remodeled, but yeah, and when we first moved in, there was a problem with our, with our well or whatever. And my husband had to dig into the basement floor and whatever, and it's all clay underneath there. And so, of course, you start moving that kind of clay and stuff around, centipedes are coming, Well, anyways, I was in my bathroom and I was on the phone with my brother, and all of a sudden, I saw a centipede crawl up my wall, and I screamed so loud. His girlfriend apparently was like across the room, and she goes, "Oh my God, what is wrong with your sister? Is she okay?" And I screamed so being loud. She thought there was an emergency. So I hate centipedes. Ugh. I had the exterminator there the next day, by the way.
They are kind of scary looking. They move so weird.
Well, and they'll pinch you, so you can get bit by them.
Oh, I actually didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. Look what Who Knows has said. You can tie a June bug on a string and it will fly around in circles. We used to do it as kids.
Oh, I heard about that. I think I saw that in a movie.
That's actually hysterical. My mom said when she was little, they used to take the lightning bugs. They used to take the green part that lit up out of the bug and make like little like bracelets on their skin and stuff. I'm like, you used to literally kill the lightning bug for his light? That's horrible. And then Love My KC Chief says, who likes frog legs? I do. Tastes like chicken. Ugh. Not me.
I never tried them.
Ugh.
Me neither.
I mean, what's the point if they taste like chicken, right? I mean,
Yeah, I'll just eat chicken. Thank you.
yeah.
Ugh. Damn it. Sorry, I have to look something up. I ordered my son is getting into like the stage where he's like wanting to work out and get all the protein and, doing like smoothies and all of that, what he sees all the other teen boys doing. So I had ordered him the protein stuff that he wanted. I made sure it was healthy for him and all of that. And then I had ordered him a blender. Well, my dumbass sent the blender home. Like I didn't put it to this address.
Wait,
Whoops.
what?
Did I not make any sense? Did I cut out?
What? Why wouldn't you send the blender home?
Oh, well, we're down the shore. We're at the beach.
Oh! I forgot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Is 8.1 miles far?
Well,
I don't think they
depends on-
said to me. Sorry, Lynn.
far in terms of what? It's far to walk. It's not far to drive.
Driving. Okay.
No, it's not far to drive.
No, that's not. No.
It's like a 10-minute drive.
I don't know. I don't know miles and shit. Why would you think somebody lied about that? That's what they told me. There would be no point to lie about something sadistic like removing the juices of a lightning bug. I don't know though. Not 10 minutes in Nashville. That's funny. My nephew's into it too. He's so strong, bless him, 6 foot tall, and I'm short. That's how I feel, Ellie. My God, you turn around and they're like gigantic. I think you can.
There's going to be war in the chat about whether you can remove the light from that bug. There's going to be a huge class division now about that.
Who would want to hurt a firefly?
That's my whole point. Like, why would somebody you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
It's
either you do or you don't. You're killing the bug to do it, so just don't do it. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't see why. Right, Oldie said we did it as kids. I don't know why anybody would lie about something that's not really favorable to say. You know what I mean? But whatever. You can remove it. It just kills them, and the light only lasts a few seconds thereafter. But there's plenty of people in the chat that said they would do it too. You squeeze it. That's how kids back in the day used to do it. Guess what they make on Amazon? They actually have a lightning bug game, and it comes with like 2 little jars, and they you hide the lightning bugs, right? So the kids are like finding lightning bugs just by the light. I thought it was so cute. Oh, sorry, White Horse. It seems like you only come in to like try to debunk me or go at me or something. I'm telling you what she told me. They would take the light out and they put it on their skin to make it like it was a little bracelet. I'm sorry if I'm not very detail oriented to make it sound plausible that somebody I love used to kill fucking lightning bugs when they were a child. I mean, my God. Lisa Marie says, we as kids did it and it works. I'll fucking do it tonight if you keep calling me a liar. I'll tell you if it works or not. I'll video record myself. I don't really want to harm a lightning bug.
And I'm not disparaging anybody that did it when they were kids. Kids do kid things. I mean, like when I was a kid, we used to throw crayfish in front of semis to watch them splat. I mean,
right?
Kids are kids.
Kids do weird stuff. Sorry, White Horse, but it seems like you never comment unless you're trying to go against me or go, you know what I mean? It just feels that way. Maybe you don't mean to come off that way, but it does feel that way.
Kids do horrible things to animals when they are untended. What my neighbors used to put firecrackers up sand crabs' butts.
What? That's actually evil. Oh my God.
I know. That's why.
When you said that, I'm thinking my kids aren't like harming animals when I'm not looking, but I guess you're right. They do, you know, like somebody said, they used to tie a string to the June bug. I mean, that's tormenting the bug, but you know.
Yeah.
80, 90 kids. Right. We didn't have electronics and shit. You know what I mean? Especially kids in the 60s, 70s.
We had to find entertainments outside.
Yeah, I miss those days though. I honestly do. I think as a society, we should have like a week out of an entire year where we go dark. Where there's no electronics, there's no television, there's nothing but good old fashioned silence and you know, entertain yourself. I think it would be great.
Google says you can take segments of a lightning bug will continue to light until the chemicals run out of it.
Oh, well, thank you very much. So it does happen. Appreciate Google. How do you know that, White Horse? Who said that? I did the other day show my granddaughter say there are people that still do it. I see lightning bugs aren't as prevalent as they used to be, but I did see quite a few down here because we don't have street lights or anything. So it gets like really dark. Oh my God, the stars are beautiful.
Well, they're extinct now because motherfuckers kept stealing the lights out of them.
Right? Looking at you, Lisa Marie. Oh, that's actually hysterical. There's there's like a self-made pond, like it just somebody tried it. I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, so it's this little pond that's like right here near me, and the bullfrogs at night, and all the like, oh, it's so cool. If you throw a rock, all of a sudden they're like, whir, and then all these frogs jump, and you didn't even know they were there. So fun. I miss exploring and going on, you know. I remember my son would put on his little like ranger type of hat and he'd have his like little what do you call those? Like a construction work vest, like a little like explorer vest, and we go and explore the woods, and he'd be so cute with his little bug magnifier and his little kid, and gosh, I miss it. Give anything for him to be like a worry-free little kid again and just be himself and explore and have fun. And oh, I hate jumping spiders. Ooh.
The innocence of a child. Kids need to hold on to that innocence as long as they can, right?
I know. Unfortunately, I feel like social media steals it sooner than we'd like. You know what I mean?
Oh, it does. I totally was going through that. Like a year ago or so, I was thinking about that, about the magic of Christmas. You know, remember when we were little, I mean, Christmas was so magical to me. Yeah. And I just remember it was, everything about it was just so magical, right? And I tried to keep that magic alive with my kids, but yeah, nowadays, you know, kids don't have that magic anymore, I don't think.
Mm-mm.
Because they can look everything up on the internet.
Right. Yeah. And I was wrong. It's not I'm not thinking of a jumping spider. I was thinking of a cricket spider because they jump at you. They're so nasty. But no, you're right. I remember we had a phone to the North Pole that we would call, and he fully believed it. Oh, Google it. You'll be terrified. And you're right. Now it's like they do make that cool thing though, where you can do like a AI video with Santa to your kids, and if they're young enough, they'll fall for it. Yep, a spricket. Ugh. But it was much simpler when like anybody else's or any of you as parents, you turn on the radio and it'd be the Santa tracker, and they would tell you where Santa was right then.
No, I never had that.
You never had that? How about you, Lynn? Anybody else? You ever have the Santa tracker on the radio, and it would tell you like, oh, he's flying over. And he was always like across the pond, right? He was never like near us because it gave us time to go to sleep. Some people in chat have. They still do have it. Yes, they do.
I never had that. My mom must have abused me because
you better call her out for that.
I'll call
Actually,
her
it
out.
was it was more abuse to have it because they're like, you better hurry up, get to sleep. Santa's not far away. Yeah, they do have it on YouTube now, don't they? They would always do that. Let's see where Santa is right now. You guys better get settled down.
I would have been that kid that was like, wait, the tracker says that Santa's in Michigan, but why is he in California at my house right now?
Right?
Yeah, they still have it. It's so cool.
Yeah, but I just feel like, kids these days, they don't have the magic that we had. It's sad,
Well, now
I mean, the
too, these
magic
kids,
in everything,
right? And now with like Santa or whatever, they can actually look up like there's like 50 million versions of Santa, and well, he looks like this here, he looks like that there. Why does he look different? Blah blah blah. How's he at this mall? At that mall? You know what I mean? Like there's so many because we have the internet. Look at this. There's people watching it right now. Who wants to get into Christmas feels? After all, we get Christmas in July, right? I never celebrate that. We are live at the North Pole as we speak.
For me, it was because all the Santas looked so different that I realized that it was all a farce. I was like, wait.
We were always.
I was like, that Santa whose lap I just sat on is a completely different Santa than this Santa. And that just can't be.
We were always told that Santa had to hire his friends to help.
Mm-hmm. But that didn't make sense to me. If that's Santa's helper, why is he wearing the same outfit? It didn't make sense to me. I was a very particular child.
My oldest daughter was that way too. It was very hard to pull wool over her eyes for anything. Yeah, it was very hard because she was always thinking, yeah.
Frightening scene. It did.
Look at this that just came up. A teen climbs out of a Disney attraction mid-ride.
Disneyland over the weekend. A 13-year-old boy climbed out of a moving vehicle at Tiana's Bayou Adventure, then fell 50 feet down the attraction's waterfall.
Holy shit.
Jenna Rose Ramos, live from Anna.
Do you guys think he did it on purpose?
Oh my God. Was this recent?
Feet down. Yes, it just came up from yesterday. Let's see.
With video of the incident. Annie Rose, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning to you both. We're going to show you that video in just a moment. But first, park officials saying that 13-year-old boy was taken to the hospital purely as a precaution. He was not seriously hurt and has since been released from the hospital. But this comes after park officials say that he got off a moving ride and took a tumble down a 50-foot waterfall.
At least they should have some seatbelts, something to hook them on.
No, I'm so tired of people thinking that places need to add more and more and more to stop stupidity. You know what I mean? Like that kid's 13. Right. He knew not to climb out of it. A seatbelt wouldn't have stopped him. Oh, I want to see the video.
There to stay secure while they're going down that ride, especially for kids
Holy
who are,
shit.
Sometimes they need to move or they can't sit still.
Then don't bring them. Sorry.
All right, here's that video we were talking about showing the terrifying moment a 13-year-old Disneyland guest went over the water.
You see it? Holy shit.
There are not seatbelts on these rides.
No. You see him right here. He tries to climb onto the wall and he ends up tumbling down. He's lucky he didn't get ran over by the boat or... and it looks like they could only get the video from the phone.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh my God.
Here's the boy. Yeah, look.
Talking about showing the terrifying moment a 13-year-old Disneyland guest went over the waterfall on Tiana's Bayou Adventure.
Oh my God. He's so lucky that he didn't find. Oh my God. He's lucky he's not hurt.
Holy shit, man.
That's crazy. Crazy. He got banned for life. I'm surprised. You think his parents will try to sue them? I guarantee they will.
Oh, I guarantee
his fear
it.
made him do it? Yeah, you know it. Come on. Just like that guy said, there should have been seatbelts. No, there shouldn't be. If your kid's too antsy to go on rides, don't take them. And I get fear. I mean, he's a kid. Okay. I'm not going to blame a 13-year-old, but he kind of knows better.
Wow.
He probably thought he was being cool. Somebody said he did it out of fear.
I like
That's
what the
what-
croc
What?
said.
No.
What a little asshole kid.
I know, because wouldn't you be more afraid to fucking climb out of it than to actually go, you know what I mean? What? That's crazy.
Wow.
Remember last year there was an autistic kid that they were looking for at Disney, and he ended up on top of like the what was he on top of? Oh, he was on the tracks that like the tram thing goes around the top of the park.
Oh my God. No, I don't remember that.
Yeah.
That's scary.
I'm pretty sure his parents sued.
Monorail?
The monorail. Yes, he was on top of the monorail track.
Oh my gosh. Jesus.
When I did operation was in chronic pain. I had 3 people keeping me laid down as fear. Yeah, they said that about Seth too. Oh, yes. Yes, that's why I got this, Lynn.
Oh, okay.
When should we? Message me what your availability looks like, and I'm pretty open, so.
I'm open.
I hear you thinking about it. I didn't know our time was so different. Oh yeah, did you guys see that? The bungee jumping girl? It was like an event that they do every year, and there's the 2 men that are carrying her, and then the one that's like following behind, and she was supposed to be on a bungee rope. They threw her off the top. She was never attached to the rope. She fell to her demise.
Yeah, I mean, there are times when the park is at fault, but sometimes it really is just the person is doing something really stupid.
But with this bungee jump
my
situation, it's like all these adults and nobody realized she wasn't even attached to the rope.
Yeah, my husband showed me that the other day. I was like, oh my God.
I wonder if they.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
I know they brought them in, but I'm not sure if they were ever charged or not. But there has to be some type of neglect. Some people were thinking they thought they did it on purpose. In Brazil, like they purposely just threw. I mean, I don't know how they didn't see the rope. It was right there next to them. I know, Cash. Cash says, protect the child's innocence and imagination for as long as you're able. Hard to ever get that back. Amen. Rope jumping. I'm sorry. I didn't realize there was a difference between the 2. Just throw her off. And then her loved ones had to witness that. I think she was with like her boyfriend or fiance. The rope was questionable to begin with. And the fact that they have video, like they were, oh my God. Everybody there must have been traumatized.
Oh, yeah. Holy crap, Lugnut is snoring so loud. Holy smokes, I thought Brittany was here.
I can't even hear it.
Who's snoring?
You guys want it?
My dog Lugnut.
Oh. That's the dog
That
name.
reminds me of
I
Ludwig.
love it.
Yeah,
Reminds me of
yeah, he's
Jason.
Lugnut.
His name is Ludwig. Lugnut. Here's the video. It is horrific, guys.
Oh,
It
you
is
know what?
horrific.
I have avoided not. I've seen this pop up and I've not watched it.
Close your eyes.
Just to be honest, show you anything, they just show you throwing her over. But to me, you can see the rope right there. You can see the rope right there, not attached to her. And it shows how many adults were involved without realizing she wasn't even, like even the safety guy. You're right, though. We don't need to say it. It is horrific. We don't need to say
was that? Where was it?
And I think
Brazil.
Brazil. Yeah.
Okay.
Apparently, it's like an event they hold every year. And yeah, Brazil.
Wow.
And like the one guy, that was his one job, is to make sure that, that he's there as the safety guy. She was alive for a minute. Oh, somebody else said that was debunked. She was not. I don't know how you could survive that, to be honest. That's such a fall.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to live through a fall like that.
No.
They're tearing down the bridge, are they? People were screaming that the rope wasn't connected, and nobody, like, I mean, I don't know.
It's the bridge's
I don't know.
fault?
That's crazy. Yeah, why would they rip down the bridge because of it? Oh, I guess because they always jump off that.
Oh.
I don't know.
The things that they've had to do with the Golden Gate Bridge to prevent people from dying on that thing is crazy.
Well, that's because that people would jump off in a suicide attempt, right?
Yes. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
They've spent millions and billions of dollars putting netting under it and other like preventative they have patrols up there all the time.
That's so sad.
Yeah. One guy survived, fell all the way down and survived.
Oh, wow. I
that's
actually know a
crazy.
man. I know a man in my real life that tried to take his own life by gun
And
under his
survived.
chin and
Oh my
survived.
gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Can you imagine wanting to die before that and then surviving after that? Like, ugh.
No. There was
Breaks my heart for him.
there's a person I used to work with. His wife had done that, and yeah, she wore a scarf over her face because her jaw and stuff was gone. Yeah.
It's the saddest thing to me. I couldn't even fathom. I couldn't fathom. Oh my God.
Every person I've seen interviewed, all of them that who have done that and survived it have all to a person said, I regretted it the minute I did it.
Yeah.
You know, now
Yeah.
of course those are just the people being interviewed. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if that's universally the situation, but yeah.
I couldn't imagine having to like not want to live before and then having to live with that after, like the pain, the medical, the changes to your looks, all of it. Like, but I guess you have I guess if you are grateful that you were unsuccessful, then you have a new appreciation and you don't care about those type of things anymore, like looks or this or you know what I mean? I don't know.
A whole new perspective on life and having your
Right.
life. Yeah. Yep.
Let's hope that's what because that woman that I'm talking about, she could never be left alone because, she would have done it
She would
again.
try again. Yeah.
Yeah. She was pretty messed up in the head. Yeah.
Yeah, the Oliver Tree crash, I feel like I honestly, so many people that tried to leave that record album ended up like dying. And a lot of them did die like with crashes. I don't know. There's just something weird about it. And he had just done a podcast and he literally said that he's given like all the rights to his family because if and when he dies, music goes viral when people die. Like people start listening to their music more. And then not a short period later, does he die? Like, how did two helicopters crash into each other?
Yeah, Nikki's a Biz. I've seen that documentary, and I used to study all that stuff a lot because I lived in San Francisco for like 30 years, and I used to walk on the Golden Gate a lot, and there's a lot of lore about that.
What's the documentary? Tell us the name. Or what did they write?
It's a really good documentary actually about all of the.
Yeah, I found the comment. It's called the Bridge. The Bridge. They set up a camera at the Golden Gate for a year to see all the people that jumped off it. Oh my goodness, that's so sad.
Yeah. It's sad, but it's really you don't leave the documentary feeling depressed. You don't. It's actually it's a good documentary.
You know what I wonder? Well, I don't know. Never mind.
That's awesome, Nikki Zabiz. I spent a lot of time over there. A lot of time.
Like, it's sad to think that people are like, you know what? I'll go to this bridge and just take my own life. Like, it's so sad that there's like a place where people go to take their own lives.
There's lots of them.
Yeah.
Lots of them.
Isn't there a place in like China or something that they call like the suicide woods?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mm.
I think that's Japan.
But there's also like, there's a part of me, right? Like my grandma said it to me when she was suffering. She's like, I don't want to live. I want to die. And I think if people truly, truly want to die, especially like medically ill people that are tired of suffering and all that, like who was that doctor lady they arrested because she would help people die? I feel like people should have a right. Japan's forest. Thank you guys. I feel like people should have a right to decide if they want to die.
In that case, yes, I believe that too. Like my sister, when she was 45, she chose to go into hospice because she didn't have no quality of life left, and she was terminally ill, so she wasn't going to get better.
At 45?
And
at 45?
yeah.
Easy? Oh,
Yeah.
listen, I'm so
And
sorry.
yeah, and she decided to go into hospice, and we accepted it, because, she was right. She didn't have no quality of life left. They had cut one of her legs off. They were going to have to cut off the other leg, and they were going to have to cut off half of her rear end, and it was terrible anyways, from infections. And she was a really bad diabetic on dialysis and everything else, and heart problems.
I'm so sorry.
All from diabetes, uncontrolled diabetes. Anyways, at 45, she decided, I'm going to sign the papers. I want to go on hospice. And it was miraculous. I mean, I don't want to get religious on people, but in this time, I really did believe in God, because she was like out of her mind before that. I don't know if it was the medicine she was on or the infection or a combination of both, but she would like see like dogs running through the hospital and just crazy stuff, right? But then, and me and my dad, they're talking about, do you want to put her on hospice? And me and my dad are like, how do we sign the paper saying we want to kill her,
Right.
And you go through that. I mean, anybody that's had to go through that can imagine. Well, I mean, me and my dad, we were sitting there, what are we going to do with it? Because my mom's passed away also, and my brother had passed away also at 45, a couple of years before that. And we're sitting there and we're trying to decide, and then not too long after that, she came to, like, completely within her whole entire mind, she was completely herself again. And that was when she was like, I want to go into hospice. I want to sign the papers and blah, blah. And so, yeah, me and my dad actually figured that had to have been God, right? To give her that sense, because we were just struggling, right? So,
Right.
yeah, I believe people that are in that position, yeah, they should be able to decide,
That's devastating.
But yeah, my brother also died at 45. So when I was the baby. When I turned 45, my husband and kids were like, we're putting you in a bubble.
Oh, that's so sad. I'm sorry for your losses. I couldn't even fathom. My aunt just passed. And she was really ill for many years as well, but nobody knew how bad she had gotten recently. Next thing you know, we're getting a phone call that they're like, yeah, she has like hours to days to live. And she actually she came to a point where they're like, oh my God, she's like making a recovery. She's going to do great. But I knew from watching YouTube videos that they call that like the moment before people die, that they gain this great clarity and they almost seem like they're back to their normal, like pain-free self right before they pass. And then sure enough, she passed shortly after that. It was crazy.
I'm sorry for both of your losses.
Thank you. The calm before the storm. Your hospice talks about that a lot.
Yeah. I've gone through 3 of those types of situations, and it's very true. They get, all of a sudden there's this clarity and they want to connect with you. And you're like, oh my gosh, they're back. And then they're gone. Yeah.
So that's just devastating. That false sense, like they should prepare people. I guess unless it's like medically documented. I don't know if it is medically documented that does happen, But like in this instance, like my aunt's, husband was like thrilled, thinking she was going to like miraculously recover. You know what I mean? And it's like they should warn them that this may happen, that this can occur, so that doesn't give that false hope of, survival.
Texas Bluebonnet, it's okay. Just don't call my moth a roach. You can call me whatever you want. Just don't call my moth a roach, okay? All right?
It was a moth, damn it. She has a moth on her photo.
Don't disrespect the roach by calling it a moth.
Don't you dare do it.
Or should it be don't disrespect the moth by calling it a roach? Excuse me.
Yeah, I think it's more insulting to call a moth a roach. I think a roach would be flattered to be identified as a moth.
Fine.
Yeah, bless everybody's heart that works in that type of career, because it has to be such a hard career to work in hospice.
Oh my God, hospice workers are angels.
Yeah, they are.
Those nurses that take care of the patients, God bless them. I mean, you are, and if anybody's listening and you're a hospice nurse, you are angels and you're a true blessing to families.
And
I can't even tell you.
Yep. Yep, I agree.
And thank you for everything you do. I mean, let's be real, hospice, that means death. And to be able to work in that area and not be jaded and not be, and just be so emotionally there for the families and to just be so caring and everything. I mean, because I imagine that's got to wear on you, and you got to start being almost kind of emotionalist, otherwise, or try to be, right? Try to be tough. And that's got to be a horrible thing for you, And yeah.
Like they have to walk this fine line, right? Of being emotional enough to understand what the family's going through, but not so emotional that they can't do their job. And
exactly.
That they aren't overtaken by it, right? So
exactly.
Yeah. And that's a fine line. That takes a lot of emotional strength, a lot of mental strength.
Right. You just said it way better than I did. Thank you.
Oh, well.
That's what I meant, though.
My dad got better and came out of hospice the first time, not the second time. Oh, wow.
Yeah, my brother, he wasn't on hospice. He just never went to the damn doctor, and that's how he died at 45. He ended up, all his 3 major arteries were blocked. And a couple weeks before that, he was talking he was talking about his, he didn't live the best life. I mean, he lived a good life, don't get me wrong, but I mean, he wasn't always, he was, like when he was younger, he was into drugs and alcohol and drank a lot, smoked a lot. And then he also burnt steel for a living for a lot of his life. So a lot of all that was, so he didn't breathe great. And he did a lot of stuff anyways. But then as an adult, he grew up finally. And then he quit drinking, quit smoking and everything. And 2 years later, he was dead.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, he 2 weeks before that, he was telling me and my sister that he went to the Walgreens and that his blood pressure was kind of high. And he told us what it was. And I was like, that is really high. You need to go to the doctor right now. And and he goes, oh, well, them machines at Walgreens, they're always wrong. And I was like, well, yeah, they're usually wrong, but there's still a good sense to tell you, hey, I should go to the doctor. I mean, yeah, you can't go to the bank with those numbers, but it does give you a warning that you should go to the doctor. And yeah, he wouldn't go to the doctor. And yeah, he ended up dead. Yeah.
That must be so hard for your parents to have lost 2 children.
Well, my mom was already gone, but my dad, my dad is an amazing man. He's 83 now. And I mean, he, when my great niece passed away at 2 months old, he was there for everybody. Both my sister and my brother. He was emotionally there for everybody. When my mom passed away, he was there
Yeah.
for everybody. I mean, my dad is an amazing, amazing man who's guided this family through horrible, horrible things. I have the
Sounds like
best
you
dad
guys
in the
are
world,
lucky.
I can honestly say.
Yeah. I love that. I love that for you. My dad's my best friend, so I totally can relate.
Yeah, my dad is too. I'm very, very close to my dad. It's going to be tough when it's his time.
I know. I get stressed out about that now. I really do. French Canadian Catholic family, loss of death. Ugh. Really, nerd? It's a small world. Your mom was 46 when she passed. That's so young. Oh, happy birthday to your dad, Loki. And your mom's birthday today. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Happy birthday.
Mm. Isn't it amazing how you can go your whole life like drugging, drinking, smoking, and when you stop is when it all catches up to you? You know what I mean? Like,
Right. Yeah.
I remember when my grandfather had the cancer. He's like, well, what's the point of quitting now? I'm like, no, you have to, though. You know what I mean? And they actually fucked up. They said the cancer was all over his body, and then they retracted it and said they made a mistake. And then 2 years later, he died with cancer all over his body.
Yeah. Well, I agree with that, though. Like my sister, you know, she smoked. But I mean, after the damage is already done, what's the point, right? I mean, like my sister, I remember a couple days before she died, I took her out for a cigarette. I was like, why am I going to deny her of that?
Right.
You know, she really wanted to go have a cigarette. Why? And the nurse was just pissed at me. And I was like, she just signed her papers to die. Why am I going to deny her of having a cigarette? You know?
Right.
And then she asked me to go get her.
She wants to.
Right. And then she asked me to go get her some coney. We've got this place that's really good with conies. And she wanted a couple of them conies. And I went, and the nurse is like, oh, we're having conies, huh? And she's like giving me this disgusted look. I said, let me tell you, I am not going to deny her of anything. I don't care if she wants me to bring an elephant in this room. I'm going to do it.
Right. First off, they give inmates on death row a final meal of whatever they want. They should give the same treatment to people like your sister.
Right.
We got sad comments in the chat. Candalee says, I lost my son 10 years ago, and I lost my oldest daughter 3 months ago. I am so sorry, Candalee. I couldn't fathom. And then Alpine said, my mama is hanging on for dear life in the hospital. Oh, I'm sending so many prayers to all of you.
I'm so sorry.
You know, I used to
Facts.
end all my videos with this. You just fucking never know what people are going through in their lives.
Yep.
You know,
I say that all the time too.
What your audience is going through. And I think about that all the time when Brittany is complaining about her fucking stub toe or whatever, you know.
Right.
You just you never know what your audience is going through.
Yep. I say that too, even when we're like heavily pushing judgment on each other. Like, you don't know what I have going on outside of being live on this platform. You have no fucking idea.
Exactly.
Life experiences, current hardships.
I have rheumatoid arthritis. And when I was as a matter of fact, when I was 45, I was diagnosed with my rheumatoid arthritis. And I told my doctor, I said, well, I'm 45 and you're diagnosing me with rheumatoid arthritis. And my hands were just horrible at the time. And I says, I guess it's better than my sister and brother. And he goes, why would they have it 45? I said, they're dead. And they died. And he goes, yeah, we can. He says, yeah, we can treat this. We can't treat that, you know. And yeah, I honestly believe no matter how bad my pain is in the day or whatever, I always think there is somebody worse off than me. And it kind of gets me through it, you know. But yeah, that's true. You never know what other people are going through. Sure, I lost my sister and my brother and my mom very young, but I don't have regrets. We lived a life where, you know, we always told each other we loved each other and stuff. When they died, I didn't have any regrets, like I needed to tell them something or anything like that, you know. As a matter of fact, when my sister signed the hospice papers, right after she signed them, and we're all sad and whatever, and we're sitting there in the hospital room, and she goes, well, if there's anything you want to know, you better ask it now. And everybody's just, you know, really sad. And all of a sudden, me and my stupid humor, I'm like, all I want to know is where you hid the money.
Ah,
Everybody just busted a gut, you know. But yeah, it's
Like the
but I right, and we're Italian too, so kind of fits.
they're
But yeah,
they're
it's
testing my father for rheumatoid arthritis right now. He has something going on. He has the bad hands like you just described. Like he can't even move his hands sometimes and all. So I hate watching him in so much fucking pain, and nobody gives pain medicine anymore. It drives me nuts. It's
No.
so unfair.
but they have come a long way with rheumatoid arthritis, and there are a lot of medicines out there that really do help, you know. And then like if he has like really bad flare-ups or whatever, they can give him like prednisone, a stint of prednisone, and usually it'll get it under control, and then they can so
cheesy. I have, and Granny, I have very, very deep empathy for that. My mom had rheumatoid arthritis since she was 11 years old, and she
my God.
Yes, she died from complications from it because she was bedridden for 10 years from it. But she had a very, very severe case. So I don't see that for you or your dad, you know. But they have come a long, long, long way in terms of the medicine. But it's very painful. Very, very.
It is.
11.
It is,
so
especially
young.
because when you get it in your hands, it's so hard to do anything. But yeah. I know my daughter had a friend who had it as a child, and oh God, how horrible for a child.
I couldn't even fathom. Mallory says, my doctors told me I'd be dead at 51. I turned 51 6 days ago. Well, I'm glad you're with us, Mallory, and happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
You're a miracle.
Yeah. We got a miracle. Why the hell would they say that, though? Well, I guess because your medical issues. I'm sorry. Shouldn't have asked. Since
my husband, when he was born, they told my mother-in-law that now this was back in 1969 he was born, so medical wasn't like it is now, but they told her that he would be dead before he was 16, and now he was born in 1969. How old is he? 50 something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Did you guys see that big YouTuber that made a whole post that they aborted their baby because they were told that there may be a chance that they were Down syndrome? And there was like this whole there was a bunch of backlash, but there was also a bunch of people that like understood or respected their decision. That's kind of it was a huge deal like last week. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No. What sector is the YouTuber in?
I guess he's like a commentary person. Yeah, what was it? Jesse? What was his name? Jesse, let me look. Got a lot of backlash over on because they made this long drawn out post about why they were Jesse Ridgway, McJugger Nuggets. They chose to terminate their pregnancy at 21 weeks after prenatal tests showed a high likelihood of the unborn baby having Down syndrome. But I know several people that the doctors told them that their baby may have Down syndrome and they didn't.
Yeah. It's a choice.
Yeah, McJugger Nuggets. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was buddies with the low-cal people. Mm-hmm. And a false positive, my daughter. I was told, that she may have it. It was a hard 2 weeks of my life before I found out it was a false positive. She was fine. Yeah, Alpine.
Well, we all believe that we would make the right decision in those cases, but who knows until you're in that position, I suppose. You know,
one thing I've always said, Cheesy, is I'm very blessed that my children do not have any anything wrong with they're not autistic, they're not Down, nothing like that. We're blessed that they're healthy, whatever. But I have to be honest, if I was pregnant and told that my child may have Down syndrome, and so it takes a lot of work, a lot of commitment, and you gotta worry who's gonna take care of them while you're gone, when you're gone. Like, if you die, who takes care? It's a lot. I can't say what I would do, but I don't think I would even brag about it, not brag, but make a post on social media for others to dissect. And that's the problem with a lot of these creators. They want the praise, they want the good. Brittany, she wants the positive feedback, she wants the benefits. They want none of the criticism. Well, people are going to criticize in a situation like that. They just are.
Right.
The funny thing about her is that she acts like she's the only one that ever gets criticism.
Right. Only one who's ever experienced anything. She forgets. She forgets that she sat on panels and joined a hate campaign against Natasha, against me, against many others. She acts like she's the only one who's ever had hardships via social media.
Well, I mean, take it out of our realm and expand it out to, like, you know, politics or just the general, like, has she seen the hammering that people in politics get every single day?
No, she's stuck to this little sector of YouTube. She doesn't know anything going on in the real world. She doesn't even know there's different accents. She's an idiot.
They get fucking hammered, and they're not out here, you know, crying every day. You know, like,
right.
You mentioned Natasha. That was one thing that was funny. You know, I never see Natasha around anything at all, but something popped up on my algorithm about the roach, and Natasha had put a clip of Brittany with the roach to La Cucaracha.
Oh, that is funny, actually.
La Cucaracha, La Cucaracha. It was pretty funny.
I'm so sorry for your loss, Cold-Hearted.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry.
Sorry, Cold-Hearted.
Guys,
in our family, aunts and uncles are just as important as parents.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. When you put all your business out on social media, I mean, you get what you get with it.
Right. Like earlier, I told that story about my niece. I put myself out there for criticism, but I'm ready for it because everything I did at that time was everything right, you know. And I have police reports to back it up, you know. But yeah, I mean, you put yourself out there, then be ready for the criticism, you know.
Yeah.
But don't put yourself out there thinking you're going to get praise or whatever, and then you get all the negativity and then cry that you're the victim of it. Well, you put the stuff out there. That is a whole part of my life that nobody knew about, right? Nobody had to know about it, but I put it out there. So yeah, be ready for the backlash.
Although I do not foresee you getting much, but I get what you're saying. It's like, yeah, think before you speak.
Right.
She never thinks before she speaks. And then she tries to clean up what she spoke. And then boom, it spirals into this big old mountain of things instead of the little molehill it could have been. Oh, well. Well, I guess I'm about done here, folks.
When I'm telling stuff about my life and stories or whatever, I'm not looking to be a victim or get praise or get, you know what I mean? Amen. I'm not looking to get sympathy, or most of the time it's more to help people than anything, you know, and say, this is what I've been through. Maybe I can help, you know?
No, we know you're just grifting, Cheesy. You're just grifting.
You dropped your Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, everything.
Yep. You got that. Your avatar, it really is just a it's just a thing for us to scan, right? There's a code,
QR code.
Yeah, scan that piece of cheese. I'll take all your money.
Okay, I'll jump down. Sounds like you're ending it out.
Yeah, I'm baking in the sun now. All right, yeah, I'll send you a message.
All right.
Thank you, Lynn.
Bye.
I do. J Pro's right. Thank you, Cheesy, for telling your story, because there are many people who have experienced exactly what you did, and there's this stigma of shame behind it. Like, oh my God, what's it? You know, no, it's facts. Sometimes teenagers are bratty. They're not understanding, and you know they do shit. And that's what you were saying, is that, you know, just because the Proudfoots had called against them doesn't mean that they were valid.
Right. I mean, I was not a perfect parent. I mean, I could tell you one time, I'll tell you this real quick story before you go. I'll tell you this real quick story. It was my youngest daughter was a baby infant, still taking a bottle. And she was up like every night. I was so tired, and I didn't get hardly any sleep for like a week. It was horrible. And I was in a really bad position, and I didn't want to ask my husband to help me because he was working at the time and I wasn't. And so I tried to do it myself, and I was like, okay, I woke up and I was so tired. I was so afraid that I would fall asleep holding her and end up dropping her. I put her in her car seat in front of me and propped up her bottle.
Yeah.
And it's actually a funny story. And all of a sudden, I wake up to her just screaming. And I was like, oh, great. You know, the one time I break the rules, something happened. All of a sudden, I woke up and I look, and here my oldest daughter had been sleepwalking, and she thought she was on the toilet, and she was sitting on the edge of the car seat peeing all over the baby.
Goodness. Oh my God.
So yes, we are all not perfect. We are also all not perfect parents, okay?
I did
I make them
not
up
see
here
that
and
one
act like I
coming.
am, but right?
I
I
thought
know.
you were going to say like she fell out of the car seat or the car seat tumbled over.
No.
I did not see that coming. Holy shit. That's
I know.
great.
But I mean, in that split moment, I was thinking, oh my God, what did I do? Right? Because you think you're the worst parent in the world, you know, and then all of a sudden that happened, and I was laughing so hysterically. And my oldest daughter's crying. My baby is crying. My oldest daughter was like, I think 4 at the time. And the infant is crying. I'm laughing hysterically. I had to wake up my husband. I'm like, you got to come help me. I got to clean up the baby. I got to clean up. It was a total, yeah. It was, my life can sometimes be fun. So yeah, anyways, I'll leave you with that story.
Yeah, I appreciate it. That's actually hysterical. I did not. I'm seriously thinking, oh, it's going to be something tragic, like the car seat toppled over, or, you know, no, the older daughter's just peeing on the baby.
Oh, and she hates when I bring up that story. You know, I've always got to bring it up with when we have somebody new or whatever, you know, or the boyfriend's come over or something. I've always got to bring up that story, you know.
But she still sleepwalk?
No, she doesn't.
No.
But yeah, it was.
No.
And she really wasn't a sleepwalker. I don't know what happened, you know, and she woke up and she was like, I thought I was on the potty, Mommy, you know, and she's just crying and yeah. And yeah, it was so hilarious. Oh God, it was funny. And my youngest daughter, she'll often bring it up with her sister, you know, she'll be like, yeah, well, you peed on me when I was a baby. You know? It's just funny. It's been a humorous thing their whole lives.
I can only imagine. That is actually so sweet. And of course, it's like the tired mom that just, you know, is afraid. So the one time, oh my God, that's great.
Well, and that's the thing. That's why it was always me, really. I mean, because I wasn't working at the time. I had just had her. I mean, she was still pretty young, pretty small infant.
Right.
And so I hadn't gone back to work yet. And but I was when the kids were little, and I still don't sleep that much. But at the time, I would only sleep 2 to 4 hours a night, and I was good to go. Because my doctor told me at the time that it's because I sleep so sound that I don't require as many hours of sleep or whatever. So because I was fine. So for
like
me to be
REM
that
sleep.
Right. For me to be that exhausted, I mean, I wasn't even getting, I mean, I have to have 2 to 4 hours a night uninterrupted sleep and I'm good, you know, but
I'm the same
this
way.
was interrupted sleep, right?
Yeah. I wake up with the slightest sound. I barely feel like I sleep, to be honest. I think that's something, when we are like the primary caretakers, it just is something our bodies do. We're just, you know, always on mommy mode throughout the night, no matter how old they get.
Yep. And now I sleep a little more.
Sorry.
I sleep maybe 5 hours now, but now that I'm a little older, but yeah, I mean, but so, yeah, I mean, I was completely exhausted. It was horrible, you know, and
what a great way to wake up.
So there's a funny story. Yeah. it was funny, but devastating at first. When I first heard her screaming, I was like, oh my God, you know.
Right.
But
what the hell happened?
young
What's
parents.
going on? Must have been so relieved. It's just her peeing on her. Thank goodness. Could have been anything.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll let you go, and thank you for having me.
Of course. Thank you so much for coming up. Enjoy
Have
the
a good
rest
day.
of your
Bye.
day, girlfriend. You too. Bye.
I will.
It's always a pleasure. I love when Cheesy and others come up on panel. I enjoy conversing with everybody. But I am baking in the sun, so I'm going to go enjoy the ocean. I appreciate you guys spending the whole entire morning with us. My goodness, it went from breezy and overcasted to burning. I'm literally burning up. I'm sweating, so I am going to go enjoy the waters. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your day. Remember, it could always be worse. I'm sorry for everybody who's experienced the loss of a loved one. I'm sorry that the topic got so heavy at one point. I hope you all know that you are loved, you are appreciated, and you matter. If anybody is suffering from any sorts of depression or thoughts of no longer wanting to be here, please know there are plenty and many places to receive help. There are hotlines that are anonymous that you can call if you just need somebody to listen. And of course, there's always one of us here on social media that can be a listening ear as well. So don't hesitate to reach out. If you haven't, please consider hitting the thumbs up on the way out. And I will see you all back here tomorrow. I think we got a surprise in store. I think we're finally going to take a trip in a rocket ship. So you can just imagine where we're going to be. Oh, look at this. Another person Brittany ripped off for premium. She ripped me off for premium too, and then blocked me when I asked for a refund the other day. LOL, I was going to file a small claim, but didn't want to be petty. Hell, maybe you should file a small claim. Maybe she needs to learn she can't keep ripping people off. I'm sorry to hear she did that to you. She's used that throughout the years to get money from people. Premium, better for us for our content. Never uses it. Shame on her. You think those of us that do pay for it want to pay for it? No, we know it offers to our content. In order to run a business, you have to spend money to make money. I'm sick of her never wanting to spend money, only wanting to make it. It's disgusting. God, never worked for anything in her entire life, except for working on people's nerves. Am I right? All right, folks, I am out of here. I will see you all next time. And enjoy the rest of your day. Bye, friends.